What is it? Grant was slightly taken aback. His eyesight couldn't compare to Qin Lun's. Even with a bright moon and countless stars in the sky, he couldn't see very far. Let's go quickly. Someone's coming. Qin Lun hesitated for a moment. He could see clearly, but precisely because he saw clearly, the situation seemed quite strange. Grant nodded. Being in a dangerous place, it was always better to be cautious. Besides, even if he wasn't afraid of bullets, recovering required mana value, so he wasn't truly immortal. It's no good. Her speed is faster than ours. We can't escape far like this. After running for more than 10 minutes, Qin Lun instead stopped. He noticed that the figure behind them had gotten closer. Her? It's a woman? Since she runs faster than us, she must be a superpowered being. Grant's expression turned grim. Judging by the standards of the Gentleman Alliance, the Allied forces' superpowered beings probably wouldn't be too weak. Even if he and Qin Lun teamed up, they likely didn't have much chance of escaping unscathed. Qin Lun raised his head and stared at the small, agile figure behind them. He spoke calmly. I think I somewhat understand the message Skorzeny sent now. Green. Grant's heart stirred. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng behind them. His body isn't enhanced. Even if used as bait, he wouldn't lure her far. Qin Lun glanced sideways and understood Grant's thought. Even if the person behind us doesn't have super eyesight, they probably have high-tech equipment like infrared night vision goggles. Unless we two split up too, none of us will escape. I don't really like running away from women, especially with only a 50% survival chance. Grant grinned, a trace of madness flashing in his pupils. Qin Lun, how about staying and playing a game with her? Heh, all right. Qin Lun nodded. He turned and threw his modified Kar 98K sniper rifle to Lin Feng. Hide farther away and use this gun to interfere with the enemy. Don't worry about hitting us. Use armor-piercing rounds. Probably he'll take this chance to run away, right? Grant watched Lin Feng's back and sneered. I thought you would retreat to a distance and support me with the sniper rifle. I will support you, of course, but not with the sniper rifle. Qin Lun took out an FN 500 from his storage space and waved it. This strangely styled hand cannon naturally didn't look like a Luger pistol in the eyes of an apostle. Dark gold firearm? Do you plan to use the skill you used against Giant Leo? Grant looked at Qin Lun warily. That skill was indeed impressive. Even Skorzeny and Werdenbeller felt tremendous danger at that time. However, this skill requires collecting a lot of the enemy's physical information. I need you to hold on for at least 5 minutes. Qin Lun nodded slowly and spoke calmly. Can you do it? 5 minutes. Grant took a deep breath and said cautiously, Fine, 5 minutes it is. If you don't make a move after 5 minutes, I'll surrender to the Allied forces' superpowered being. I won't block the enemy for you anymore. Anyway, even if we fail this mission, we only lose 55 points of soul lifespan. Enough. Qin Lun gave a faint smile. He stepped into the darkness, leaving Grant alone on the spot. Oh, did your companions hide? Soon, the figure following Qin Lun and the others appeared before Grant. It's useless, you know. As soon as they appear, this thing can see them. The figure tilted its head and tapped the infrared night vision goggles on its face with a finger. A little girl in a red cloak. When the figure came closer, Grant could also see the enemy clearly by the moonlight. His face immediately showed a strange expression. He suddenly understood why Qin Lun had been vague earlier and what Skorzeny meant by green. Green referred to the green fairy tales. The cute girl before him, wearing a red hooded cloak, a red dress with leggings, and red cotton boots, looked very much like Little Red Riding Hood from the green fairy tales. I know I'm cute, but I'm not Little Red Riding Hood. The little girl lifted her hood, revealing her shoulder-length red hair, and twitched her cute, upturned nose slightly. Because our images resemble characters from the green fairy tales, some people call us fairy tale maidens or green hunters. Liv Gorman pays her respects. The red-haired girl smiled sweetly and bowed, not seeming constrained at all. If you give up resistance, I promise I won't harm you. Haha, I have my own judgment about the word cute. Grant laughed heartily. My standards are very strict. I wonder if you qualify. The girl slightly frowned her delicate, willow-like eyebrows. As a green hunter, although she was young, she had been fighting dark creatures for years and possessed very sharp intuition. The burly German man opposite gave her a vaguely dangerous feeling. Well then, Forgive my rudeness." The girl smiled sweetly, a charming smile blooming on her face. Her hands reached behind her back and pulled out a strange red firearm. This firearm didn't belong to any type of individual combat weapon developed by the Allied forces or the Axis powers. It looked more like several gun barrels clustered together like a Gatling gun, or perhaps a folded three-section staff. No, a multi-section staff. Rat-a-tat-tat. A crisp sound, like that of a typewriter, rang out immediately. It was much softer than the sound of a normal machine gun. Clouds of dust rose in front of Grant, almost obscuring his vision. The dissector's judgment was wrong. The enemy was actually a long-range attacker like him. While surprised, Grant also moved, starting to zigzag as he closed in on his opponent. Several blood flowers bloomed on Grant's body as he swiftly maneuvered, causing him great pain. At the same time, the Joker confirmed that the opponent's strange firearm didn't use physical bullets, but rather something like shockwave air bullets, and fire element bullets. This is a magic element type firearm. After confirming the power of the bullets, Grant stopped zigzagging to dodge. He only used his arms to protect his head and face and charged directly at the red-haired girl. As long as the bullets couldn't sever his limbs, his parasitic virus bloodline could withstand them unilaterally. After paying the price of being covered in blood, he finally got close to the red-haired girl. With a sweep of his right hand, a large, gleaming machete suddenly appeared in his grasp. He swung it down fiercely towards her head. Clang! Liv Gorman slightly curled the corners of her mouth and blocked the machete with her strange cannon. In the darkness, sparks illuminated both their faces simultaneously. Haha! Grant grinned ferociously. He could feel that her strength wasn't great, so he immediately increased the downward pressure. However, by the light of the sparks, he saw the teasing expression on the red-haired girl's face. His heart suddenly sank, and a bad premonition arose. Whoosh! The strange cannon suddenly opened up like a peacock spreading its tail. Its sides and bottom instantly flipped out and folded forward, transforming into a death scythe commonly seen in myths. However, the part where the scythe connected to the handle still had cannon barrels, and the rear part of the handle had a huge trigger and a scope. It was a crescent scythe combined with a giant sniper rifle. The red-haired girl leaned back slightly and swung the giant gun scythe with both hands. In a series of flashing sparks, the scythe slid down along the machete like a red lightning bolt, aiming to slash Grant's waist. A trace of hesitation appeared on Grant's face. In that split second, he gritted his teeth and chose not to dodge. Instead, he placed his left hand over his right, putting more force into the downward chop. The machete barely grazed past the girl's face, striking her chest a fraction faster than the red scythe. Screech! The machete made a harsh sound against the girl's chest, sparks flying everywhere. Little Red Riding Hood Liv's red dress was actually woven from metal wires of unknown properties. Its defensive power was astonishing, clearly impossible for Grant to cut through with one slash. The Joker's face turned pale. The image of himself being bisected at the waist by Little Red Riding Hood already appeared in his mind. Even with his bloodline's recovery power, he probably couldn't avoid serious injury and losing his combat ability. Their exchange had lasted only an instant, definitely not 5 minutes yet. Now it depended on whether Qin Lun would save him. Bang! A gunshot rang out appropriately. The sound of metal impact showed that the bullet had precisely hit the scythe's massive blade. Grant only saw the girl's figure shudder, and her movement halted momentarily. A cold glint flashed in Grant's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, spreading his arms wide and lunging towards the red-haired girl. Was that your companion making a move? On my way here, I saw his Kar 98K sniper rifle. It's truly a fine gun. The red-haired girl had known there were 3 enemies all along and didn't expect to take down one opponent with that single strike just now. She chuckled lightly and leaped up, performing a flip in the air. The red death scythe swiftly circled around her body, tracing a beautiful circular arc, once again aiming for Grant's neck. Clang! Grant had no choice but to block the scythe with his machete and use the force to jump back. However, hearing the girl's teasing, a feeling of shame and anger rose within him. Qin Lun hadn't saved him. The one who saved him was that Lin Feng whom he had just mocked. Ha ha ha, you really are cute. Grant's face quickly turned red, then pale. Suddenly, he bent over, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. A trace of madness gleamed in his eyes, unseen by anyone. I've changed my mind. How can I leave such a cute girl to the dissector? I need you. You will be my most precious collection. Grant slowly took out a grayish-white mask from his chest and put it on his face. This mask somewhat resembled leather, its surface fine and smooth, as if sewn together from countless pieces of ragged cloth. These fragments were very small, each almost only the size of a fingernail. The entire mask didn't seem completely finished. Starting from below the tip of the nose, a small part of Grant's face was still visible. After putting on this mask, Grant seemed to undergo a complete change in demeanor, becoming gentle and quiet. He straightened his upper body, placed one hand behind his back, and pressed the other against his chest. He bowed towards the red-haired girl. Beautiful and lovely guest, the Joker is at your service. A beautiful and lovely guest, the Joker is at your service. The eyes behind the human skin mask were bloodshot, filled with naked greed. The moment the red-haired girl saw Grant's human skin mask, she felt an inexplicable creepiness, goosebumps rising on her back, as if she had encountered a natural predator. She, of course, did not know that this ugly and patchy mask on Grant's face was a human skin mask, nor did she know that every fingernail-sized fragment on this mask represented the life of a beautiful woman. However, years of experience fighting dark creatures allowed Liv Gorman to instinctively sense danger. She could feel that the big guy's strength had not increased, but there was a huge psychological change. The enemy, who originally saw her as an opponent or threat, now seemed to view her completely as a meal. Yes, that was the feeling Grant now gave the red-haired girl. Although he spoke respectful words, the direct, naked greed in his eyes was as if he had seen a delicious dessert, and this possessiveness surprisingly had no trace of any lust. For a clown, your mouth doesn't seem split wide enough. Little Red Riding Hood blinked innocently, quietly took a step back, and joked humorously. Really? The Joker reached up with 2 fingers, hooked the corners of his mouth, and pulled. He answered quite seriously, "You're right. It's important to meet a guest's demands. Perhaps I can improve it." Before the red-haired girl could understand, her eyes widened immediately. She saw the Joker hook his fingers at the corners of his mouth, then used a machete-like scissors to slice open the corners of his mouth, extending the cuts all the way to his ears. He seemed to feel no pain. He smacked his lips, used his fingers to smear the blood all over his cheeks beside the mouth, turning his entire big mouth blood red. Much better indeed. This is true freedom. The Joker spread his arms, threw his head back, and took a deep breath. His big mouth stretched to his ears, even revealing his white back molars and uvula. Improve? This is self-mutilation. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly felt a bit creeped out and muttered uneasily. If I'd known I'd encounter a pervert, I should have asked Snow White to come along. She has rich experience dealing with such monsters. The red-haired girl unconsciously wanted to drag a companion into this. The first time she had felt this way was as a novice hunter hunting evil spirits in the darkness for the first time. That experience made her afraid to sleep alone for the next week, and she even needed a female companion to go to the bathroom with her. Tonight's battle seemed to be shifting towards a horror vibe. Is there anything else I can do for you? The Joker stretched out his tongue to lick his wounds, tilting his head as he asked. That looks painful, right? If you like self-mutilation so much, why not chop off a hand? The red-haired girl stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at the Joker. If you want it, take it. The Joker laughed loudly, clenched his fist, stretched out his left arm, and nodded as if encouraging the girl. Are you joking? The red-haired girl lowered her head slightly. The next instant, she leaped into the air. A huge death scythe slashed down diagonally. She was beginning to get tired of dealing with the Joker in front of her. Thump! Blood sprayed into the sky. The Joker stepped back slightly, but did not retract his outstretched arm. Immediately, a thick arm was severed at the elbow by the girl's scythe, spinning as it flew into the air. Ah! The Joker, whose arm had been cut off, let out a burst of crazy laughter. All conditions are met. Beautiful guest, since you've accepted my service, how about dancing with the Joker next? The human skin mask on the Joker's face suddenly emitted a hazy glow. The blood spraying in the sky seemed to gain consciousness, coalescing into several blood-red symbols. They nimbly spun around and shot into the Joker's forehead, slowly merging into the human skin mask. Seeing the eerie changes on the Joker, the red-haired girl frowned slightly. Still in the air, her red scythe swung around her body. The blade traced a semicircle and struck toward the enemy again. The Joker, standing on the ground, leaped up. He pressed on the joint between the scythe's handle and blade, nimbly performing a gymnastics pommel horse Thomas Flare. His legs kicked horizontally in a chain toward the girl. The red-haired girl was slightly surprised. She knew this opponent's strength was greater than hers, but his body flexibility and skill were much worse. Logically, he shouldn't be able to perform such a move. However, her reaction was quick. She twisted her hands gripping the handle, and her petite body, holding the scythe, somersaulted continuously in the air. Shing! Upon landing, the scythe dug into the ground like a plow. Holding the handle, she lifted into a handstand, performing an inverted split. Her legs spread apart and rotated like a helicopter's propeller. Using her core strength, she propelled the scythe upward again. The scythe's tip carved a conical pit in the ground. The red crescent scythe circled around Little Red Riding Hood like a flying ribbon, resembling a giant demonic claw centered on the girl, stretching sharp nails to grab at the Joker. This was the red-haired girl's unique scythe skill, combining artistic gymnastics movements, the Death Moon dance. Ah! A trace of madness flashed in the Joker's bloodshot eyes. He fell straight backward. When his body was at a 45-degree angle to the ground, he lifted his right foot. His toe magically passed through a gap in the Death Moon dance, precisely tapping on the surface of the red scythe. Using the red-haired girl's force, his large body spun like a top. Actually coordinating with the slashing intervals of the moon dance, he broke into the core of the dance. His feet clamped onto the handle like a big macaque climbing a tree, attaching himself to the scythe. His right hand's machete thrust straight toward the girl's throat. For the first time since the fight began, the red-haired girl's expression changed drastically. She shook her hands, and the red scythe folded up instantly, slipping between the Joker's legs and transforming back into a multi-barrel machine gun. Clang! The machine gun blocked the machete. The red-haired girl, leaning backward, retreated repeatedly, kicking up dust under her feet. She lost her balance for the first time. The Joker tapped his feet on the ground, rushed forward, almost at a 30-degree angle to the ground, charging at the girl. A cold light surged in his eyes. This is impossible, Little Red Riding Hood screamed. The red crescent scythe was made by her own hands. No one knew this weapon better than her. Moreover, her martial arts combined ever-changing artistic gymnastics and dance skills. Even the other fairy tale maidens who sparred with her regularly couldn't handle it easily, let alone an enemy fighting her for the first time. The Joker breaking through the Death Moon dance was just like a bug. Even if rehearsed in slow motion once, it probably couldn't achieve this effect, perhaps only theoretically possible. Earlier, her battle with the Joker was like a bear and a butterfly dancing gracefully around the large scythe. The bear's dancing skills not only kept up with the butterfly's rhythm but seemed even better, as nimble as an elf. A bear-like elf. The red-haired girl's face fell, her mood at its worst. She forced herself to muster her spirits and meet the Joker's charge. Actually, the red-haired girl didn't know that the Joker's current performance was greatly related to her. The human skin mask on the Joker's face was his life-taking relic, and also the traded item for his agreement to the military experiment. The mask was originally complete, but a small part was torn off when he was captured. Shepherd Hill once said that among the 5 great serial killers, apart from the dissector, Joey Foster, the other serial killers who lived in human society for a long time had a set of behavioral principles in their hearts. Clown Grant's behavioral principle was to try to satisfy the victim's requests while skinning their faces to lessen his own sense of guilt. However, the previous Joker, although very ugly, was also cunning. Before committing the crime, he would make the victims hungry and cold, losing rational judgment, to reduce the difficulty of these requests. Victims usually asked for water, food, begged for release, or cursed the Joker to be caught. For these requests, the Joker would satisfy them one by one. For example, after skinning their faces, discarding the victim alive in the wilderness, or intentionally leaving some traces of his whereabouts for the police. The Joker was eventually caught precisely because he did this too often accumulating enough clues and evidence for the police. After becoming an apostle, the incomplete human skin mask the Joker brought into Shattered Starry Sky also became a life-taking relic. On it was a perverted simulation skill called Joker's Gift. After the Joker met certain conditions, he could use this skill to simulate the opponent's characteristics and martial arts within the limits of his physical condition, even combining it with his own talent to exhibit even more powerful performance. The red-haired girl's physical qualities were excellent, but still within the Joker's simulation range. After paying the price of a split mouth and severed arm, the Joker simulated a bare version of Little Red Riding Hood. Joker's Gift was an incredibly powerful close combat ability. For the red-haired girl, the Joker, before this simulation time ended, was an unsolvable existence. Target combat behavior analysis complete. Maximum explosive power 16 points. Maximum agility 37. Constitution and perception unknown. Combat gauge estimated combat power 59 to 72. Scythe damage unknown. Maximum blade speed 301 meters per second. Average movement speed 33 m/s. Combat gauge estimated defense value strength 52. Health points unknown. Prediction mode activated. Beginning to establish combat model. Entering firing unit calculation. Wind force 3.2. Target at 12 o'clock. Height 1.23 m. Distance 27.2 m. Elevation angle 11.2 degrees. Target's upper body has unknown metal suit. Estimated internal defensive magic energy. FN 500 maximum charge intensity cannot penetrate. Invoking host's special shooting skill, weakness crosshair. Firing solution evaluation. Fire in 0.2 seconds. Impact point target's left eye. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out in the night wilderness. The Joker's Gift was very troublesome to activate, but that did not stop it from being powerful. In fact, this skill not only had the ability to simulate, but it also had transformation effects. The simulating ability of the skill was a bit like Qin Lun's combat model created within Death Notice, capable of analyzing the enemy's fighting patterns and attributes. But it was not data-based like the combat model, and largely relied on the Joker's own combat talent. The other ability, transformation, allowed the Joker to convert his body attributes during the skill's duration. For example, converting strength to agility, or converting life force to mana, and so on. In a way, the killing skill attached to this human skin mask was the most direct expression of the Joker's combat talent. Qin Lun and the 4 other serial killers, if you ignored right and wrong, were among the most outstanding individuals in humanity. The mental hallucinations shown in Qin Lun also appeared in the other serial killers, just with different names. For example, the Shepherd had paranoia, and Disciple Hansen had war trauma after effects. Such mental hallucinations and delusions often cause the patient's will to collapse. But few people knew that some humans with special talent could, in turn, make use of these mental hallucinations, actively or passively causing their brains to develop in extraordinary ways. Qin Lun's database Death Notice and combat model, and Grant's Joker's Gift, were both abilities that could only be used smoothly after extreme brain development. From this angle, becoming an apostle just meant gradually digging out the serial killer's potential that was originally hidden in their bodies. No one yet knew how terrifying these serial killers would become if they leveled up into enhanced serial killers within the Shattered Starry Sky. The reason Qin Lun stayed only 20-something meters from the fighting, rather than using that modified Kar 98 sniper rifle from far away to support Grant, was mainly because he was afraid the sniper rifle would not break the pursuer's defenses. That sniper rifle was very powerful against ordinary people, but it only had a 7.22 mm caliber. Even with armor-piercing bullets, from too far away it would be useless against superhumans. Since he had decided to stay and deal with the pursuers together with Grant, he had not thought of running away. Besides, in just 5 minutes, where could he run? They must either beat the enemy together with Grant, or simply surrender. The FN 500 had a range of 100 meters, and he chose to reduce the distance to within 30 meters before shooting, due to close combat considerations. If the FN 500's maximum energy concentration could not harm the enemy, he would have to jump out and join Grant in attacking Little Red Riding Hood. The moment Qin Lun activated weakness crosshair, both people in the fighting circle sensed it. Both the Joker and the red-haired girl had an instinctive feeling for that kind of spine-chilling danger. Compared to the red-haired girl, the Joker, who had experienced weakness crosshair once before, reacted faster. He pushed off with his feet, unexpectedly ignoring the red-haired girl's attack, and directly used his body as a shield in front of her. At the same time, he turned his head and roared toward Qin Lun's hiding place. "No, she's mine. Bang!" With the gunshot, the Joker grunted, a bloody flower blooming on his shoulder. However, although the Joker's parasitic virus bloodline had strong recovery ability, the defense of the initial bloodline was not enough to withstand the FN 500's maximum energy concentration. Moreover, with perception control, Qin Lun changed the originally spread-out light energy scattergun into a straight line, completely piercing through the Joker's shoulder. Thump! Little Red Riding Hood's head, wearing the infrared night vision goggles, jerked backward. A stream of blood shot out from her left eye area, and she fell backward, dragging the large red scythe. At the same time the red-haired girl fell, a black shadow leaped up from a patch of grass not far from the fighting circle, rushing over like a whirlwind, closing in on the two in just a few seconds. Qin Lun flipped his hand. The FN 500 disappeared into his sleeve, and a sinister black dagger appeared in his palm. Holding the dagger of sin in a reverse grip, while still over 10 meters away from the two, he leaped up. His body did a front flip as if weightless, drifting a distance through the air, passed over the Joker's head, and pounced down toward the red-haired girl like an eagle. "No way!" The Joker roared as he turned, kicking out toward the back of Qin Lun's head. "Humph!" Qin Lun frowned slightly, twisting his body nimbly in midair and kicking out, soul against soul. The Joker staggered back a few steps, and Qin Lun was helplessly pushed far away by him. The two stood in a line with the red-haired girl at the center. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, that hurt." The red-haired girl shook her head and stood up, tearing off the shattered infrared night vision goggles. Above her left eyebrow bone was a large gash, blood dripping down her face. Just now, Qin Lun's shot had most of its power absorbed by the Joker's body. Plus, the red-haired girl alertly leaned back, so she avoided serious injury to her left eye, only getting her eyebrow scratched by fragments of the night vision goggles. "You can't kill her alone." Qin Lun stared closely at the Joker and cautiously said, "Let me help you. My collection items must always be completed by me alone." The Joker clutched his shoulder and growled low. "Killing her here means one less obstacle in future missions." Qin Lun slowly narrowed his eyes, a faint red glow beginning to show in his pupils. Even with the Joker having only one arm, he did not dare be careless. This guy's displayed ability just now was too terrifying. For people like us, missions are not the top priority. The Joker's mouth stretched to his ears. He stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on his lips, slowly lowered his arms, and bent his body like a hunchback. "If you interfere, then I'll help her instead." The Joker's words were somewhat puzzling, but Qin Lun, also a serial killer, could understand. He looked expressionlessly at the Joker and did not speak again. He understood well. Reasoning with a serial killer in the grip of obsession was useless. In the same situation, if it were him, he would do the same. The red-haired girl covered her face, looking at the Joker, then at Qin Lun. Her eyeballs rolled. She shrunk her neck, stood on tiptoe, and carefully backed away. She had only retreated a few meters when the two serial killers, standing like statues facing each other, suddenly turned their heads expressionlessly to look at her. "Oh, hi, two handsome guys. The moon is so round tonight." The red-haired girl tilted her head, smiled, and waved her small hand at the two. Then she suddenly turned, dragging the large scythe, and dashed off toward the small woods. "Little me won't disturb you two enjoying the moon, bye-bye." She ran away. "Aren't you going after her?" Qin Lun raised his eyelids. "I'm not sick. Why would I go seek death alone?" The Joker took off the human skin mask, turned to pick up his severed arm, and tucked it into his chest. Walking into the distance, he said lightly, "There's plenty of time. Sooner or later, she will be my collection item." The two soon met up with lEND. The spoiled young master had seen everything through the sniper rifle's scope, knew these two bosses had a dispute, and followed them fearfully. Qin Lun took the initiative to ask about Lily and Little Lian. Those two didn't manage to break out. They surrendered to the Allied forces. Lin Feng said carefully. But their main quest hasn't failed yet. It seems they received a hidden branch storyline. Not long after the two serial killers left, the red-haired girl and a beautiful girl in a white dress walked out from the woods. You messed up again. The white-haired beauty in white said angrily, looking at the red-haired girl. Don't blame me this time. Even you, Irene, couldn't handle those two. The red-haired girl looked thoughtfully in the direction the two had left. But those two guys don't seem like ordinary German soldiers. Of course they're not the same. They're superpowered beings. The all-white beauty proudly lifted her chin. I captured two of their people, though. Just two medics. The red-haired girl said discontentedly. The two I encountered were different. Well then, Liv, tell me, how were they different? Irene raised her delicate eyebrows, asking doubtfully. I can't explain it, but they were just different. The red-haired girl puffed her cheeks, saying unwillingly. Actually, during the fight, she had keenly noticed that Grant's performance was too abnormal, realizing the Joker used a powerful skill with a time limit, and his actual combat power probably wasn't higher than hers. If she could have kept stalling, she might have been able to defeat her opponent. But when she was caught between the two serial killers just now, she sensed that the two had another kind of terrifying aura hidden in them. If those two hadn't been confronting each other, she probably wouldn't have noticed. What exactly are they? Listening to her companion's account, the white-clad girl also frowned, looking up into the distance. Is this the safe house Skorzeny provided? Qin Lun asked, looking at the large white house ahead. According to the lieutenant colonel's address, this should be the place. Lin Feng checked the notes and nodded affirmatively. After half a night's effort, the three had finally slipped into Casablanca. Casablanca was an Islamic city, and the residents were not friendly toward any Western colonizers. Even if they were discovered to be German, they wouldn't actively report them to the British and American garrisons. With the Apostles' language translation ability, as long as they got past the outposts on the city outskirts and put on some Arab robes, their identity was almost never exposed. Hurry inside. The lieutenant colonel has been waiting for you for a long time. After the three confirmed the code phrase, an Arab man led them inside. Lieutenant Gerhard, Mr. Kluge, it's great that you managed to escape. After entering the house, Skorzeny, along with Werdenbeller and Captain Bach, came out to greet them. Among these three, Skorzeny and Captain Bach both had bloodstains on them, seemingly injured during the breakout. Only the vampire Werdenbeller was unharmed. Lieutenant Colonel, were Madame Monica and the Roberts couple captured? Qin Lun's gaze swept sharply behind them as he spoke calmly. No, I haven't had the Baron's vampire bats look for them yet. A gleam flashed in Skorzeny's eyes. Come inside and we'll talk. Lieutenant Colonel, do you suspect that there is a traitor among the three of them? Once they entered the room and sat down, Grant immediately asked. Skorzeny nodded with a heavy expression. As the person in charge of the Heracles plan, he was very worried that the mission would fail because of this. Although Gerhard and Bach were superpowered beings, they had always served in the military as low-ranking officers, so the possibility of them being spies was almost none. Kluge, Grant, was an interrogation expert from the SS intelligence department. He could be considered a sworn enemy of foreign intelligence agents, so it was also unlikely that he was a spy. As for Werdenbeller, although he had not served in the military, his status as a baron was very special. Before Werdenbeller became a vampire, he had made significant contributions to Germany in the Franco-Prussian War. His title of baron was personally awarded by German Emperor Wilhelm I. It could be said that in every war of the German Empire, he had made outstanding contributions to his homeland. Such a person simply could not be turned by the enemy. This way, aside from Skorzeny himself, the possible traitors were only Madame Monica and Dr. Robert and his wife. Logically, the doctor couple who had served in the Aryan Arc Corps for a long time should not be spies either. However, before they came to Casablanca, they had gone missing once, which added a lot of suspicion to them. Even if they were patriots before, scientists were different from soldiers after all. They were forced to serve in the Aryan Arc Corps, living almost like they were under house arrest. Plus, Leo Robert had become neither human nor ghost in biochemical research. Perhaps they had long harbored resentment towards the Empire in their hearts. It was possible that they took this opportunity to join the Allied forces. As for Madame Monica, she was the most likely candidate among the 8 superhumans to betray the Empire. She was originally the widow of a certain Junker noble. During the Weimar Republic era, Germany abolished the nobility system, and the Third Reich never restored this system. If Madame Monica resented the government for this, it was not hard to understand. Lieutenant Colonel, can you tell us what Madame Monica's superpower is? Qin Lun frowned and asked. Among these superhumans, he had not seen Madame Monica's ability. Madame Monica is a sandstorm person. Skorzeny hesitated for a moment before speaking. She doesn't like to publicize this ability everywhere, so I didn't tell you before. Qin Lun nodded as if he understood. No wonder she hated rainy days. And she could overtake them and catch up to Skorzeny first without anyone noticing. The 8 superpowered beings Skorzeny selected each had their own roles in this plan. If one link was missing, the burden on the others would multiply, and the chance of failure would increase a lot. The primary task of the Heracles plan was to assassinate the leaders of the 3 countries. Madame Monica was responsible for cover during the operation. If there was a sandstorm as cover when the commando team acted, the success rate would also increase significantly. Gerthard, played by Qin Lun, was the suppressor. His sniper rifle was not only a tool for assassination, but also responsible for suppressing the reinforcements of the Allied forces. Captain Bach, the demolition expert, was the saboteur. Whether the assassination could succeed depended on him. Baron von Werdenbeller was the battlefield scout. The large groups of vampire bats scattered across the battlefield could keep the small commando team always one step ahead of the Allied forces. The interrogation expert played by Grant needed to obtain clues about the 3 country leaders and the Allied forces' unconventional warfare forces when necessary. The giant Leo was responsible for frontal assaults on the few fortifications outside the venue. His infrasound and huge size were equivalent to a human-shaped tank. His wife, Dr. Keller, was responsible for interpreting intelligence data on the Allied forces' unconventional warfare forces. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny himself coordinated from the center. The extraordinary strength and speed of the Sphinx allowed him to support any link and compensate for unexpected situations. These 8 superhumans with clear divisions of labor, combined with an Oranienburg Special Forces soldier squadron, would form an incredibly powerful force. It could be said that once they gained the upper hand, no matter how many Allied forces were in Casablanca, they would be suppressed for a short time. During this period, whether it was assassinating the 3 Allied leaders or obtaining decisive intelligence, there was a high chance of success. However, now they were missing 3 whole superpowered beings, and they could no longer fully suppress the Allied forces in Casablanca. Moreover, from the situation during the airdrop, it seemed the Allied forces had also sent superpowered beings. The attack lost its suddenness, and this operation had much more uncertainty. Realizing the mission was full of difficulties, the remaining members of the Gentleman Alliance fell into silence. You all go and rest first. There is only 1.5 days left until the Allied leaders' meeting. Tomorrow we will first go to check the venue predetermined by the Allied forces, and then decide whether the plan can be implemented. Skorzeny said with a calm expression. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm afraid we don't have time to rest. Qin Lun suddenly spoke. If the Allied forces already knew about our existence, do you think the leaders' meeting might be held earlier? Possible. Skorzeny's thick eyebrows raised, and he turned to look at Qin Lun. Before you came, I discussed this possibility with Werdenbeller, but acting hastily would only lead to our complete annihilation. In fact, without Madame Monica's sandstorm cover and the Giant's assault capability, our assassination operation is basically a failure. Do you want to implement the backup plan? Qin Lun frowned and asked. The Baron's ability is hard to guard against. As long as we have 1 or 2 days for reconnaissance, we can still try to steal intelligence about the Allied forces' unconventional warfare forces. Skorzeny said somewhat helplessly. You are the elite of the Empire. Even if the operation really fails, I cannot let all of you perish in Casablanca. Lieutenant Colonel, actually, even without Madame Monica and the giant Leo, we still have the ability to assault strongly. At least in Casablanca, we temporarily have one force that is absolutely stronger than the Allied forces. Qin Lun suddenly narrowed his eyes and said lightly, a force absolutely stronger than the Allied forces. Skorzeny was taken aback upon hearing this and asked uncertainly, You mean? Qin Lun smiled, and pointed to the west. We still have the Nizana. Casablanca is a port city. All the buildings in the city are within the battleship's firing range. Skorzeny fell silent. The Nizana was indeed a good move that the enemy could not predict. The Nizana battleship belonged to the Navy. Before they set sail, except for him, the other commando members did not know they would be taking the Nizana. The traitor also did not expect this. Most importantly, even if the traitor had now joined the Allied forces, this intelligence probably had not yet caught the attention of the Allied High Command. Otherwise, the Nizana should have already been bombed by planes. Although the Nizana was responsible for bringing us to Casablanca, it has no subordinate relationship with the SS intelligence department. It might not agree to shell Casablanca. Skorzeny thought for a while and said with a bitter smile, "You rest first. I will go send a message to the warship now. Whether they agree or not depends on that Commodore captain's judgment. I'll go out to gather some information." Wardenbeller shook his head and sighed, muttering quietly, "Such a busy fate." Qin Lun and the other members showed a trace of a smile on their faces. They were almost certain that the captain of the Nizana would agree to the shelling plan. This sortie of the Nizana was ostensibly to carry out raiding missions in the Atlantic Ocean, but in reality, it was just providing escort duty for the Heracles plan. Although the Heracles plan was only a combat plan for a special small team, it involved the subsequent course of the entire war. Although German generals had competitive relationships between the Navy and Army branches, in matters of major principles like this, they could distinguish what was important. However, the Nizana was being chased by 2 English fleets. If it lingered for most of a day, its situation would likely become very dangerous. It might very well end up like her sister ship Scharnhorst, resting forever in the Atlantic Ocean. Although Skorzeny told everyone to rest first, no one felt sleepy at this moment. Grant and Qin Lun sat to the side playing cards, while Bach and Skorzeny studied and discussed the Allied forces' defense layout map of Casablanca. This Allied defense map was the result of German intelligence agents' work over more than 10 days. Only a short while later, Lin Feng, who had received the Nizana's reply, returned to the room with an excited expression and handed the decoded telegram to Skorzeny. "Everyone, the general agreed to our plan. At dawn, the Nizana will shell Casablanca." After reading the telegram, Skorzeny immediately gave orders to everyone. "I have already ordered the intelligence agents here to set out separately. They will provide the battleship with detailed firing coordinates. Synchronize your watches now. We set out in 1 hour." Skorzeny placed the telegram on the table and called in a grayish-brown small bat from outside the window. The bat's small eyes emitted a green glow. It very humanely used its small wings to prop itself on the table, crawling over the telegram as if reading its contents. Half an hour later, Wardenbeller returned to the hideout. The Baron's formal attire was somewhat torn, and he looked pale. It seemed he had suffered some setbacks during reconnaissance. "Your Excellency, Baron, did you find the meeting place of the 3 country leaders?" Skorzeny asked cautiously. "I found 3 locations where the Allied forces have tight security, but I cannot tell which one is the leader's meeting place." Wardenbeller picked up the tea on the table and gulped it down. "These 3 places are all quite close to the city center. One of them, a museum, has the largest area. There are many defensive works at the entrance and 2 American Sherman tanks. This place is most likely the resting place for the 3 country leaders. Let's go, we're moving out." A sharp light flashed in Skorzeny's eyes as he decisively waved his hand. Whoa! Boom! As massive whales cut across the sky, Casablanca, just greeting the dawn, sank into a nightmare hellscape. The Nizana was armed with 3 triple sets of giant 283mm guns, firing 2.2 shells per minute. Its shells flew over several kilometers of the harbor at more than double the speed of sound, landing deep inland from above the city. Each time its main guns fired together turned almost half a city block into rubble. Not just the locals and Allied troops in Casablanca. Even Skorzeny and his superhumans felt their hearts lurch uncontrollably when they heard that terrible scream. They felt like they were standing on the edge of a cliff. Boom! One shell landed frighteningly accurately just a short distance in front of the commando team's hiding spot, probably less than 50 meters away. Qin Lun and the others felt the ground tremble fiercely beneath their feet, as if caught in an endless, towering ocean wave. Before their eyes, the 330-kilogram shell slammed into the Casablanca security station like a giant hammer. The huge military building looked like some massive beast had taken a bite out of it. Part of the main structure collapsed, revealing rows of half-destroyed rooms inside. Actually, ignoring the Gneisenau's terrifying main guns, what caused the most damage to Casablanca were its 12 secondary 150mm guns. They fired special incendiary shells, turning the city center into a sea of fire. Irene, where are you? Cough, cough. Liv German burst out of her room, her hair a mess and her face smudged black. She looked like a little beggar. She hadn't recovered from the fierce fight the night before, and the red-headed girl was naturally a heavy sleeper anyway. At dawn, she was still lost in dreams. When the explosions woke her, she thought she was having a nightmare. A 283mm shell had hit the lobby of their hotel. The massive explosion that followed ripped the roof right off the entire building. Liv, over here. Are you all right? The white-haired girl emerged from the hazy, dust-choked air. She held a sheathed rapier and covered her mouth and nose with her other hand. You? Ha ha ha. You're not wearing much. Liv took a good look and suddenly pointed at her companion, bursting into laughter. I'm not lazy like you, who crawls into bed still wearing last night's clothes. Irene glanced down at the skimpy bra and panties she wore, raising her chin smoothly, looking completely unembarrassed. I was just too tired. Liv waved her small fist in annoyance. Besides, the teacher told us, during operations, we should sleep on alert. Even a green hunter pair resting should have one person stay watchful. I did it for your sake. Stop making excuses, lazy cat. The white-haired girl gave her partner a sideways look full of contempt. Even a tomboy like Philip wouldn't lie down without cleaning up after a fight. At least I don't have to go digging through garbage for clothes, the redhead giggled. I hate those Germans. The white-haired girl glared at their mostly destroyed hotel room, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. About 10 minutes later, both girls walked out of the hotel ruins. Come on, Irene, don't be mad. You look pretty handsome in those men's clothes anyway. Liv grinned and winked at her companion meaningfully. Shut up. Irene shook her tied-back white ponytail and shot Liv a dirty look. What now? Should we head to the Allies' assembly point? I think we need to find the professor first. Liv tilted her head thoughtfully, not immediately agreeing. Mommy. Just as the two girls hesitated, a young, tearful cry came from the street. They turned their heads. Near the hotel, right in front of the ruins of a house, knelt a toddler, maybe 2 or 3 years old. His little hand wiped away tears while a chubby arm reached desperately into a small hole beneath the rubble. Kid, this place is dangerous. You need to leave. Irene rushed forward quickly, her face tense, and scooped up the little boy. No, I want Mommy. The boy struggled hard in her arms, refusing to be carried away by the white-haired girl. Irene, look. From the hole under the collapsed house stuck a mud-blackened arm. The hand was twisted, scratching weakly at the dirt. It was a woman's hand, probably the boy's mother. She only had time to push her kid away, Irene said after a moment of silence. Should we still go meet the professor? No, we stay. The German ship is still firing. The Allied forces won't care about Casablanca's civilians. We can save more people by staying right now. The playful smile vanished from Liv's face, replaced by seriousness. I put him to sleep. Come on. We'll hand him over to any civilians who got out. Then we start searching the rubble for other survivors. The white-haired girl sighed, looking at the small boy in her arms. Now I understand why the professor changed the guild's original plan and had us join this war. Those Germans are too much. Even in war, you shouldn't drag civilians into it. The redhead gritted her teeth. Last night, I should have held out longer. Waited for your backup. Then they wouldn't have gotten away. Forget it. You said it yourself. Those two had explosive power. And even with you, I wasn't sure we could hold them. Besides, Irene added bitterly, the Allies learned from last night's intel that the German commander is that SS boss Skorzeny, the so-called ghost of Europe. Only someone like him would give this kind of order to shell civilians. Anyone alive? A corporal in a broken bunker yelled for his buddies, helmet pushed low over his eyes, his face coated in grime. Corporal. Corp. Glad you made it. Shouts came from the drifting smoke. Several soldiers pushed aside sandbags and crawled out from the collapsed defenses. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Carl? He dead. The corporal counted heads, noticing the youngest soldier in his squad was missing. Here, a deep voice echoed faintly from within the white smoke. Then, a figure stumbled out in a strange, flailing sprawl, thrashing wildly as he fell towards them. Thump! The corporal caught the falling body, only to be dragged to the ground by its dead weight. Carl, pal, you packed on weight. Hey, get off me. Wait. He fought to push the body off him and stood up, realizing something was wrong. Carl's skin was deathly pale. 2 small holes marked his neck, like he'd been bitten. His eyes stared wide open, filled with unbelievable terror. He'd been dead a while. Carl was dead. Then whose voice just shouted? The corporal jerked his head up, peering fearfully into the thick smoke ahead. Arg! Before the corporal could warn his men, screams erupted beside him. A dark shape dropped from the air like a giant crow, landing behind one soldier. Before anyone could react, it sank its mouth onto the man's neck. As this creature struck, a lion-headed monster bounded out of the smoke. Thick arms reached out, grabbing the heads of 2 soldiers. Thump! Squish! Both soldiers' skulls exploded right in front of the corporal. Blood and brain matter splattered his face and helmet. What the hell? Furious and terrified, the corporal instinctively raised his M4 carbine, ready to unleash hell on the monsters. I don't believe you should be doing that. A familiar, strongly accented Munich voice spoke dryly by his ear. At the same time, a large arm snaked around from his side, resting lightly beneath his carbine and pushing the barrel skyward. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire rang out. Simultaneously, the corporal felt the icy sting of a blade slash across his own throat. Gurgle. The corporal clutched his gushing neck, eyes wide with confused shock as he toppled backwards. The last image he saw was the cold, pale steel gray eyes of the British lieutenant standing behind him. Thump! His body hit the ground. Lieutenant Colonel, why not use the Americans' uniforms? Qin Lun deftly shoved the corporal's corpse aside, avoiding the blood that might stain the British military uniform he wore as camouflage. Heh! Local intelligence advice, Skorzeny chuckled lightly. The British gear avoids trouble. At least we won't get dragged into any ad hoc tasks by American troops on the road. Even if questioned, he added with a shrug, we can play dumb about Yankee access codes. A shame the British uniforms won't get us into the museum. Qin Lun shrugged his shoulders. Neither would the Yankee gear. The special forces guarding it won't be fooled. Look at these uniforms. Captain Bach approached, eyes gleaming sharply as he gestured at the dead Allied soldiers. Not regular army. American 1st 01 Airborne. They're best. Seems we'll get to see what these esteemed rivals are made of. Baron. Skorzeny turned to Werdenbeller. Any sign they moved the VIPs from the museum during the bombardment? No, Oberstleutnant. Werdenbeller frowned deeply. My familiars kept watch. Not a soul left any of those 3 buildings. I believe all 3 likely have underground bunkers, Oberstleutnant, Grant said calmly. They wouldn't risk moving blindly. Odds are deep underground by now. It's decision time. Which target do we hit? Their 3 suspected targets before were the Casablanca Museum, the city's biggest bank building, and an Allied military security station. Now, under the Gneisenau's focused attention, all 3 were shattered piles of debris, nearly flattened. Their defenses and surrounding blocks were completely wiped out, consumed by flames. Dawn is here, Skorzeny stated firmly. The Gneisenau must soon engage the British fleet. Our fire support ends. We are too few to attack all 3 targets. The Shermans guarding the museum, they didn't deploy. That's our target. He looked decisively towards the burning city, his eyes clear. The reformed assault teams are dispersed around us. Their mission is to hold back enemy reinforcements until their last man falls. That gives us 20 minutes, maybe less. He drew his Walther P-38, its black finish gleaming. The steel blade beside its barrel caught the flickering firelight. Attack, gentlemen of Germany. I found it, follow me. Baron von Werdenbeller appeared before everyone like a ghost and waved his hand. Casablanca Museum had become a pile of ruins under Gneisenau's bombardment. Even the sturdy underground shelter had partially collapsed near the entrance close to the surface, revealing several dim openings. Everyone carefully avoided the two Sherman tanks guarding the ruins. They cleared a hidden collapsed opening and entered the museum's underground. The underground passage was somewhat damp. Casablanca bordered the Atlantic Ocean and was deeply influenced by the sea. It had abundant groundwater, making it a rare oasis in Africa. Explosion-proof lights were installed on both sides of the passage. The air circulation was good, suggesting there were relatively complete ventilation facilities. After walking in this underground passage for nearly 15 minutes, everyone finally discovered that this underground shelter was much larger than they had imagined, probably even bigger than the Casablanca Museum on the ground. Baron von Werdenbeller had already split into several vampire bats to scout the path ahead. However, after just a short while, the Baron's expression turned somewhat strange. "Lieutenant Colonel, it seems this underground shelter covers a very large area, extremely large. There are many forks ahead. This tunnel network might cover the entire downtown area of Casablanca." The Baron turned back in surprise and said, "I can no longer maintain my human form. I'm afraid I'll have to split into all my vampire bats to explore the entire underground network in a short time." Baron von Werdenbeller's words made everyone fall silent. Although the Allied High Command had been forced underground by Gneisenau's shelling, it had only bought them a few dozen minutes. In such narrow passages, vampire bats could easily be ambushed by the enemy. Baron von Werdenbeller was risking his life to pave the way for them. "Lieutenant Colonel, it seems our initial guess was off. This underground network appears to cover all the important buildings of the United States and Britain in downtown Casablanca." Captain Bach analyzed calmly. Your Excellency Baron, we appreciate your effort. Our time is too short. We must find the Allied leaders and their general staff at all costs." Skorzeny said seriously, "Having lived too long, life can sometimes become a burden. I feel honored to contribute to the rise of the German nation." Baron von Werdenbeller bowed gracefully. "Lieutenant Colonel, then we shall meet later." "Baron, please wait." Qin Lun suddenly called out to stop Baron von Werdenbeller, who was about to leave. He turned to Skorzeny and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, the Allied forces have many troops stationed in Casablanca. I believe this underground network will have many checkpoints at important forks. A single vampire bat can convey too little information and lacks the power to pass through these fortifications. Even if they encounter obstacles, it doesn't necessarily mean they've found important targets." "Gerhard, what do you mean?" Skorzeny asked thoughtfully. "We should scout ahead, with the Baron sending a few bats to follow us. Let him coordinate from the center, switching our respective duties." Qin Lun said slowly, his light gray eyes calm. "Good idea. We have enough strength to break through ordinary army checkpoints. If we encounter superpowered beings, the Baron will immediately sense it through the vampire bats and then gather us." Captain Bach agreed, stroking his chin. "But there are only 5 of us. The area we can search is very small, and these underground passages extend in all directions," Baron von Werdenbeller said hesitantly. "Actually, we just forgot one thing. This is Casablanca, not the actual territory of the United States and Britain. Even if they connected the original underground network, it wouldn't be a true underground fortification, at most a temporary shelter." Qin Lun's eyes gradually showed a sharp light. If we analyze based on this, then the enemy's most likely hiding places and shelters should be in the central cores of those 3 important buildings on the ground. A flash of excitement appeared in Skorzeny's eyes. "Lieutenant Gerhard, you've earned the first merit. If everything goes smoothly this time, I will personally meet with the Führer and apply for the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross for you." In the German military rank system, Skorzeny's rank wasn't very high. Lieutenant Colonel was only a mid-level position. However, Skorzeny had another identity, commander of the Oranienburg unit. After the decline of the Brandenburg Special Forces subordinate to the German intelligence agency, the Oranienburg unit inherited almost all the elites of the Brandenburg Special Forces and showed amazing performance, surpassing their predecessors in the mid to late war. Rescuing Mussolini, preventing Hungary's dictator Holthy from making peace with the Allies, a series of sabotages behind Allied lines. The famous reputation of Skorzeny, the Nazi ghost and Europe's most dangerous man, was largely due to the astonishing combat power of this Special Forces unit. As commander of the Oranienburg unit, Skorzeny also held a series of positions within the SS and was one of the few mid-level German officers who could frequently meet German Führer Hitler in the late war. From a certain perspective, Hitler's trust in this loyal dog exceeded that of many German marshals. Hearing Skorzeny's promise, both Baron von Werdenbeller and Captain Bock looked at Qin Lun with envy. The normally calm Air Force captain even pursed his lips in frustration. The Iron Cross Medal of the Third Reich wasn't handed out like candy. It was only awarded to soldiers who had performed particularly brave actions on the battlefield. In other words, it had to be earned by risking one's life. Originally, there were only two types of Iron Cross medals, Iron Cross and Grand Cross. Later, the German Führer added the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross among them. Germany initially thought World War II would end quickly, so the three-level division of the Iron Cross medal was sufficient. But unexpectedly, the war lasted a full 5 years, and even now, the two major camps hadn't completely determined the outcome. As a result, the German military had to further subdivide the Knight's Cross level, dividing it into Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords, Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, swords and diamonds, and Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with golden oak leaves, swords, and diamonds. 5 levels in total. In the World War II history of Qin Lun's original timeline, only thousands among tens of millions of German soldiers received the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, while only a few hundred received the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves. The number of recipients for higher-level medals was even fewer, with only one person receiving the highest level. As for the Grand Cross, only one person received it as well, Germany's only Reichsmarschall Göring. Qin Lun, possessing Gerhard's residual memories, discovered in this timeline that the history of the Iron Cross medal had shifted. Germany didn't divide the Knight's Cross level into 5 categories, only distinguishing between Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, and Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords. For the ordinary Iron Cross medal, it was divided into 5 classes. Even the lowest 5th class Iron Cross required German soldiers to have performed life-risking brave actions. A strong-willed German soldier would definitely receive a 5th class Iron Cross if he participated in the war for half a year without dying. For medals above the 3rd class Iron Cross, the number of recipients would drastically decrease. This wasn't because these German soldiers no longer performed brave acts, but because repeated acts of bravery had long turned them into souls on the battlefield. German soldiers who could receive Iron Cross medals above 3rd class, or even the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, were either German officers independently commanding troops or exceptionally outstanding Air Force pilots and master snipers. Gerhard, whom Qin Lun had possessed, was a master sniper who had once received a 1st class Iron Cross. If this operation was considered his primary merit, he really might receive a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Consider that their commander, the leader of the Gentleman Alliance, Skorzeny, had repeatedly led the Oranienburg unit to change the course of the war. As the commander of a special forces unit capable of influencing all of Europe, and also a confidant of the Empire's Führer, the highest Iron Cross he had received was only the Knight's Cross, showing how precious this medal was. In fact, no one had received the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross in this timeline. There were only 2 recipients of the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords, the Navy's U-boat Wolfpack, Commander Donitz, and Air Force Marshal Göring. For the next 2 medal levels, there were fewer than 50 recipients of the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, and fewer than 200 recipients of the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Receiving such a medal was truly considered bringing honor to one's ancestors in the minds of German soldiers. Not to mention German soldiers like Captain Bock, who regarded honor as life. Even Baron von Werdenbeller, who held no military position, felt somewhat jealous of Qin Lun at this moment. Haha, you don't need to envy Gerhard. Actually, this operation involves the entire course of the war. If we can successfully achieve our goal, all main team members can receive Iron Cross medals. Skorzeny encouraged again. Baron von Werdenbeller and Captain Bock looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The reason Gerhard could receive the Knight's Cross was partly because he already had a 1st class Iron Cross, while they didn't have 1st class Iron Cross medals. so naturally they couldn't hope for the Knight's Cross. Besides, honor wasn't about levels. Gerhard really came up with a good idea this time, so crediting him with the primary merit was acceptable. Now that we have a clear target, even with only 5 people, we should be able to quickly find the Allied core shelter. Baron von Werdenbeller said with a smile. Your sense of direction isn't as good as mine. Let me lead the way for everyone. Baron von Werdenbeller stretched out his hands. His arms and sleeves turned into a group of black bat shadows. Several of them climbed onto everyone's shoulders, while others flew deeper into the fork in the passage. Good luck to everyone. Skorzeny transformed instantly and followed one of the bats. Good luck. The others immediately set off as well, dispersing into the forks ahead. Qin Lun alone slipped into one passage. But after walking not far, he slowly stopped, crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, as if waiting for someone. Hee, your method is good. We finally got rid of them. Someone quickly caught up from behind in the passage and looked at Qin Lun laughing. As we expected, Skorzeny ultimately dispersed the personnel. You were too slow. Qin Lun straightened up and said flatly as he looked at the newcomer. Hey, did Lin Feng send any more messages? Grant's large figure stepped out from under the light, and he pursed his lips with an unclear meaning. No, not yet. The progress on that side mission that Lily and Little Lien received is still not very significant. Qin Lun said coldly. I didn't expect that after they were captured by the Allied forces, the main quest would actually have such a change. It seems that the shattered starry sky indeed set up several branches in the main storyline, not making us fight the Allied forces head-on. That's to be expected. Relying solely on the Gentleman Alliance line, this Heracles' main quest would have been far too difficult. With the opportunity created by Lily and the others' capture, we now have intelligence from both sides. Could it be? Clown Grant stopped mid-sentence as if he had thought of something. It seemed this clown wasn't as rough as he appeared on the surface. Although he had only just realized it now, his reaction was quite sharp. At the same time, a glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Lun's eyes, and he slightly lowered his head to conceal the expression on his face. In fact, after Qin Lun and Gran arrived at the intelligence outpost last night, they quickly received information sent by Lily and Little Lien through the team channel. These 2 apostles, who were posing as medics in the Oranienburg unit, actually received a hidden branch mission from the enemy's hands. During World War II, although the United States had become the world's leading industrial power thanks to the accumulation from World War I, it was not yet the most scientifically and technologically advanced nation. It was only after World War II, when the United States and the Soviet Union divided the legacy left by Germany, that they replaced Britain and France, which had suffered huge losses in the war, becoming the 2 poles of the world. At this time, all of Germany's science and technology were at the forefront of the world, and even medicine was highly developed. Being able to become medics for the superhumans of the Gentleman Alliance, it was clear that Lily and Little Lien, after being captured, were also regarded by the Allied forces as outstanding surgeons. Thus, bizarrely, Lily and Little Lien received a hidden branch mission from the Allied forces in Casablanca. This mission was called Save the Father of Modern Physics. This so-called father of modern physics was the same person, whether in Qin Lun's time or in this world. The founder of the theory of relativity and quantum theory, the pioneer and founder of modern physics, the German-American Jew, Albert Einstein. In fact, many later scholars held the view that if the Third Reich had not exterminated the Jews and driven out those German scientists, including Albert Einstein and the father of the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer, perhaps the Germans would have developed the atomic bomb before 1945. If that had happened, the outcome of the war might have changed considerably. Perhaps the history of this time and space was different. The father of modern physics, Albert Einstein, was now in Casablanca. He was leading a research institute for the Allied forces, similar to the German Aryan Arc Corps. This institute had multiple strategic plans. According to what Lily and Little Lien heard indirectly, the known strategic plans of the institute included the later famously known Manhattan Project and Super Soldier Program. The content of the Manhattan Project might be unknown to other German soldiers, but Qin Lun and the others, who came from another time and space, knew it clearly. It was the most powerful devil weapon of the old century, the nuclear fission atomic bomb. As for the other super soldier program, one of its super soldiers had fought against German superhumans during the Normandy landings. His real name might be known to very few, but his nickname was already world famous during World War II. He was called Captain America. In Qin Lun's time and space, Albert Einstein fell seriously ill in 1948, developing a large aortic aneurysm in his abdominal aorta. After surgery, he fell ill again in 1955 and died from abdominal bleeding. In this world, because the war process was more intense, and in order to end the war as quickly as possible, Einstein participated in and led the Allied forces' unconventional warfare power integration plan. As a result, this nearly 70-year-old man fell seriously ill prematurely in Casablanca due to overwork. Although there were many Allied forces stationed in Casablanca, there was a lack of highly skilled surgeons. So, Lily and little lEND were forcibly enlisted by the Allied forces to assist in treating Albert Einstein. Although this was done out of necessity, in the view of the Allied forces, Lily and little lEND were just medics and had surrendered voluntarily, not fighting to the death like other German soldiers. Moreover, they did not know that the person they were treating was Albert Einstein, and even for the sake of their own lives, they would try their best to save the patient, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. What the Allied forces didn't know was that these two fake women had another identity as apostles. The moment they came into contact with Albert Einstein, the shattered starry sky prompted them that they had triggered a hidden branch mission, and it was one with very low difficulty. After receiving the intelligence from little lEND and Lily, the two serial killers understood that this was a major hint given by the shattered starry sky. At that moment, they immediately realized the doubts about the difficulty of the main quest when they first entered the world. If they continued to follow Skorzeny now, with the time limit of about 20 minutes, to assassinate the Allied leaders, that would be the highest difficulty, quasi-major level. If they followed the clues provided by Lily and little lEND, as long as they found any Allied researcher in this underground area, they might receive other hidden branches, with difficulties ranging from sergeant level to lieutenant level. With the team channel hints from little lEND and Lily, 20 minutes was enough for them to come into contact with an Allied researcher related to unconventional warfare power. Apart from these clues that could be immediately understood, when Qin Lun received this intelligence, he also realized another issue: the hidden information regarding team missions. They entered this world in team mode. Judging from the main quest, if little lEND and Lily had not been captured, it would have been impossible to obtain intelligence from the enemy side. They would have had to fight to the death with Skorzeny, with a very high probability of mission failure. In other words, the hidden hint given by the shattered starry sky had always been there. It just depended on whether they could realize it. Thus, the so-called team mission was like an iceberg, with only a small part visible on the surface, while huge variables were hidden beneath the water. That is to say, once apostles formed a team, the intelligence basis for the mission would be completely different from that of individual missions. The intelligence for individual missions was guided by the content of a one-sided mission, while team missions expanded to the entire faction and the whole world, requiring intelligence from more sources, including even internal intelligence from the enemy faction. Taking the orphan world that Qin Lun had experienced as an example, he couldn't just obtain intelligence from the demon hunter's side. He also needed intelligence from the witch's side to better solve the mission. Under the circumstances at that time, this clearly exceeded Qin Lun's capabilities. Not to mention him, anyone, under the restrictions of stay time and faction, couldn't split into two halves to obtain internal intelligence from both major factions simultaneously. Qin Lun calmly glanced at Grant. The clown should have realized it by now as well. Individual missions and team missions weren't just different in difficulty. The key difference also lay in the inequality of information. No matter how great one's personal ability was, it would be difficult to complete even the most ordinary team mission. Thus, for serial killers like them, this would probably be the first bottleneck in their continued apostle careers and even their survival in future otherworld missions. Dissector Qin Lun, Shepherd Hill, Clown Grant, Disciple Hansen, Firecracker Rand. The serial killers didn't lack combat power or wit. In some aspects, even their willpower was top-notch. However, it was almost impossible for them to trust other apostles. How to hide themselves in a team of normal apostles. How to gain others' trust without having to give their own trust. This would be an important topic for the serial killers in the future. Just thinking about the numerous betrayals and hidden malice contained in this topic would make a normal person shudder. It seems you're ahead of us, Grant said meaningfully, having flashed through everything Qin Lun had realized earlier in just a short moment. No wonder Shepard said you are the most frightening one among us. Look at little lEND and Lily. Among the several leaders, they only trust you. They trust Qin Lun, not the dissector. Qin Lun avoided the clown's gaze and said calmly, "Let's go, we don't have much time." Watching Qin Lun's back as he walked ahead, a cold light appeared in Grant's eyes, and he muttered softly, "They are wrong. The dissector might still have a shred of possibility to be trusted, but Qin Lun, 5 or 6 minutes later, Grant and Qin Lun, moving at full speed, finally approached the Research Institute location that little lEND and Lily had indicated. Due to the Casablanca summit meeting this time, where the Allied forces were integrating unconventional warfare power within their faction, the Comprehensive War Research Institute led by Albert Einstein had also come entirely to Casablanca. During the early morning shelling by the Gneisenau, scientists from the Allied nations all hid in underground shelters. For safety reasons, they were not gathered together but were separated into several locations to avoid the shelling. The researchers that little lEND and Lily could come into contact with were only a small part. The location where Qin Lun and Grant were now was one of the shelters for scientists. However, after turning the corner in the passage ahead, Qin Lun and Grant had to stop with grave expressions. They had finally encountered obstructions here. Miss Kathleen, it seems we have visitors here too." A tall American dressed as a cowboy took the leather whip from his waist and turned to his companion with a laugh. A man and a woman stood calmly in front of Qin Lun and Grant, looking as if they had prepared in advance. These superpowered beings recruited by the Allied governments came from all over. Most of them had rich combat and adventure experience, and were exceptionally good at adapting to sudden changes. When the Gneisenau began its bombardment, most ordinary soldiers were still confused and did not know what to do. But these superhumans had already reacted. They protected the Allied leaders and the scientists from the Research Institute, leading them into the underground shelter. They also placed guards at key passages to prevent sudden attacks from the German Gentleman Alliance. After capturing little lEND and Lily, these Allied superhumans immediately received the codename Task Force. In response to the enemy's codename, Gentleman Alliance, the Allied higher-ups called their own superhumans the Justice League. It was just a bit strange. Aside from the superpowered beings from the military, like Captain America, most other civilian superpowered beings did not really like the nickname Justice League. To many of them, there was no such thing as justice in war. It was just that, relatively speaking, Nazi Germany started the war and caused greater harm to civilians in European countries. If it was to end the war faster, they were willing to join the Allied forces and contribute their own strength. The man and woman standing in front of the two serial killers were not as inexperienced as Little Red Riding Hood, whom they met last night. These were two more mature superpowered beings. Among the man and woman, the man was tall and handsome, visually over 6'3", about 1.90 m. He wore a white shirt and a black leather coat, with a cowboy hat on his head and a refined calfskin whip at his waist. The beauty called Kathleen by her companion appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a tall figure, nearly 6 feet. Her outfit was black and white. She only wore a black bustier on top and a simple midi skirt with a front slit below. Her style somewhat resembled a flamboyant gypsy woman. But this gypsy woman now had 2 ammunition belts wrapped around her waist, and she held a Webley 6 revolver in each hand, looking heroic and spirited. It really did not match the charming and attractive image of a gypsy woman. These two seemed to match the description little Liv gave last night. Dr. Jones, be careful. Looks like we hit the jackpot. Kathleen looked at the two in front of her, her bright eyes flashing as she slightly frowned. Qin Lun, the female shooter, is yours. Grant suddenly spoke. From the sudden encounter to recognizing each other, only a few seconds had passed. But while Qin Lun was still observing the two opposite them, the Joker Grant beside him had already fixed his gaze on one person, his eyes shining. The one he paid attention to was not the beautiful and mature Kathleen, but the tall, handsome, and charming cowboy man. After the Joker spoke, without waiting for Qin Lun's response, he roared like a tiger and lunged toward the man. Qin Lun felt a bit surprised. When Joker Grant was in the Earth Federation, there were male victims too, but they were all men with very good skin, more feminine types. The man in front of them, although handsome and charming, was the heroic type, not effeminate at all. His skin was extremely rough. If not for his elegant demeanor, he would seem more like a laborer exposed to wind and sun. Of course, Qin Lun did not actually know that Grant, who came from the North American region of the Federation, had recognized the identity of the man before them. Although the history of the Earth Federation and this timeline's world were different, this man's life story had not changed much. He was still the world's leading archaeology doctor and adventure expert. For Joker Grant, this man was a legend he had heard about since childhood. The moment he saw this man, his desire to fight soared to the maximum, even making him ignore Kathleen, a top-level masked prey. Although he did not know why the Joker changed his usual hunting habits, Qin Lun reacted quickly. He pushed off with his toes and swiftly retreated into the branching path on the right side of the corridor. The place where Kathleen and Jones were guarding was a crossroads. Here, they could better intercept attackers from multiple directions. Seeing Qin Lun retreat into the right corridor, Kathleen's eyes flashed, and she immediately chased after him rapidly. This was not because her combat desire was high and she abandoned her post. Rather, in the intelligence given to her by Little Red Riding Hood Liv, Grant was a superhuman with powerful recovery abilities, and this German soldier carrying a Kar-98K sniper rifle was a super marksman. These two, one for close combat and one for long range, cooperated very well. Letting the super marksman move away from the battle and hide in the shadows was definitely not a good idea. Besides, Kathleen herself was also very skilled in marksmanship, quite famous in their small circle. She was also very interested in the renowned German sniper on the battlefield. You wear the Edelweiss and Iron Cross medal on your chest. It seems you come from the German mountain ranger troops. Are you Matthias Hetzenaar, Sepp Allerberger, or Helmut Wernsberger? Just as Kathleen rounded the corner of the branching path, she found that Qin Lun had disappeared. She only saw the fleeting figure of a man at another intersection ahead. While speaking, Kathleen's movements were not slow. While chasing, she suddenly swung her arm in a half-circle in front of her, simultaneously twisting and flicking her gun wrist. The Webley 6 revolver in her right hand fired. Bang! In the bright corridor, a fiery red bullet shot forward like lightning. But the bullet's trajectory was very strange. It drew an arc in the air, actually curving around the corner, chasing after the man's figure. The pores on Qin Lun's back stood up, his scalp tingled, and his body moved before his consciousness could react. He dove forward in a diving-like posture and rolled. He felt a scorching heat flow graze the back of his head, and it seemed he even smelled the scent of burnt hair in his nostrils. Matthias Hetzenaar, Sepp Allerberger, and Helmut Wernsberger all belonged to the 3rd Mountain Division. They were just the top 3 snipers in the newspapers. The strength of German snipers is beyond your imagination. Qin Lun flipped over and sat up, transferring the Kar-98K modified sniper rifle from his right hand to his left. He gripped it strangely, like holding a baseball bat. My total record is nearly double that of Matthias, but in the Mountain Ranger troops, I only ranked 13th, currently 5th in active service. Time to test the practical effect of that shooting skill. After transferring the sniper rifle to his left hand, a light like the morning star shone in Qin Lun's eyes. While muttering to himself, he swung the sniper rifle behind him with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand reached behind his back, took the rifle back again, then forcefully twisted his arm, swinging it forward from behind in a nunchaka-like arm-switching striking motion. Bang! A stream of fire shot from the muzzle of the Kar-98K modified sniper rifle. In the spreading gun smoke, a slender armor-piercing bullet burst forth. The rear part of the armor-piercing bullet quickly disintegrated, instantly leaving only a silver conical bullet head with spiral patterns. The silver bullet head spun rapidly, emitting a sharp whistling sound in the air. Several explosion-proof lights in the corridor suddenly shattered. The bullet head also curved around the intersection in front of Qin Lun, shooting explosively toward Kathleen. This was another special shooting technique Qin Lun created using the combat model ability of the Death Notice, Besides the weakness crosshair, the spiral shooting technique. The Kar-98K modified sniper rifle was a long-barreled firearm. Using Qin Lun's spiral shooting technique with a long-barreled gun was not easy. For this, Qin Lun had modified the original rifle's barrel rifling, sacrificing some bullet muzzle velocity in exchange for stronger bullet spin. But Qin Lun's arm strength was insufficient. He could not directly curve the bullet trajectory, so he had to use this ridiculous nunchaka-like motion. This time, it was the beauty Kathleen whose hair stood on end, but she was clearly more prepared than Qin Lun. She stepped back, crossing her feet, her twin guns dancing. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out in the corridor. For a rifle bullet breaking twice the speed of sound, it was already too late to defend after hearing the gunshot. Kathleen's wild shooting with both guns was not after Qin Lun fired, but before that, due to an inexplicable sense of danger. The two Webley 6 revolvers instantly fired all the remaining 11 bullets. The bullets did not form a net in the air to intercept Qin Lun's armor-piercing bullet. Instead, they collided and scattered chaotically. After the 11 bullets shattered, tiny fragments almost filled the entire cross-section of the corridor. The armor-piercing bullet shot from the Kar-98K passed through the curtain of rain, made of bullet fragments like a sharp sword. It touched several small fragments, and its trajectory was inevitably affected. At the same time, feeling the power of the spiral shot, Kathleen advanced instead of retreating, quickly lunging toward the branching path corner. Thud! Even though the armor-piercing bullet slightly changed its strange trajectory, Kathleen's actions still made her pay a price. A stream of blood shot from her left shoulder. The armor-piercing bullet did not stay in her body. It shot out from her back, deeply embedding into the stone wall of the corridor. A cold light shone in Kathleen's eyes. Her opponent's marksmanship was even better than Little Red Riding Hood Liv described. She could have retreated to avoid it, which would have prevented injury, but then she definitely could not get close to Qin Lun. It might have led to a stalemate here, or even letting the opponent escape. Kathleen obviously did not want to see such a situation. This German shooter was too terrifying. If they could not defeat him here, the leaders of the three major allied nations would still not be safe. This summit meeting aimed at ending the war would still face great risks. Moreover, as an associate professor at Grimm Academy, it was she who brought Little Red Riding Hood Liv here. She felt greatly responsible for the red-haired girl's danger. Perhaps capturing Qin Lun would ease her guilt a little. With your marksmanship, how could you only be fifth in active service? It must be because you were in prison recently and wasted a lot of time, right? Kathleen giggled as she slipped around the corner, her gaze meeting Qin Lun's cold, numb, light gray eyes. Qin Lun's face was calm and expressionless, but his mind was churning. After all, the Kar-98K was just a rifle. Its firing rate could not compare to a revolver at all. The Gentleman Alliance assault time was limited. The opponent could have just stalled with him here, waiting for reinforcements. Why did she have to come over and engage in close combat with him? Unless... A spark of insight flashed in Qin Lun's mind. Stalemate and defense had already sufficed, yet Kathleen specifically ran up to Qin Lun, determined to settle their match decisively. Was it mere competitiveness driving her? Clearly not. Despite their brief encounter, Qin Lun keenly sensed that Kathleen was far more mature than Little Red Riding Hood Liv. She wouldn't abandon her post and risk close combat on a whim. Unless Kathleen had received word from others. She must know all members of the Gentleman Alliance were under attack, and realized the passage she guarded likely held none of the three major allied leaders, the true key figures. Furthermore, Kathleen's combat arts might not primarily rely on ranged attacks. She probably excelled at close-quarters combat. Perhaps she believed holding her position defensively was secondary. The critical task was eliminating him, this super shooter, eradicating the potential threat to the summit. As for how Kathleen knew Gerthard, whose body Qin Lun inhabited, had been in prison, that information surely came from Xiao Yin and Lily after their capture. Facing the Allied forces' numerous talents, the twin apostles likely had no chance to lie. Being apostles themselves, Xiao Yin and Lily would feel no guilt betraying other Gentleman Alliance members, so long as Qin Lun and Grant's true abilities remained secret. By now, the Allies doubtless possessed a complete dossier on the Gentleman Alliance's personnel and superpowers. Understanding this, Qin Lun immediately retreated, running backward. The enemy wanted close combat, win or lose, denying her that advantage was paramount. Since she abandoned her post, he'd lure her farther away. Qin Lun made a swift decision. Failure meant surrender at worst. Victory, however, must preclude another man rescuing Kathleen. Seeing Qin Lun turn and flee without hesitation, Kathleen paused briefly. Her concern wasn't personal safety. She worried a misstep might doom Dr. Jones, locked in combat with another German soldier behind her, and surrender the very scientist she was protecting to the Gentleman Alliance. Kathleen, stunningly beautiful, was no mere ornament. As an associate professor at Grimm Academy, her hesitation lasted mere seconds. She chose pursuit, chasing Qin Lun relentlessly. Crucially, Kathleen's cultivated magical energy vastly surpassed her students, Little Red Riding Hood Liv and Snow White Irene. Qin Lun's modified Kar-98K sniper rifle could cripple Liv, but couldn't pierce Kathleen's protective Qi defense energy against the super shooter. The ranged contest inherently favored her. Qin Lun combined his intermediate shooting mastery with the Death Notice's combat model to create weakness crosshair and spiral shot techniques. Yet, gunpowder weapons possessed inherent limitations against superhuman foes like Kathleen. Armor-piercing rounds traveling at 2 or 3 times the speed of sound could penetrate thin steel plates. FN 500's max power instant shot, augmented by weakness crosshair, might pierce an inch of steel. Powerful? Undoubtedly, but only against ordinary humans. Superhumans like Kathleen, blessed with potent bloodlines or cultivated Qi and magic, defied physical laws. These energies reduced gunpowder weaponry's physical attacks to the equivalent of toy water guns. Kinetic energy derived from velocity and mass obeyed physical laws. Yet those very laws faced severe limitations under the influence of magical or combat Qi energies. For instance, a seemingly unstoppable bullet could vanish entirely into a minor spatial displacement array cast by a space-time magician. A wind magician could deflect its trajectory with wind elements. An earth magician could condense earth elements into a diamond-hard shield. A combat Qi user possessed such heightened danger perception that hitting them became nearly impossible. Would higher-tier firearms and ammo amplify Qin Lun's weakness crosshair and spiral shot? This depended on the combat model underpinning these techniques. Both were fundamentally based on Earth's physics. Switching firearms required matching the calculations dictated by these models. The FN 500 couldn't utilize spiral shot, confined to weakness crosshair because its instant shot lacked a ballistic trajectory. It appeared instantly at the target, bypassing obstacles. Therefore, only when Qin Lun advanced his shooting skills to master or grandmaster level would he comprehend superior ballistic principles, refine weakness crosshair and spiral shot within his combat model, and truly become capable of terminating superhumans like Kathleen with a single shot. Bang! 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 Kathleen and Qin Lun traded shots as they chased through the tunnel, shattering debris from the walls and floor. Neither employed ricochets now. Inaccuracy against moving targets was one reason. The excessive strain on their bodies from triggering adrenaline overloads, potentially causing muscle pulls and mental fatigue, was the other. Possessing high perception, they often evaded before the other even fully aimed. Current shots served merely to slow the pursuit and escape. After minutes of running, Qin Lun noted Kathleen's superior speed closing their initial gap. Thankfully, they were now some distance from Grant and Jones's skirmish, achieving his primary tactical goal. Now, Qin Lun stopped abruptly, spun around, and swung his sniper rifle like a club at Kathleen. Heh, giving up. Kathleen's lips curled with faint mockery, though a flicker of seriousness passed through her eyes. Pre-war intelligence noted German soldiers heavily relied on entrenching tools. 1. In melee. She suspected Qin Lun was using his rifle as one now. Qin Lun's Kar-98K was no ordinary Mauser. Even the stock was forged steel, incredibly heavy. Only a superpowered being could handle it effortlessly. With the stock ground, it might genuinely serve as a makeshift shovel. But a rifle wasn't a shovel. Such a hard blow would surely wreck its internals. A rifle was a shooter's life. Qin Lun's action felt bizarrely reckless, triggering her danger sense. Despite her unease, Kathleen moved swiftly. A light tap of her foot spun her aside, Evading the rifle's arc, raising her left hand, she fired the Webley point-blank at Qin Lun's temple, too. Shooting this close? Qin Lun's scalp prickled. He jerked his head instinctively, feeling a searing burn by his ear, warm liquid tracing his cheek. Humph! Qin Lun grunted. Ignoring the wound, he heaved the rifle back up, aiming another swing at her. Kathleen giggled softly, pushing the rifle barrel aside. Her long legs coiled and leapt. She sailed gracefully over Qin Lun's head. Her gypsy-style skirt with a high front slit billowed up, momentarily obscuring his view. Designed for movement, such skirts offered surprising freedom. Bang! Mid-flip, 3, Kathleen fired again at the crown of his head. Qin Lun managed to avoid a headshot, but felt his shoulder numbed. The bullet had fractured bone. Now, Qin Lun knew Kathleen's close combat specialty. Firing while grappling wasn't impossible, but demanded immense training. Precise wrist/finger coordination paired with evasion. Divided focus usually created exploitable openings. Yet Kathleen's earlier maneuvers had flowed seamlessly, almost dance-like. It clearly wasn't her first time employing such tactics. This was combat gunmanship, a style of close-quarters gunfighting Qin Lun had never witnessed. Despite the dire situation, elation unexpectedly surged within him. Firearms techniques could incorporate breathtaking artistry. Kathleen's combat gunmanship revealed a super skill merging ranged lethality with melee finesse, perhaps unlocking a hidden door only a master shooter could enter. Their fervent dance continued. Qin Lun soon bled profusely from multiple wounds, half his face slick with crimson. His only gains were 2 solid strikes with the Kar 98KS stock against Kathleen's thigh, leaving large, livid bruises staining her pale skin. 4. Thud. The third stock strike on her thigh finally ignited Kathleen's temper. The repeated blows had landed dangerously near the groin area. Though her femur remained intact, the deep bruising significantly hampered her agility. Sharp, tearing pain lanced through her inner thigh with each landing. Moreover, being battered there repeatedly carried a uniquely profound humiliation for a woman. Qin Lun sustained 7 or 8 hits from the Webley, the bullet holes bleeding heavily, staining his uniform crimson. Yet his pale gray pupils remained unnaturally calm, devoid of pain, cold, and unyielding as stone. Facing this silent, relentlessly striking German soldier, a sliver of respect surfaced in Kathleen's heart. Oomph! Landing aggravated the pain deep within her thigh. Kathleen arched an elegant brow, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Frustration born of pain, and perhaps grudging admiration for his indomitable will, began to smolder within her. "Since you're so fond of using your sniper rifle as an entrenching tool," she hissed coldly, "I'll destroy it. See what you wield then." When Qin Lun swung the rifle again, Kathleen did not evade. For the first time in the fight, she merely shifted her body, letting the stock pass by. 5. Her right hand erupted with blinding white light, enveloping the Webley. 6. Its sturdy grip slammed brutally against the Kar 98KS receiver. Clang. A colossal metallic clang reverberated. Though metallic, rifles are complex assemblies. The savage impact between 2 superhumans instantly shattered both weapons, strewing fragmented components across the cold tunnel floor. Seeing his sniper rifle and Kathleen's Webley, in her right hand, mutually destroyed. 7. Qin Lun's marble-cold visage finally registered a tremor. A flicker of intent shone in his pale gray eyes. She'd finally lost patience. Now reduced to a single sidearm, Qin Lun would rather take several hits and insist on using his sniper rifle like a fire poker instead of close combat weapons like the Dagger of Sin or FN 500, because he had his own considerations. First, he didn't have Joey's close combat abilities. While his other personality was observing during the switch, watching lots of movies didn't mean he could imitate the fighting moves of movie protagonists. During his time in Handan prison, fights between Qin Lun and other inmates were mostly handled by Joey. His current close combat abilities were purely built through the combat model. Without inputting detailed combat data of opponents and just relying on assumptions, he would be snapped out of his hypnotic state in one encounter. Qin Lun wasn't using the Dagger of Sin or FN 500 partly to gather Kathleen's combat data and to mislead her into thinking he was purely a long-range shooter. Also, compared to the sniper rifle, The dagger of Qin and FN 500 had one drawback. They weren't heavy enough. Before the close combat started, Qin Lun had a plan. He wanted to provoke Kathleen and make her destroy his sniper rifle. Kathleen wasn't an apostle and didn't have a storage space. Her outfit was quite revealing, a low-cut top and a slit skirt. Besides 2 pistols, she could only hide a small dagger in her boots. To destroy Qin Lun's sniper rifle, a dagger wouldn't work. She had to use her pistol. The Webley 6 revolver was an early model retired by late World War II. Its features were obvious: large caliber and heavy at 1.277 kilograms. If held by the barrel and used to strike with its metal handle, it was no different from a hammer. So, when Qin Lun deliberately swung his sniper rifle and hit Kathleen's sensitive spots with the stock, the beautiful hunter finally let her guard down. At the cost of damaging 1 pistol, she smashed his sniper rifle. In fact, when Qin Lun saw Kathleen using her pistol to smash the rifle, he reacted almost instantly, even deliberately leaning forward. The moment the 2 guns collided, he threw the shattered sniper rifle at her and rolled backward on the ground. While rolling, Qin Lun took out a monocle from his chest and put it on. His light gray pupils slowly turned crimson, but his cold expression oddly looked confused. Qin Lun rose immediately after the roll, turned around, and knelt on one knee. He extended his arms, holding the FN 500 steadily with both hands. Tilting his head slightly, he brought his right eye with the combat gauge to the gun's sights, as if instantly becoming a marble statue in a firing pose. Target compatibility not fully analyzed. Average agility 42, fluctuation above 5. Other attributes incomplete. Combat gauge estimated combat power. Data exceeds blue quality combat gauge judgment. Estimated 3 digits or more. Combat gauge estimated defense strength. 89, fluctuation above 13 points. Health points, unknown. Prediction mode activated. Precise combat model unavailable. Creating subjective model. Entering shooting unit calculation. Wind speed less than level 1. Based on attack range. Light energy scatterguns resistance negligible. Eliminate target at 11 o'clock direction. Height 1.78 meters. Distance 3.23 meters. Elevation 23.2 degrees. Estimated focused energy bullet cannot pierce target's defense energy. Activating second shooting option. Activating personal special shooting skill. Weakness crosshair. Shooting plan assessment. Fire in 0.28 seconds. Impact point at left-hand Webley pistol. Kathleen's agility far exceeded Qin Lun's, but he had planned this moment while she needed reaction time. So when Qin Lun simultaneously retreated, drew his gun, and aimed in a fluid motion, she felt completely caught off guard. Kathleen was a master of close combat, evident from how she taught Little Red Riding Hood live, whose movements were agile and graceful like dance. In close combat, Kathleen had sharp instincts and strong perception, able to dodge subconsciously before danger struck, a basic talent for combat gunmanship. When the tiny crosshair appeared in the center of Qin Lun's pupils again, Kathleen shuddered like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her forward-leaping body seemed to hit an invisible wall, flying backward against physics. This must be the powerful ability Little Red Riding Hood Live encountered late last night. Damn, it wasn't executed with a sniper rifle, but with the Luger pistol. Watching the Luger pistol held steadily in Qin Lun's hands, Kathleen had a flash of understanding. But why didn't he use it earlier? Why swing the sniper rifle around? The Luger pistol was far more suitable for close combat than the bulky sniper rifle, which didn't even have a bayonet. Gaining this crucial insight, Kathleen grew suspicious. She was an experienced associate professor at Grimm Academy, not a rookie like Little Red Riding Hood. Recalling their earlier fight and this new information, she quickly noticed several oddities in Qin Lun's actions. He did it on purpose. He wanted me to use my pistol to smash his sniper rifle. But what's the point? I have more than one pistol. Thinking of her guns, Kathleen immediately looked at the Webley 6 revolver in her left hand and gasped in shock. She realized that while dodging his powerful shooting skill, she had instinctively blocked her face with the left-hand pistol. Could his goal be? Kathleen's pupils suddenly contracted into pinpricks. Bang! A clear gunshot rang in the corridor. Guided by the powerful calculations of weakness crosshair, the light energy scattergun's shots, controlled by Qin Lun's perception, converged from scattered pellets into a single cone-shaped energy bullet that struck the revolver, shielding Kathleen's face. The strength of dark gold weapons lay in their unique skills. The FN 500's instant shootability was fully demonstrated at this moment. Kathleen jolted. Despite her reaction speed, she couldn't dodge in time. The steel cylinder of the revolver shattered into pieces, completely destroyed. Clap, clap, clap. Kathleen casually discarded the small remaining part of the revolver and wiped a trickle of blood from her cheek caused by the shrapnel. She applauded her opponent's brilliant performance, even smiling warmly, though a cold glint flashed deep in her eyes. I think I need to change my view of you. I originally thought you were like ordinary Nazi soldiers, tough, brave, cold, but lacking flexibility. I didn't expect your cunning to match your shooting skills. You successfully set a trap and destroyed both my guns. Kathleen's voice had the soft allure of a mature woman, with a hint of coquettishness, the kind of beautiful murmur that could make men linger. But her smile gradually faded as she spoke. I should have realized earlier that being selected as a superhuman for Skorzeny's Gentleman Alliance meant you couldn't be just an ordinary sniper. I never thought besides using a sniper rifle, you could fire such a powerful magic light bullet with a Luger pistol. Kathleen said expressionlessly. However, deceiving a beauty's feelings is a great sin. Do you really think I can't do anything besides dual-wielding pistols? Of course not. As a professor at Grim Academy, since you taught a student like Little Red Riding Hood, you must be versatile and not limited to one attack method. Qin Lun's cold, numb face suddenly broke into a smile. But during the bombardment of the Nizhina, you were busy evacuating the 3 nation leaders and scientists, then immediately assigned by the Justice League to guard the underground passage. You don't usually dress so revealingly and alluringly, do you? After all, Academy professors need to maintain decorum in front of students. Wearing this to fight must be a last resort. Most of your equipment is probably buried in the rubble above ground, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be using a nearly retired Webley revolver, but the kind of magic firearms Little Red Riding Hood uses. Let me guess. Did you get that Webley from some British senior officer temporarily? I've heard many World War I British veterans like collecting this gun as an antique. Kathleen fell silent, her pupils slightly dilating as a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. It wasn't strange that Qin Lun knew she was a professor at Grim Academy. A big shot like Skorzeny could deduce the Academy's involvement from Little Red Riding Hood. At her age, she couldn't be a student, only a professor. What surprised her was that Qin Lun's other guesses were all correct. Her luck had been terrible during the recent shelling. Her room took a direct hit from a 150mm shell from the Nizhina. If she hadn't been awakened by the whistle of the shell at the last moment, she would have been buried in the rubble with her gear. The Webley pistols she held were actually given to her by General Montgomery, who was with British Prime Minister Churchill. One was the general's own sidearm, the other belonged to his chief of staff. Judging from Little Red Riding Hood's combat skills, your abilities should be similar to your students, mainly focused on agile and delicate weapon-based close combat, not true hand-to-hand expertise. That fits the characteristics of female combat professions. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, showing his trademark charming smile for the first time since entering this world. However, on Gerthard's rough Germanic features, it looked unusually ferocious. So what? Your clumsiness with the sniper rifle definitely wasn't faked. You're not good at close combat either. Kathleen sneered. Let's see how you defeat me. Even if she wasn't great at hand-to-hand, she wouldn't lose to an amateur. Besides, her magical energy was still plentiful. With prior preparation, she felt she no longer had to fear that strange Luger pistol of his. And no, not me. The person you'll face next isn't me. Cough, cough. Even though it's necessary, I still hate this feeling every time. Ah, Qin Lun suddenly spoke, the red light in his eyes blazing. He clutched his head, bent over, and curled up like a shrimp. Watching her opponent's painful state, Kathleen cautiously stepped back 2 paces, adopting a defensive stance. But soon, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Such a terrifying aura. What are you? Haha. Qin Lun, you finally can't hold on anymore? Qin Lun's body was hunched over, his originally light, gray Germanic eyes now completely blood red. Lovely lady, Joey Foster sends his greetings. The serial killer abruptly looked up, his violent eyes gleaming with cruelty as he stared at the beauty before him, like a lamb to the slaughter. Bang! A crystalline crack resonated in the air. A mirror-like magic array scattered into the wind. At the same moment, two swift figures crossed paths midair. An alter ego skilled in close-quarters assassination? Kathleen frowned slightly, stumbling upon landing. The pain in her thigh severely hampered her usual agile steps. Her face ice-cold, she turned to face the man radiating violent energy. The corridor was pitch black. The serial killer had cunningly smashed all the explosion-proof lights overhead. His blood-red eyes now glowed with an eerie green night vision light, making him look like a demon accustomed to hunting deep in the night. Kathleen closed her eyes, expressionless. She lacked night vision ability. Relying on her strong perception actually made dodging the enemy's attacks easier. Normally, unable to see with equipment, she'd wisely choose to retreat first. But this time, she couldn't. Though not her first visit to the underground shelter, she still couldn't remember the corridor layout clearly. Earlier, Kathleen's movement speed far surpassed that German shooter. Now, wounded in the leg, facing an enemy with night vision, strange speed-enhancing magic arrays, and wind drift art, blind flight would only leave her more vulnerable. The only sound strategy now was to hold her ground and wait for backup. If she could stall for just 10 minutes, the Allied forces above ground should break through and enter the shelter. Then, it would be this split-personality demon running for his life. Hey, stalling for time? Joey's lips curled into a savage smirk. I've seen plenty of fools who've tried that in front of me, Joey. They were all stiff before any guard showed up. Want to know why? Let Joey educate ya. Joey suddenly leaped backward, putting distance between them. Then he launched himself high into the air, pouncing towards Kathleen, who stood with eyes closed, sensing. While still airborne, a mirror-like magic array shimmered beneath his feet. Bang! With the shattering of the crystal mirror magic, Joey's form left an afterimage in the air. But he wasn't finished. Along the straight path, mere tens of meters between him and Kathleen, 7 or 8 more crystal mirror magic arrays materialized one after another, like a chain of crystalline gourds. Bang! 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 Boom! Quantity brought a qualitative change. His speed skyrocketed until finally, a sonic boom shattered the air. He had broken the sound barrier. What Qin Lun had only used as a maneuver for evasive speed boosts, Joey the Dissector now wielded to propel himself past the speed of sound. In an instant, before Kathleen could react, Joey's savage demon face was pressed right up against her beautiful face. Their unique scents, masculine and feminine, invaded each other's senses. Elsewhere in the corridor, two equally tall and powerfully built men leaned against opposite walls, breathing heavily. Grant's body was crisscrossed with countless bloody lash marks. His limbs were bruised in many places, some joints unnaturally swollen or dented, signs of previous fractures. Any other superhuman might have collapsed by now. But the Joker's viral parasitic bloodline granted potent regenerative abilities, seemingly tailor-made to counter powerhouses like Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones was powerfully built, but he wasn't a dedicated superpowered combatant. Beyond his mastery of flashy whip techniques, his skills were balanced. He could handle guns, close combat, and swordsmanship. His standout strength lay in his vast knowledge and quick wits. He won many fights through clever strategy and improvisation, not head-on clashes. Pure combat-wise, Dr. Jones might rank near the bottom of the Justice League list. But Grant's bloodline level was too weak. He wasn't a formal superpowered being either. That's how the doctor kept him under control. In just 10 minutes, Jones had inflicted numerous bloody wounds with his whip and even snapped Grant's limbs multiple times. If not for Grant's recovery-focused bloodline shrugging off such soft damage, this fight would have ended long ago. Yet, after healing so many injuries, Grant's viral parasitic bloodline was nearing its limit. His recovery rate was slowing significantly. Dr. Jones, meanwhile, had exhausted much of his stamina, forcing him to pause his attacks more frequently to catch his breath. Suddenly, both men sensed something. They looked up, startled, towards a branching corridor. They weren't looking at the walls. They felt something, a chilling dark presence. It felt like the bone-piercing cold wind of a winter night. Even through the corridor walls, far away, It sent a shiver down their spines, like walking alone in a graveyard thick with spirits at midnight. "Ha, showing your true colors at last, dissector?" Grant murmured softly. He pulled a large, ragged human skin mask from his tunic and placed it over his face. Turning to Jones, he said, "Dr. Jones, your humble Joker at your service. Would you prefer my smile wider?" As Grant donned the mask, an inexplicably strange aura pervaded the corridor. Jones felt an absurdly intense, playful gaze watching him from the shadows above. Jones became solemn, his eyes complex as he gazed at the Joker before him. He spoke slowly. "No, your current appearance suits you perfectly. Is there anything I can do for you?" Facing Jones's sudden turn towards friendliness, Grant trembled all over. He pressed a hand to his masked face, his tongue flicking across his lips. His shoulders shook as strange laughter bubbled up from low to high. "Ha. Dr. Jones, Indiana Jones, the world's greatest archaeologist explorer, America's legend. My admiration grows by the second. You are the first, the very first, who saw the truth the instant the mask went on. But truly, is there nothing you require of me?" Paranoid personality disorder. Indiana Jones bowed his head, muttering to himself. No wonder his pain tolerance is so freakishly high, coupled with that potent regenerative bloodline. This is trouble indeed. Dr. Jones was born Henry Jones Jr., but disliked the Jr. So he took on the nickname Indiana, named after his childhood dog. Jones was an archaeology professor who loved global adventures. During the latter part of World War II, he thwarted several Nazi Germany treasure hunting plans. Of course, Germany's searches weren't ordinary archaeology. They sought legendary artifacts imbued with mysterious power, hoping to conquer the world. Other Justice League superpowered beings might struggle to recognize Grant's mental state mid-fight. But Indiana Jones was different. His archaeological expeditions worldwide exposed him to countless bizarre phenomena. Combined with his vast knowledge, he instantly identified the Joker Grant's mental aberration. Paranoid personality disorder has various forms, but they share one thing: extreme sensitivity and severe defiance. Pushing them is like urging a stubborn mule. You must coax them along. Simply put, their battle profession featured a high rage meter. Rage equaled combat power. Paired with a powerful regenerative bloodline, it made him a near-indestructible cockroach. He could explode with fury and seemingly come back from any hit. "Mr. Joker, if a demand I must make, then allow me to pose a question." The doctor narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking calmly. "While known in archaeology, such renown carries little weight in Germany. Yet, you seem genuinely impressed with me? Might I inquire why?" During the fight, Jones had noticed Grant's peculiar gaze, a mad stare mixed with admiration. Jones couldn't know Grant hailed from a future timeline, an Earth Federation North American sector serial killer, nor why he'd admire him. But diverting a paranoid psychotic's attention was a good tactic. Knowing Jones was laying a trap, the Joker eagerly accepted. Facing the question, the masked Grant smiled grotesquely, feeling a flush of pride. This wasn't pride in Jones's current feigned respect. It was aimed at Qin Lun, his temporary partner, the other serial killer. Grant hailed from the Federation's North American sector. While his childhood was wretched, compared to the dissector Qin Lun, who spent his whole life incarcerated, Grant had at least experienced society. Legends like Jones, globe-trotting adventurers, held immense allure for every North American sector child. In Grant's painful existence, reading and imagining such explorers' escapades were rare, precious moments of joy. The instant Grant saw Jones, a fierce desire to fight ignited. Just the thought of battling this childhood idol made him lose control, utterly ignoring Kathleen, who otherwise met his top prey standard. He charged recklessly at Jones specifically to deny Qin Lun time to think. He feared the dissector might contest the prey. Qin Lun, devoid of life goals, fueled only by morbid curiosity, might seize Jones if he learned his true identity. Had circumstances not been dire and Qin Lun truly ignorant of Indiana Jones, Grant's fear might have become reality. The two serial killers might have clashed fiercely before their enemies' eyes. "I love archaeological adventures." The Joker tilted his head sideways. That's it. A faint red light flickered in the Joker's eyes as he cackled strangely. "One question answered, Doctor. Don't you want to make a harder demand of your jester?" That counts as fulfilling my wish. Does he also have delusional disorder with autistic traits? Jones's eyes widened. His expression shifted, alarm washing over him as he whispered, stunned. This guy is seriously messed up. Casablanca was the largest city in Morocco. This city was originally a colony of the Spanish government. After the Axis and allies started fighting in North Africa, because the Mediterranean and Atlantic routes were tightly blockaded by the British fleet, the Spanish government secretly leased this place to Germany's North African Corps. By using this method to bypass the British fleet's sea blockade, supplies were sent to the North African Corps from this neutral colony in Morocco. It was a secret military supply warehouse for the German army in North Africa. After the Allied forces won the North African campaign, Morocco was also controlled by Britain and America. After the Allied forces took control of Casablanca, they connected the underground parts of the military supply warehouse with other important military targets in the city center, forming a huge underground shelter. However, to meet the deadline for the meeting of the three major powers' leaders, the connecting passages of the underground shelter were built in a rush. Some passages were not very sturdy. During the previous shelling, some passages couldn't withstand the force of the explosions and developed many cracks. Shoo, shoo. At that moment, a somewhat eerie whistling sound suddenly echoed in a certain section of the underground network. The explosion-proof lights in this section were all off. Besides the eerie whistling, there was only the faint rustling sound of dust and gravel falling through the cracks in the passage. The whole section revealed an unusually terrifying atmosphere. Combined with the narrow space of the passage, it gave people an extremely oppressive feeling of suffocation. The depths of this passage were pitch black. Only near the corner was there a dim light refracted from the explosion-proof lights of other branching passages. Tracing the source of the whistling, two faint green glows suddenly lit up in the dark passage. Deep within the green glows, 2 points of rich, blood-like crimson could vaguely be seen. The darkness in the passage seemed to sway slightly with the green glows, faintly revealing a terrifying shadow of indeterminate shape. What to do? It seems there's no time to make a skeletal angel. What a pity, wasting such excellent material. As the calm words were spoken, it made people realize with a start that the terrifying shadow was a living person squatting on the ground. In front of this person, there seemed to be a vague, blurry object, but it was blocked by the figure and hard to see clearly. As the green glows swayed, the figure stood up, and then the sound of light footsteps was heard. The figure had just taken 2 steps when it suddenly stopped again. Smack! The figure slapped its own forehead, as if mocking itself. Haven't been out for so long. I've really become slow. How can I not take a souvenir back from such excellent material? The figure turned back around, squatted back into place, gripped a dagger tightly in its hand, and began cutting forcefully. Grant slowly removed the human skin mask from his face, stuffed it into his chest, leaned against the wall, and sat down on the ground, his chest heaving rapidly. His physical strength was severely depleted. From last night until now, using Joker's gift twice in one day had almost drained the vitality of this body. If he hadn't used many recovery items from his storage space, he probably wouldn't even be able to move now. In the end, Grant hadn't been able to stop Indiana Jones. That archaeology doctor was really too alert. Furthermore, unlike Little Red Riding Hood Liv, Jones's whip skills couldn't be mimicked by the Joker. Relying purely on physical techniques obviously wasn't enough to defeat the cautious Jones. When one aura suddenly vanished from the distant battle, Jones immediately and decisively disengaged from the fight and fled. And because Grant's strength was completely exhausted, even if he wanted to chase, he lacked the ability. While resting, Grant suddenly sensed something and looked back. He saw a figure emerge from a corner in the distance. The figure's face was somewhat pale, the shirt on its upper body was open, and there were white bandages wrapped around its abdomen and left shoulder respectively. A large stain of blood seeped through the middle of the white bandage on the abdomen. Judging by the amount of bleeding, it might very well be a penetrating wound. The left shoulder, wrapped with the other white bandage, was noticeably lower than the right shoulder, suggesting the shoulder blade was shattered. However, Grant's attention wasn't focused on these things, but was tightly fixed on a small package held in the newcomer's right hand. It was a set of tattered military uniform wrapped around something like a small jar. The bottom was soaked with blood, and as the figure moved forward, blood droplets spilled along the passage. Qin Lun, you actually managed to kill her. Grant moved his gaze away from the package with some difficulty and looked at the newcomer. The Joker had fought both Little Red Riding Hood and Indiana Jones once and knew well how troublesome these superpowered beings were. Even though these plot characters from another dimension didn't have law bodies, the difficulty of killing them was unusually high. The corners of the newcomer's mouth curved into a strange arc. A red glow flashed briefly in his eyes, but he didn't respond verbally. Wait, you're not Qin Lun. Grant suddenly frowned, became alert, and used the wall for support as he stood up. You are? Joey Foster. The fight is over, and you're still controlling Qin Lun's body. Who said this body belongs to him? Joey sneered and cracked his knuckles. If that guy hadn't managed to get a few decent abilities, I wouldn't have held back until now. Then, do you still want to continue with our previous plan? Grant asked in a low voice, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Of course. Such a fun thing. I've wanted to have a good play for a long time. Huh? Joey's eyes revealed madness as he threw his head back and laughed. The bloodstain on his abdominal bandage rapidly expanded with his laughter, but the dissector's face showed no sign of noticing. Let's go then. The vibrations from the surface have almost stopped. Those Oranienburg Unit Special Forces soldiers should all be dead by now. Grant looked up at the ceiling of the underground passage, his face expressionless. The Special Forces soldiers who came with the Gentleman Alliance were originally a full assault squadron of over 120 people. When they landed on the beach, these Special Forces soldiers were attacked by nearly 2 regiments of Allied forces. In the end, only a little over 30 escaped. Although the Oranienburg Special Forces soldiers weren't super snipers like Gerthard, whom Qin Lun possessed, each soldier had strong individual qualities and were all crack shots. During the shelling, they hid in the ruins on the surface, using semi-automatic rifles and grenades to gradually resist the arriving Allied forces troops. From the time the Gentleman Alliance entered the underground passage until Grant and Joey finished their fights, about 20 minutes had passed. Using just over 30 men to block the elite American 101st Airborne Division guarding the city center of Casablanca, this level of bravery and boldness evoked a flicker of respect even in a serial killer like Grant. Couldn't you keep your own prey? Joey sneered strangely, looking around the passage as if eagerly hoping to see another corpse. No, Indy. Dr. Jones was very clever. As soon as your fight ended over there, he immediately retreated. Grant said with some annoyance. He had almost blurted out Indiana Jones's full name, but managed to correct himself quickly. Since you killed that woman called Kathleen by Dr. Jones, did you gain anything? That woman seemed to be a famous superpowered being. After she died, I received a chain task and directly completed the first step. Joey rolled his eyes and generously displayed the prompt information from his death notice in the team channel. Grim foe, Apostle 70053, you killed an associate professor of Grim Academy, triggering the chain task Grim foe. The base progress of this task is already complete. Killing other teachers or students of Grim Academy can increase the progress of this task. Task rewards will be settled upon return. The World Exploration Degree reward within it will be issued as an additional reward. Prompt: Grim Academy is a high-level superpower academy in this world. The academy is located in Greenland. Among its teachers and students are many legendary figures who left significant historical deeds in both the official history and unofficial histories of this world. Prompt: every kill of an important figure from Grim Academy will significantly impact the historical trajectory of this world. While increasing the Apostle's World Exploration degree, it will also plunder a large amount of world origin for the Shattered Starry Sky and can enhance the final Otherworld mission evaluation. Warning: Grim Academy is very united, with close relationships between teachers and students. Killing any teacher or student of the Academy will bring frantic retaliation upon the Apostle. It will also add unpredictable variables to the Otherworld mission, indirectly increasing the difficulty of the Otherworld mission. Because this difficulty is unpredictable, the original Otherworld mission rewards cannot have their base rewards increased. Only additional rewards can be given through World Exploration degree. Grim foe. Grant looked at Joey with a complicated expression, mixing envy and a bit of helplessness. This task couldn't be shared. Unless he also killed a grim member himself, the task reward belonged to Qin Lun alone. But because they were currently a temporary team and working on tasks together, the future trouble would have to be borne by everyone. However, Grant was no ordinary person after all. He wasn't afraid of trouble. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement and eagerness. Thinking of this, the Joker licked his lips and let his gaze fall on the package in Joey's hand. "Joey, let's make a deal. Since you're only keeping this as a souvenir anyway, how about I trade you 5,000 shattered crystal for it?" Oh, a cold light flashed briefly in Joey's eyes. He stopped walking, turned his head, and looked quietly at Grant. "I was joking, don't mind it." Grant also stopped at the same time, arched his back slightly while looking at the dissector, and immediately withdrew his proposal. Haha. Joey narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Let's go. The shelter guarded by Kathleen and Jones should be just ahead. Let's go see our haul." Watching Joey turn and start walking forward again, Grant curled his lip and followed at a leisurely pace, though he secretly increased the distance between them slightly. Grant secretly studied Joey walking ahead. He felt no shame about backing down moments earlier. Even serial killers must sometimes yield. Otherwise, the Joker would have died long ago during Earth Federation hunts, unable to survive like this. The Area 9-1 test facility housed over 1,000 people. Among over 100 death row inmates, only 12 survivors reached Shattered Starry Sky. Apart from Little Lien and Lin Foam, all 12 were death row convicts, including 5 serial killers. Among those 5 killers, all except the dissector, Joey once had normal lives. Their worldviews differed from others, yet each followed personal codes. Even Firecracker, Rand, with his antisocial personality, adhered to principles. He was a human-shaped nuclear threat to cities, yet fiercely protected animals. But Joey, or Qin Lun, walked a unique path. After age 8, he lived outside society, cycling between mental hospitals and prisons. Though self-taught through books, Qin Lun had no life goals, emotional ties, or behavioral rules. Grant once thought the dissector's 2 personalities, Joey, brutal but direct, easier to handle than the unpredictable Qin Lun. Yet seeing Joey now, the Joker realized the dissector was too volatile for rational conversation. No rules made Qin Lun dangerous, yet he didn't hurt innocence. Joey, Qin Lun's subconscious protector, embraced darkness fully. He'd created atrocities like the skeletal angel, chilling even fellow killers. Unlike Lin Feng's group, Grant feared no one, but badly wounded and facing Joey, who cared nothing for life. Even a killer avoids reckless fights with mad dogs. Grant's greedy gaze lingered on Joey's parcel before tearing away. No rush. The dissector refused to bargain? Fine. He'd negotiate with Qin Lun later for that souvenir. Joker. Joey turned abruptly, grinning. "Where are Warden Beller's bats?" "Bats?" Frowning, Grant questioned. "Call them here now?" Wise. He and Qin Lun had agreed earlier. If Little Lien and Lily's clues led to the main plotline's hidden branch, they'd ditch the Gentleman Alliance and focus there. Assassinating 3 allied leaders for the main quest was hopelessly difficult. Sighted. Joey ignored Grant, spotting the vampire bat huddled down the tunnel. With a jerk of his hand, a small flapping bat landed on his shoulder. Eyes flashing crimson, Joey snatched it. Crushed firmly in his grip, the bat screeched, pulsing like living jelly before crumbling into ash through his fingers. Each bat, made from Baron von Werdenbeller's flesh linked to him. If all bats died, so would he. Too mindless for details, bats only conveyed basic sounds. Battles like Qin Lun's with Jones and Kathleen? Werdenbeller sensed conflict, not opponents or specifics. Before dispersing, the Gentleman Alliance agreed. Release bats when facing overwhelming foes. Werdenbeller would assemble intel to pinpoint the leader's hideout for a group assault. But this plan shattered instantly. Every member met enemy forces they couldn't escape. So, they added another signal. If someone bypassed adversaries or discovered critical intel, like unconventional weapons, kill your bat. Werdenbeller programmed a code. One bat's death triggered an alert among others. A rallying cry, no flight delays. It was their prime signal. Unless trapped, every member had to converge instantly. The Gentleman Alliance would eliminate major targets or break out to relay intel to Germany's headquarters. Grant watched Joey's actions silently. A shadow of doubt crossed his eyes. He didn't understand the dissector's plan. Yes, Jones and Kathleen guarded this tunnel, but why risk summoning allies now? Neither allied leaders nor vital scientists likely hit ahead. Simple logic. Dr. Jones lacked combat prowess. Kathleen needed gear. Without equipment, her power plummeted. Without that weakness, Joey couldn't have beaten her. Whether they gained intel ahead or not, Grant judged they should exit the Gentleman Alliance now. Other members tangled with Justice League units below, creating their escape window to deliver stolen intelligence to Berlin. Their time in this world? Roughly 2 weeks. Already over 10 days passed. If the hidden quest didn't extend their stay, they lacked time for other tasks. Completing that main plotline branch ensured at least escaping failure penalties. Hee. Relax. Joey's chilling laugh cut in. The hidden quest guarantees extra time. Fail the main quest. I'll cover your 55 soul lifespan loss. No one decides for me. Grant's voice hardened. I'll let it slide this time. But explain before acting next time. I hate enlightening fools. Joey bared his teeth coldly. Grant's face darkened completely. Slowing his pace, a lethal gleam sparked in his eyes, his hand slipping into his jacket to clutch his human skin mask. Tension curdled the air as icy hostility flowed between them. Joey tensed ahead, fresh blood soaking the white bandages around his waist. Grant's eyes narrowed. The wound wasn't just superficial. Bright crimson stained Joey's back too. A through wound. That Kathleen woman pierced him before dying. With that injury, he pushes conflict? Unease flickered in Grant's constricted pupils. Would he truly instigate bloodshed here? As friction peaked, distant voices echoed ahead. Both killers snapped alert, tension ebbing as their attention shifted. Underground shelter lab 3 bustled chaotically. Scattered instruments littered the floor near a giant cylindrical glass pod. Over 10 researchers frantically burned documents. Their shielding supers, including Dr. Jones, had signaled retreat through secret tunnels minutes earlier. Most scientists had obeyed, panicked, and evacuating. But around 10 military researchers remained, burning files first. Semi-soldiers, they lacked scientific importance but possessed firmer resolve. They weren't suicidal, though. Another super had just arrived underground. A black-haired, black-eyed girl, regal as a tiny queen. She wore an ebony tulle dress with a black gold crown tiara. A thick rectangular broadsword. Actually articulated steel extending in a segmented chain whip form, hung across her back. Folded compactly, its hollow hilt also fired bullets. Frowning, the girl observed the military team, displeased. Seeking her teacher here, she hadn't come to guard them. Exploiting her kindness, they'd trapped her securing marginally useful data. Bang! The lab door exploded inward, rubble dusting the air. 2 silhouettes appeared through collapsing stone and smoke. 1, 2, 3 push. Liv hooked a huge stone slab with her red sickle-shaped blade, while Irene's hands glowed with magic as she struck hard at the slab's lower end. Bang! The millstone-sized slab spun twice in the air before landing on another pile of rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Below the slab was a pit made of broken roof beams and bricks, with a large and small figure squeezed inside. It was a veiled Muslim woman, clearly elderly from the wrinkles on her hand, holding a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. They were lucky to have hidden in this chaotic dark hole during the collapse, escaping burial like the rest of their family. Hey, you're safe now. Liv leaned into the pit and helped them crawl out. The elderly woman and child were both weak, likely from lack of air. They stared at Liv and Irene without any thanks, just blank numbness in their eyes. 2 allied soldiers wearing cross armbands ran up from afar and led them away. These homeless refugees had to live in military tents outside the city until the area was cleared, then rebuild with other survivors on their own. Predictably, the American and British forces wouldn't focus on aiding refugees. They still had a war to fight. Years of hunger and cold likely awaited these poor souls, and over half of tonight's survivors might not make it to war's end. HRMPH. On the rubble-filled street, a military jeep raced toward them. A middle-aged American Army colonel jumped off before it stopped. "Miss Liv, Miss Irene, I found you at last," said the colonel sternly. "With all due respect, Your duty isn't here. Head to the underground shelter. My men will handle rescuing civilians. Liv frowned, but before she could speak, Irene beside her said coldly, Colonel, sure about that? You and your soldiers got here after nearly 30 minutes. How many civilians would have died without us? Miss Irene, the 101st Division had to clear German Special Forces soldiers downtown first. Plus, the Germans used firebombs. You can't imagine our losses, a lieutenant beside the colonel retorted, barely keeping anger in check. Really? A whole paratrooper division against 30 German assault troops. Liv said sarcastically, Tell me, if this were New York City, what would you do? The lieutenant gaped, speechless. Forgive Lieutenant Jonathan. He's upset over comrade sacrifices. Casablanca isn't New York. It lacks fire trucks or city services. We can't send soldiers as firefighters to rescue people from fire pits. The colonel sighed weakly. In the end, you're American soldiers who don't care about Casablanca civilians. Irene flicked her ponytail and climbed into the jeep. Let's go, Colonel. Hope you keep your word and help these survivors as promised. The jeep sped off toward the museum. Colonel, how's the situation at the underground shelter? Liv asked after a silence. One of us already headed there. I don't know details, but reports are urgent. Superhumans led by Skorzeny almost broke through the main protected area with the three nation leaders, yet they retreated at the last moment for some reason, the colonel said, frowning. According to Intel, at that exact time, 2 Gentlemen Alliance members breached another lab. That lab was nowhere near as important as the leader's zone. To block German return, the Justice League didn't pursue them. Liv and Irene locked eyes and fell silent, both worried about Kathleen and another comrade. Irene, do you think the Queen and the Professor are okay? Little Red Riding Hood asked her companion. Professor Kathleen is far stronger than us. She'll be fine. Irene sneered. And that witch always dressing like the Queen? She's too sly for anything to happen. Hee hee. Your feud never ends. One sees herself as Snow White, the other as the evil Queen. Liv giggled, covering her mouth. As if I care. Wait, what's that? Irene paused, glancing out the jeep window. As the jeep neared the museum, the roadside filled with injured U.S. soldiers. Most lay dead in odd poses on the rubble, while others clutched their wounds and groaned in pain. Lieutenant Jonathan spoke of heavy sacrifices near the museum. The colonel whispered, lips pressed tight. Last night on the beach, we killed nearly 100 German Army's Oranienburg Special Forces soldiers. Today they paid us back tenfold. The German Special Forces hid in post-bomb rubble. They were expert shooters who fired just once before relocating. Every inch we advanced cost a soldier's life. They also had special weapons piercing tank armor, miniature Soviet rockets, Lieutenant Jonathan said blankly. Farther ahead, you'll see burning Sherman tanks. They delayed the 101st Division 30 minutes. With no choice, we bombed all their hiding spots with heavy artillery, the colonel murmured. Casablanca has no downtown left. By the museum, no intact bricks remain, and no bodies. Liv and Irene flinched. In this brief battle, the fairy tale maiden saw war in a whole new way. With no bodies, it implied not escapes but bodies reduced to scattered flesh and sand by the bombardment, unrecognizable as human. Irene, Little Red Riding Hood, turned to her. The white-haired girl's eyes flashed. She pushed the jeep door open, leaped out, and rushed toward the museum. Colonel, the jeep's too slow. We're heading out first. Liv sprang up, tapped the jeep's hood with her toes, and chased after Irene. Joey, your move or mine? Grant stepped onto a fallen iron door and pointed at the black-haired girl before him. Your turn. My apology for earlier rudeness. Joey grinned, carrying a blood-dripping bundle as he walked toward nearby researchers. You even grasp apologies? Grant sneered, stepping toward the Black Queen. Mira expressionlessly drew her blade, ignoring Joey to focus on Grant, a grim feeling stirring inside. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted non-stop in the lab. True scientists had fled. Remaining researchers were Allied Forces military personnel trained in combat, many carrying pistols. Joey licked dry lips, hoisting a heavy chair as a shield as he lunged. I hate lab coat wearers. Reminds me of awful memories. Joey's dagger of sin fluttered like a butterfly. Anyone resisting him dropped within 2 moves, clutching their throat. Blood flooded the floor crimson in pools, coating the lab in a gory sheen. Run? Forget the files. Get out. I can't stop them alone. The black-haired girl yelled to survivors, her blade flicking with eerie speed. A black flash slicing Grant's shoulder. PSSH. Blood sprayed. Anger flared in Grant's eyes. He glared at the blade whip coiled at her feet. More whip weapons. No others with whips? Dr. Jones? Myra's gaze shifted, her icy expression tense. German, answer this. Since you saw Dr. Jones, did you see? Kathleen, right? Grant's face twisted strangely. Who is she? Sister, mother, teacher? Professor Kathleen is my mentor. Seeing Grant's look, dread choked the girl. I'm sorry, Grant said suddenly, a graceful smile playing on his lips. With Grim Academy in this war. Shut up. She trembled, face pale, cutting him off. No, I don't believe you. Grant shrugged, hands out, staying silent. They stood frozen. Not that the Joker lacked desire to kill the Black Queen. Joey's rampage only fueled it. But his severe wounds forced delay. He waited for Skorzeny's arrival. Mira guarded researcher exits while Joey gathered lab files. Aside from frantically fleeing lab coats in a secret tunnel, an unnatural truce held the lab. But their standoff shattered when a rash researcher saw Joey distracted. He gritted his teeth and lunged for a giant water tank central in the lab. Stop! Mira gasped. Grant lit up. Exploiting her distraction, he launched forward. Meanwhile, Joey, back to the tank, shifted his bloodshot eyes sideways like a sly snake, silently locked on the young researcher. Your courage was admirable, but I hope you remember in your next life what happens to mice who provoke cats. Joey's feet remained still, yet a strong gust of wind suddenly swept from his side. It was as if wheels were under his feet, allowing him to slide in a beautiful arc across the ground. Like an elegant and swift ice dancer, he glided behind the young man. The dagger of sin in his hand flashed a gleam of light in the air. This was Qin Lun's wind drift art. The young researcher had not even touched the water tank when he felt his body become very, very light. Then he felt himself leaping into the air, as if the whole world had turned upside down. Below him, a headless body was spraying blood wildly, flailing its limbs before collapsing to the ground. That body looks familiar. The researcher's eyes caught one last glimpse. Then he sank into endless darkness. Thud! The young face's head hit the ground, rolled twice, and the wide-open eyes quickly lost their light. Cannon! The young man's death angered the last few young researchers. They stopped in their tracks and raised their pistols again, aiming at Joey and Grant. Fools! Mira muttered angrily under her breath. But she had to refocus her attention to deal with Clown Grant, who had already closed in on her. However, because she was worried about the other's safety, the black-haired girl seemed distracted. She seemed to care a lot about those ordinary people. Normally, Grims dealt with dark creatures regularly, so a little killing shouldn't affect their combat rhythm. Unless these people were her acquaintances. Do you know them? Lovers, friends, or brothers? A sly glint flashed in Grant's eyes. He used a slash from the black-haired girl to leap upward, ignoring Myra's attack from behind, and lunged directly toward those young people. Damn it! The black-haired girl bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale. With a flick of one hand, her blade whip wrapped around the ceiling lamp in the lab. She swung over Grant's head, landing in front of the clown, while shouting sharply at the people behind. Run? Have you forgotten the rules of Grimm support staff? So that's it. Grant's eyes lit up. Now he understood. No wonder Kathleen, who had lost her weapons and equipment, chose this lab to defend. No wonder the black-haired girl came here first. Even though she was worried about Kathleen's safety, she didn't leave these people. The reason was not only that this lab had military researchers, but also a large number of Grim Academy support assistants. The Allied forces' unconventional warfare power was a comprehensive plan. It included not only the Manhattan Project for the atomic bomb, but also programs like the Super Soldier program. Grim Academy's cooperation with the Allied forces wasn't just about sending combat personnel. They also sent their own support researchers to join Albert Einstein's Institute. Grim Academy was a hunter academy with a long history. It not only trained combat Grims, but also had many support staff serving the fighters. Since the Middle Ages, there had been alchemists specializing in making magical weapons, pharmacists creating healing potions, and so on. From the 19th to the 20th century, Grimm Academy introduced modern technology into magical martial arts, thus creating magical devices like those combined with firearms and cold weapons in the hands of Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White. In a way, they played a significant role in the Allied Forces' Super Soldier program. This time, as the Allied forces integrated unconventional warfare power, it was clear they couldn't do without Grimm Academy's magical technology. Myra's angry shout woke the remaining young people. Their faces turned pale, and they immediately realized they had made a big mistake. When Grimms carried out missions, support and intelligence personnel had strict rules. They were absolutely not allowed to participate in Grimm combat missions. The reason was their combat ability was very low, and rushing into battle would only hold the Grimms back. However, these young people had been in the army for over half a year and had developed a soldier's tenacious spirit. In the heat of the moment earlier, they had thrown all of Grimm Academy's warnings to the wind. After calming down, they realized the black-haired girl often had to intercept Grant's attacks aimed at them to provide cover. Originally, the black-haired girl moved like the wind, and the clown was now seriously injured, completely unable to keep up with her movements. But now, Grant only needed to pretend to attack them, and the black-haired girl had no choice but to actively engage him in direct combat. Because of this, she had already sustained several unnecessary wounds. If this continued, she might end up getting herself killed because of them. Miss Mira. The young people exchanged glances, their faces showing determination. They threw themselves into the fray without regard for their own safety. What are you doing? The black-haired girl was both shocked and angry. Miss Mira, it's time for you to retreat. Don't worry about us. One of the young men turned back and said seriously, the Academy can manage without a few tech support staff, but the Fairy Tale Girls team cannot be incomplete. Once you reunite with the other Fairy Tale Maidens, avenge us and Professor Kathleen. Professor Kathleen? Myra's eyes widened, her pupils dilating slightly. I don't believe it. It's our fault. We hid part of Dr. Jones's information earlier. Please report back to the Dean that Professor Kathleen has fallen. The young man watched as Grant chopped down others blocking his path, like cutting vegetables, sounding anxious. After speaking, he too rushed forward. Miss Mira, go. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. The black-haired girl bit her lower lip tightly, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. She took one last look at the battle group, then resolutely turned and ran toward the secret passage. Joey, stop her. Grant stared at Myra's retreating back, his eyes blazing with fury. This was already the third time he had let prey escape. He madly swung his blade, sending one person's head flying. But these young people were determined to die, almost recklessly using their shoulders and hands to drag him, holding him in place. Joey glanced coolly in that direction, then turned his head back. Grant wouldn't truly give the prey to him, and besides, he had little interest in the black-haired girl. He had no obligation to help the clown block anyone. His gaze fixed straight on the large water tank in front of him. This tank was made of toughened glass, 3 meters high and over a meter in diameter, standing on the ground like a large thermos. The water inside the tank was somewhat murky, as if mixed with a lot of sand. There was a rotating device at the bottom, like a huge mixer. Initially, that young man had rushed toward the tank, seemingly wanting to press a certain lightning-shaped button on it. But before he could do it, Joey had beheaded him. Joey leaned his head close to the toughened glass of the water tank. The next second, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and he couldn't help blinking. Through the toughened glass, he had actually seen a twisted human face inside the tank just now. The face flashed by only briefly. When he looked again carefully, there was only violently swirling muddy water. No way could it be. Joey raised an eyebrow and looked around, quickly finding the tank's power source. He unplugged it and forcefully lifted open the tank's lid. Then, something even more astonishing happened. As the mixer at the bottom of the tank stopped, the sand in the water climbed to the top of the tank like living jelly. It slid out through the opened lid, gathering into a mass on the ground. The muddy water slowly coalesced into a slender female figure, even forming clothing. Madam Monica. Grant had already finished the fight, shaking the blood droplets off his machete as he walked over from a distance. Thank you, Gerthard. You've finally come. Madame Monica's face was somewhat pale. She shook the water droplets from her hair and smiled weakly. This is truly amazing. A strange light flashed in Joey's eyes as he looked at Monica, now restored to her courtly attire and holding a small parasol. He expressed sincere admiration. It's nothing, just a little trick. Madame Monica seemed indifferent to Joey's intense gaze. Everyone had this look of disbelief when they saw her transformation. Madame Monica, how did you get trapped in this large tank? Grant asked cautiously. Since Madame Monica had been imprisoned in the tank by the Allied forces, she naturally couldn't be the traitor. Yet, with her superpower, it was hard to imagine she could be captured alive by the Allied forces. It's all that little BTCH Keller Roberts' fault. For the first time, Madame Monica lost her composure, speaking through gritted teeth. Madame Monica was the queen of sandstorms. Like Wardenbeller, she didn't need a parachute. After parachuting from the seaplane, Monica quickly realized the commando team was surrounded by the Allied forces, though at the time she hadn't thought there would be a traitor within the Gentleman Alliance. As the Queen of Sandstorms, she had already prepared for danger while still in the air. Everyone else in the Gentleman Alliance had superpowers. Her only concern was for the Roberts couple in the team. Dr. Keller was the only ordinary person among them, tasked with interpreting documents on the Allied forces' unconventional warfare power. And Leo Robert was in poor physical condition and prone to losing control, so Madame Monica decided then to rescue these two first. However, what Monica didn't expect was that as soon as she met up with the two, she was ambushed by Keller Robert. Keller was the traitor within the Gentleman Alliance. Dr. Keller was very clever. She knew that after parachuting, only two people could reach them before the Allied forces. One was Vampire Baron von Werdenbeller, and the other was Queen of Sandstorms Madame Monica. Dr. Keller had prepared countermeasures for both of them. For Baron von Werdenbeller, she prepared a vial of holy water. For Madame Monica, she prepared a special chemical injection. This chemical could turn sand into something like cement, solidifying Madame Monica into a statue in just a short moment. What happened next was simple. The Allied forces found them. The strongest member of the Gentleman Alliance, the Queen of Sandstorms, turned into a stone statue, becoming the Allied forces' first trophy. Then she was imprisoned in the water tank, brought into the laboratory, and became an experimental lab rat for the super soldier program. I think I sense the lieutenant colonel and the others. They're heading this way. Madame Monica frowned and turned to look toward the passage outside the laboratory. At the laboratory door, Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny hurried over with Captain Bach, followed by lEND. This guy should have been with the other assault members, but as a signalman, he didn't have to stick to the front lines. At the last minute, he slipped into the tunnel and caught up with Skorzeny. Lieutenant Colonel, you finally made it. Madame Monica greeted them, her face showing a bit of shame. Madame Monica? Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny's eyes flashed, and he gave Joey a searching look. She was trapped here by the Allied forces all along. The betrayers are the Roberts. Joey explained it briefly. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny nodded. In the current situation, every superpowered being was important to the Allied forces, so it was unlikely they would plant another spy in the Gentleman Alliance. Madame Monica's suspicion was basically cleared. Lieutenant Colonel, why isn't Baron von Werdenbeller here? Madame Monica asked in confusion. He's right here. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny gave a bitter smile and carefully pulled out a little bat from his chest. This vampire bat was bigger than the one Baron von Werdenbeller usually turned into, with silver stripes on its wings. It was slumped unconscious now. How did the Baron end up like this? Madame Monica widened her beautiful eyes and asked in shock. The Lieutenant Colonel and I ran into the Justice League, led by Captain America, while Baron von Werdenbeller encountered a cardinal and two ascetic monks. Captain Bach said coldly, his face showing a trace of anger. The Reich knew Italy was unreliable all along, but who would have thought the Vatican had already made peace with the Allied forces? Lieutenant Colonel, did you find where the three nation leaders were? Grant asked cautiously. Joker was a little worried in his mind. Joey had called everyone over without thinking before. Even though they found something in this lab and got many documents, if they accidentally messed up Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny's mission, Commander Oranienburg would settle scores back in Germany later, even if he didn't say anything now. At the least, their rewards would be much smaller. We found it. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny frowned deeply, shaking his head. But I suspect now that the Allied forces purposefully leaked the three-nation summit info to lure the Reich's superpowered elites here and wipe them all out. As Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny briefly explained, he told everyone to collect the documents in the lab. Earlier, after the Gentleman Alliance split up, except for the two serial killers with their own evil plans, the other three soon found the core area and met again quickly to attack the biggest hidden shelter in the underground network. But that place turned out to be a complete trap. Around the paths near the shelter, a few of the Justice League's superhumans were placed each time, totaling around 20 people. If they added the superpowered beings at the other smaller shelters, the Justice League had at least 30 members in Casablanca. This situation couldn't be just the betrayers' doing. Even though the Allied forces had put together the Justice League, these superhumans were secretive. They couldn't have gathered so many in a short time. The Allied forces must have called them in from the start of the plan. Maybe the three-nation leaders' meeting place wasn't even in Casablanca. The net woven by the Justice League pushed Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny and his two companions step by step into danger. Plus, the lieutenant colonel and the others were ready to die for the Reich anyway, and they almost sacrificed their lives for it. "We survived this long for two reasons," Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny said with dread. First, the Allied forces didn't expect us to shell Casablanca with the Gneisenau, which made the Justice League retreat into the underground network they didn't know well. And with the Baron guiding us, we could use the terrain to our advantage. The second reason is we had Captain Bach. At the most critical moments, if it wasn't for Captain Bach, an explosives expert, often blowing up the paths, and the Justice League's superpowered beings not wanting to die alongside a few trapped prey, they would have been captured by the enemy long ago. We have to admit the Heracles plan was doomed to fail from the beginning. The main goal of attacking the Allied leaders was impossible from the start unless the Gentleman Alliance could control all of Casablanca. They would have had to find the leader's real location that very first night here. Captain Bach still had a cold face, carefully bending down to pick up the lab papers one by one off the ground. He didn't miss even the torn pieces, calmly saying, "If not for you finding this lab, we surely would have died here for the Reich." Bang! Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny suddenly punched the desk hard, and a marble lab table broke in two under his hand. "Gerhard, Kluge, you've earned your keep." Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny stared at the documents in his hand, his face flushed. "This lab is a key part of the Allied forces' super soldier program. Lieutenant Colonel, can you understand these documents?" Madame Monica asked doubtfully. "No, I can't get the details, but some of the summaries here are a lot like parts of the Aryan Arc, all about strengthening living things," Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny said excitedly. "With the Allied forces' research materials, the Aryan Arc can make big progress. The Gentleman Alliance will soon have a lot of new superpowered beings. With our German army soldiers' quality, I trust the superpowered being transformation rate will be really high." Captain Bach's cold face showed a hint of joy too. The apostles present at the scene glanced quietly at one another. They were witnesses of history and knew how this war would end. Though the history of these two timelines had some differences, with Nazi Germany capturing Moscow and almost taking all of Europe, it was still fighting the whole world. The key problem was that Germany was running out of people. Many German army soldiers on the front were teenage boys now. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny and Captain Bach had high hopes for the Aryan Arc, but the apostles knew Germany had chosen the wrong path for strategic development. The Allied forces' future weapons work focused on the Manhattan Project and strategic bombers, not the super soldier plan for individual strength. History had shown how powerful nuclear weapons are. A weapon like that can't be balanced just by adding a few superpowered beings. If Germany poured everything into nuclear weapons now, they might have made an atomic bomb before the Americans. One atomic bomb would wipe a whole army off the battlefield, and no country could handle that loss. With one or two atomic bombs, the war would be over, no matter what anyone wanted. Of course, the apostles weren't foolish enough to warn Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny. Germany's top minds of that era were famous for being brilliant and stubborn at the same time. They just needed to finish their main quest. Since Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny appreciated what they'd done, it would be smooth sailing now. "Lieutenant Colonel, how do we get out now?" Grant asked with a worried expression, holding a big pile of documents. There was no way to put this stuff into storage space under Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny's watch, They had to hold it for now. This was the problem without Dr. Keller. If that woman hadn't betrayed everyone, they wouldn't have to carry all the useful and useless papers. After all, the world's first computer only came in 1946, and they had no time to photograph all these documents with miniature cameras. They just had to stuff them into bags and carry them out. Don't worry. With Madame Monica here, the underground is our domain. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny sighed suddenly. Too bad we don't have enough time left. The Allied forces' first troops are probably inside already. Otherwise, I'd really like to go back and check the core area, see if those big shots were even there. Lieutenant Colonel, I'll blow up all the paths around here to buy some time for Madame Monica. Captain Bach threw his 2 big bags at Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny and ran into the tunnel. Madame Monica walked gracefully to the center of the space and spread her arms. Starting from her limbs, her whole body quickly turned into a human-shaped sand whirlwind. Her little parasol and clothes all mixed into the sandstorm. Finally, she completely became wind and sand, vanishing from the spot. The sand whirlwind suddenly shot up, drilling into the hard cement ceiling like a drill bit. Bits of lime and dust from the ceiling didn't fall down. Instead, they all soaked into the sandstorm. In moments, a man-made tunnel opened up above everyone. Lieutenant Colonel, it's at least 30 meters down to the ground here. Can Madame Monica hold out? Grant looked up in amazement, careful to ask another question. Rest easy. Rarely does anything stop Madame Monica, except for some special places. The Queen of Sandstorm is our trump card and the Gentleman Alliance's strongest superhuman, Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny said proudly. Let's go home. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny leaped up, grabbed the rocky wall of the tunnel, and climbed quickly using agility. Qin Lun, boss, are we sticking to the original plan? Lin Feng watched Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny's back, a flash in his eyes. He asked cautiously in the team channel. Didn't you already slip the intel from Little Lien and Lily into those documents? The serial killer, who'd been quiet until now, lifted his head a little. A sly look flickered across his eyes. Then let's go. Lin Feng moved toward Joey, trying to please him. You're with me. Grant stared deeply at Joey, suddenly grabbing the back of Lin Feng's collar. Joey boss doesn't need you around. Joey boss. Lin Feng paused in shock, stopping when he saw Joey. He'd thought Joey was Qin Lun. Grant nodded faintly, turning around to ask. Joey, aren't you coming yet? You go first. I have a few things to handle. Joey lowered his eyes, staring at the bundle in his hands. A strange smile curved on his lips. What happened? An earthquake. 2 blocks away from the Casablanca Bank building, a street suddenly shook slightly. An American soldier dropped down, pressing his ear tightly against the pavement, listening carefully. No, not an earthquake. The sound seems getting louder. The soldier's face changed. He jumped up from the ground and frantically waved his arms at his comrades nearby. Quick, get away from here. Something's coming up from below. Boom. As the crowd scrambled away, the ground at the center of the street violently bulged upwards. A massive chunk of concrete shot skywards like a champagne cork. Dust and gravel spewed from the underground like a volcanic eruption. Cough, cough. What is that thing? After the Allied forces cleared away the German assault troops in the downtown area, American paratroopers of the 101st Airborne began setting up defenses again in the central zone. Using the ruins and sandbags, they built a ring-shaped fortification centered around the museum. Strangely, their rifles weren't pointed outward, but inward. Inside this area, the underground entrances and exits of the museum were heavily guarded. The bank building and police station were also locked down tight. Nearly every inch of land was covered by intersecting fields of fire from machine guns and mortars. The troubled street happened to be outside this main fortification. The 101st Division had only positioned a single sandbag machine gun nest at the street corner, with few soldiers to guard it. The Allied command hadn't anticipated the Gentleman Alliance taking such an extraordinary route, directly bursting forth from the ground. From the swirling smoke, the dust particles reshaped themselves into the form of a beautiful young woman holding a parasol. Fire! Fire! The paratroopers of the 101st were battle-hardened veterans. As soon as Madame Monica appeared, they reacted. A U.S. lieutenant barked out tense orders to his men. Rat-tat-tat. The distinct typewriter-like rattle of Thompson submachine guns interwove with the heavier roar of the M2 Browning machine guns like a deadly concert. The paratroopers' marksmanship was excellent. Madame Monica instantly turned to Swiss cheese. Bam! A .50 caliber machine gun bullet struck Madame Monica, the Queen of Sandstorm, squarely in the cheek. Her head looked like a rotten apple hit by a bite. The entire left eye socket vanished. Sand streamed out from the gaping hole. Rude men. A dark coldness flickered on the Queen of Sandstorm's still intact right cheek. She had spent a night locked in a water tank like a lab rat. Though finally rescued by Joey, for the Queen of Sandstorm, whose pride was paramount, having her comrades witness such a humiliating state was worse than death itself. The barely contained rage simmering inside her now was immense. The Queen of Sandstorm raised her left hand slowly while holding the parasol protectively in front with her right. Bullets slammed into its surface, sending bright sparks flying. The sheer screen-like fabric now acted like a diamond shield, blocking most of the fire. As she lifted her left hand, the scattered rubble and gravel on the ground seemed to gain sentience. They levitated in the air, swirling around the Sandstorm Queen. "Go!" The beautiful woman whose face had magically repaired itself commanded softly. A storm of shattered stone and grit shot like a wind-driven rain towards the Allied fortification across the street. "Get down," the American lieutenant screamed, his voice raw. But his warning came too late. Nearly half the soldiers erupted in crimson sprays. They clutched their wounds, crumpling onto the sandbags. "Damn it! You run. To Division Command. Tell them those German superhumans showed up in Sector 3. Have them send the 52nd Tank Battalion. We can't hold long." The lieutenant reacted, grabbing a nearby soldier. "Yes, sir." The soldier acknowledged loudly, bending low as he turned to sprint rearward. Crack! The soldier's steel helmet was violently snatched away. Blood and brain matter erupted from the back of his skull, splattering the lieutenant's head and face. How? He wasn't exposed. The stunned lieutenant gaped in disbelief. He completely failed to notice a single pebble had curved around the fortification, hovering silently beside his left temple. Thud! A smoking hole punched through the lieutenant's temple as a jet of blood pumped out. A look of utter confusion froze on his face as he collapsed. The sounds of the world faded, seeming to retreat farther and farther away. "Madame Monica, how are things outside?" "Oh? Looks like you already cleaned up the mess." Skorzeny leapt nimbly onto the street surface. He raised an eyebrow at the silent fortifications devoid of living men ahead. "You all have serious injuries. Leave the next part to me." The Sandstorm Queen seemed cheered slightly after slaughtering the paratroopers. Her lips twisted in a cold smile. "I'll make the Americans feel the saying, 'War keeps women away,' just a joke around here. Leader, we've cleared the passage." Not long after Skorzeny's group left the underground lab, the blocked tunnel was finally breached by the Justice League. A muscular blonde man strode through the rubble into the lab, carrying a round shield emblazoned with the American stars and stripes. Following him, dozens of superhumans of varied appearance entered the now-deserted lab. Scanning their surroundings, their gaze quickly fixed upon the large reinforced glass tank dominating the center of the room. Without Madame Monica the Sandstorm Queen imprisoned inside, and with the mixing machines at its base shut down, the water within the tank had become exceptionally clear. Inside it was now perfectly visible. Professor Kathleen. Several agonized cries tore from the assembled group. Multiple figures lunged desperately towards the large water tank. Kathleen floated in the very center of the tank, eyes closed, her expression serene. Long, soft blonde hair fanned out around her, lending her a strangely tranquil, peaceful beauty. The beautiful professor's head drifted gently with the water. The entire tank was like a crystal-clear amber, seemingly preserving this beauty, presenting it intact across a vast gulf of time. When he killed Kathleen, Joey hadn't had time to turn her into a skeletal angel. So he'd created this instead, leaving behind a unique artwork for the Justice League's superhumans. "Dr. Kathleen." Indiana Jones stepped forward slowly. He pressed his hand against the clear crystal pane of the tank. A flash of remorse and guilt crossed his eyes. The archaeologist had never hated himself more. He wished he had fallen fighting alongside Kathleen in the tunnel, rather than seeing this now. "Before they leave Casablanca, we still have chance." Steve Rogers removed the blue mask covering his face. Captain America spun around, his voice thick with anger as he shouted at the others. Catch them. Send them back to hell. That's where the Nazis belong. Welcome back, triumphant, Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny. When Skorzeny and his group returned to another hidden safe house prepared by German intelligence, someone was already waiting in the room. It was a middle-aged soldier wearing an SS uniform. He had a square jaw and a thin mustache. He gripped a snake-headed walking cane, a Hydra insignia pinned to his collar. Beside him stood a tall assistant wearing a bright silver mask. Wolfgang, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on the Eastern Front? Skorzeny asked in surprise. I received a handwritten order from the Führer. He sent me to Casablanca to support you. I arrived this dawn, right when you were leaving to start your operation. The middle-aged man stroked his mustache, gesturing to the figure behind him. This is my deputy, just call him the Red Skull. Now, Lieutenant Colonel, won't you introduce the members of the Gentleman Alliance to me? Oh, this is Wolfgang von Stark, commander of the former Brandenburg unit, currently heading up the Reich's Hydra Special Forces. Baron Stark. Skorzeny collected himself and gave a brief introduction. Lieutenant Colonel, since arriving in Casablanca, I found the Allies seemingly had already set traps targeting the Heracles plan. Did you achieve anything from this mission? The Hydra leader asked cautiously. Our assassination attempt failed. The Justice League assembled over 30 superpowered beings. Skorzeny admitted with frustration. But, in a sense, we still succeeded. We obtained most of the research documentation pertaining to the Allies' super soldier program. You acquired the super soldier training data? The Red Skull, who had been silent behind Baron Stark, suddenly interrupted. So the goal Hydra strove so long for, the Oranienburg unit achieved it first. Silence. Baron Stark frowned slightly, turning to snap at him. What unit succeeds for the Reich is not important. Yes, Baron. Red Skull answered respectfully, tightening his lips once more. If you have those research documents, this mission can hardly be called a failure. Baron Stark, done with scolding his deputy, rubbed his hands together with evident delight. Even arriving too late for the action, hearing such news makes the trip worthwhile. No, you aren't late. Skorzeny suddenly spoke in a low, grave tone. Our mission isn't over. Hearing this, Stark and Red Skull exchanged startled glances. Lieutenant Colonel, forgive my bluntness, but after your actions today, assassinating the big three leaders is impossible now. The Justice Alliance must be escorting them away already. Stark frowned. Hydra doesn't lack courage, but our target isn't the three leaders. A slight smile finally cracked Skorzeny's serious expression. One of our radio men intercepted a secret Allied transmission during the recent fighting. Furthermore, a document from the enemy's lab confirmed the intelligence. Let him explain it to you. Skorzeny waved his hand, signaling Lin Feng to step forward. After listening to Lin Feng's account, Stark and Red Skull both registered surprise. Well, Lieutenant Colonel, it seems you've provided us with quite a shock. Baron Stark stood abruptly. He paced the room, tapping his cane. The Gentleman Alliance has already earned considerable merit, and most of your men are severely wounded. Board the submarine immediately with this super soldier program research. Leave the next phase to Hydra. Back in the underground passage, although Qin Lun and Grant had the guidance of Lily and Little Lien, they did not actually reach the final destination. The area where Lily and Little Lien were belonged to the core of the Allied Forces Non-Conventional Forces Research Institute, while the laboratory of the Super Soldier program was just the outer part of it. Given the specific situation at the time, Joey and Grant also did not have the time or strength to break into the core area, and they ended up stopping at the outer laboratory. Even though the Gentleman Alliance was not strong enough to take on the Justice League, the Allied forces did not dare to slack off at all. Under the trap and the double attack from traitors, the Gentleman Alliance still managed to obtain the Super Soldier program. Skorzeny and others even briefly broke into the real hidden base of the three-nation leaders, giving the Allied forces a loud slap in the face. In this situation, the Allied forces no longer dared to look down on the Gentleman Alliance. They not only tightened the blockade in Casablanca, but also quickly sent away the leaders of the three nations and the important figures from the Non-Conventional Forces Research Institute. However, Some scientists who were badly injured in the shelling could not endure the long journey by plane or warship. They could only be sent by the steadiest military train to Ceuta in Morocco. Then, they would cross the strait to enter neutral Portugal for recovery. Among these was Albert Einstein, who was seen as a major target by the Gentleman Alliance. Actually, this was all part of Qin Lun and Grant's entire plan. Before the operation started, the two serial killers had already realized they might not break through to the core area where Einstein was. So, they asked Lin Feng to forge false intelligence. They lied that they had intercepted the Allied forces' telegrams, and they mixed in Einstein's pathology report with the laboratory data they obtained. As the only surviving communications soldier in the team, Lin Feng was unlikely to be suspected. And the laboratory for this super soldier program was itself the top technological force studying biochemistry, so it wasn't strange for Einstein's pathology report to appear there. Just as the two serial killers expected, Skorzeny and others easily accepted this false intelligence that could only come from an apostle. No, Stark, the target we will attack is only less important than the three nation leaders for the Allied forces, Skorzeny said seriously. They probably also have many superhumans with them. Only by gathering all of us do we have hope of winning. The super soldier data should be handed over to the intelligence officer here to take on the submarine, while the Gentleman Alliance joins hands with Hydra to strike. All right, if it is like that, let Hydra's army doctors tend to some of the wounded first, and then we set off immediately, Baron Stark nodded. As for the intelligence officer carrying the research data, they can depart after we begin our assault, which will make it easier for them to break through the defense lines. Even though Hydra Corps and the Gentleman Alliance were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, and Stark's rank was higher than Skorzeny's, this operation was led by the Gentleman Alliance. Also, Skorzeny held a higher position in the Führer's eyes than him. In a way, at least for this operation, Hydra Corps was in a serving position. As the two SS leaders opposite spoke softly in discussion, Grant's eyes flashed. He turned to Joey beside him and asked quietly, "Qin Lun? Joey? Joey." Joey glanced at him and replied coldly, "Joey, why have you lost the aura of the dissector?" Grant frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still felt uneasy and asked secretly. The so-called dissector aura in Grant's words naturally referred to Joey's unique killing aura as a serial killer. To some creatures with sharp perception, this aura was like a super bright light, clearer than a 1,000-watt bulb. Just as when the top predator in the food chain appears, the surroundings go silent, and even insects stop their chirping. Although Grant was not an instinctively sharp insect, his perception was similarly powerful, so he naturally felt Joey's difference from before. Every serial killer would carry a unique evil aura when revealing their dark side, like their personal trademark. For example, after Grant put on the human skin mask of the Joker, his temperament would become totally different, showing a strange, cold aura that was hard to predict with joy or anger. And Joey's aura was one of wild, surging killing and death. Of course, this aura couldn't be kept up for long because the real terror of a serial killer lies in their heart, not their appearance. No matter how evil or dark the negative emotions are, they build up over time. The horror of a serial killer often comes from this eruption of their stored darkness. Once the negative emotions have been released, a serial killer usually wouldn't maintain that evil aura anymore. This wasn't because they couldn't, but because they resisted it instinctively. The reason was simple. Staying in negative feelings for too long could make even a mentally unstable serial killer lose their nature and become a senseless beast. Every successful serial killer had two sides, knowing when to control and release the demon inside. In short, they all had their own symbols and tools. Like the Joker's mask, the dissector's dual personality, or Hill's shepherd theory. Why do I need to have the dissector's aura at all times? Joey's lips curled at the corners, revealing a flash of white teeth like a cunning wolf baring its teeth. Grant narrowed his eyes to hide his surprise. It wasn't strange for a serial killer to change their aura, but according to rumors, Joey Foster was a negative personality born to protect Qin Lun, much like his own human skin mask. If Joey could control his serial killer aura freely just like him, then the hidden information in the dissector's tone was vast, with several possibilities. Whatever the truth, it probably wasn't a good sign for Qin Lun, the other personality. You don't need to guess wildly. Qin Lun and I have coexisted for so long like conjoined twins, Joey said coldly, seeming to realize he had revealed too much, and added an explanation. It's not hard for either of us to disguise as the other. Grant nodded and fell silent, but his mind was racing, as Joey's unnecessary explanation made him think of even more. Even the Joker, after seeing Joey's wild side, recognized that Qin Lun was easier to deal with. But if Joey could always control his aura and disguise himself as Qin Lun at any time, then the situation was different. Come here and check this out. Skorzeny discussed with Stark for a while and then called them over. This is a three-dimensional model that Madame Monica made based on the map provided by the intelligence officer. Skorzeny explained to everyone while pointing at the dirt model in the center of the room. This three-dimensional model was a steep, dangerous canyon with a railway bridge crossing it at the top, about 100 meters long. The canyon was winding and bent, with a rushing stream running at its base. The stream had a broad surface not less than a big river, but it was still called a stream because it wasn't deep. The deepest part was under 2 meters. The stream had clear water, but since this part of the canyon had a large height difference, the water flowed extremely fast. Moreover, there was a 30-meter-tall waterfall ahead in the canyon. The target the Gentleman Alliance was about to attack would pass through this place in a military train. After discussing, Skorzeny and Stark decided to ambush the Allied forces' train here. The terrain was harsh here. Troops couldn't deploy, making it perfect for small groups of elite special forces. If their time wasn't so limited, they could have planted explosives on the railway bridge beforehand for Captain Bach to detonate them, and there wouldn't be likely any survivors. During the fight, you must be careful, Skorzeny reminded them all seriously. Although there's a stream below the railway bridge, the depth is low, with weird stones all along the sides and bottom. Even if we fall in, survival would be slim. Sure enough, they chose this as the ambush location. Grant and Lin Feng exchanged a knowing look secretly. Lin Feng, notify Little Lien and Lily to prepare themselves mentally. Temporary Apostle Team 753, you have completed the main quest spin-off Golden Apple of Heracles, with a 78% completeness in obtaining the Super Soldier Program data. Apostle 70053, your personal contribution to this mission is 31%, awarding you 15,000 shattered crystals, 500 exchange vouchers, 1 law of shattering fusion crystal, and 5 contribution points. Attention! Completing the spin-off quest Golden Apple of Heracles is treated as Team 753 fulfilling the main quest. Temporary team members can choose to give up any other spin-off quests taken, receive rewards for this main quest, and return to the Shattered Starry Sky after extra rewards for World Exploration degree are calculated. Attention! Team 753 has triggered the main quest spin-off, Hydra of Heracles. Team members choosing to delay their return to the Shattered Starry Sky will have a 10-day extension to complete this quest. Warning! If you delay your return, you cannot freely go back during the mission, and failure will cost you the base rewards from the previous main quest. The Heracles main quest spin-offs that had appeared were all named after Heracles' 12 impossible tasks. The Golden Apple clearly referred to the Super Soldier Program, obtained by the Gentleman Alliance. And the Hydra in Legends was the 9-headed snake, though this Hydra didn't mean the Hydra Corps led by Baron Stark. In mythology, Heracles had an ally Iolaus when fighting the Hydra, just as we have Baron Stark and the Red Skull helping us. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up on the team channel. It's worth noting that the 9-headed Hydra also had a crab monster as an ally, so besides the Justice League, might we meet other superhuman groups this time? Possibly, Grant replied, then glanced at Joey, who stayed silent. He remembered the chained quest the Dissector had taken, Grim Foe. Although Casablanca gathered all the extraordinary people from the Allied powers, not every superhuman truly belonged to the Justice League. Just like the Gentleman Alliance, beyond warriors like Captain Bach and Skorzeny, who came from the army, people such as Madame Monica and Baron von Werdenbeller would leave the Gentleman Alliance after this incident. If the Grim Academy appeared on the target train, because of the Grim Foe connection, they might clash fiercely with Joey, causing bigger troubles for the Gentleman Alliance. For the Gentleman Alliance, this was bad news, but if used well. Grant's eyes flickered briefly over Joey's back as he glanced away, his gaze flashing with a strange light. Joey, facing away from Grant, lowered his head slightly, and curled his lips into a barely noticeable vicious smile. After forming teams, apostles could not only accept more impactful group missions affecting otherworldly dimensions, but also enjoy the benefits of the team warehouse and team channel. However, temporary apostle teams lacked access to the team warehouse, only possessing the team channel function. The so-called team channel served as a public platform connecting the soul sigils of all team members. It allowed sharing intelligence, assigning tasks, and showcasing equipment within the channel. Of course, members could freely block specific recipients, choosing to communicate solely with chosen allies. At that moment, inside a lavishly decorated military train car, Lily was privately conversing with little lEND through this team channel. "Little lEND, do you think they'll arrive on time?" Lily idly twirled her hair near her temples with a finger, tilting her head towards her companion beside her. This transgender prisoner with a man's body and woman's soul had finally indulged her womanhood in this alien world. While Central European women typically had prominent cheekbones and sharper facial lines, Lily, with her short crop, possessed a delicate, androgynous beauty. Moreover, good nutrition and exercise within the army shaped the body she inhabited with graceful curves. The ample chest was no less impressive than those of the originally youthful-faced, large-chested little lEND. Since their capture by the Allied forces, several officer guards had voiced their admiration for Lily, overtly or subtly. One was even a superhuman from the Justice League, greatly inflating her pride. "You've asked this several times already. Didn't Demon King Qin Lun agree with us? We're doing as he said. He'll find a way to lure the Gentleman Alliance here." Little lEND sneaked a peek at Lily's ample chest, then looked down at her own slight figure. "Didn't Demon King Qin Lun say that Shattered Starry Sky specifically selects plot characters for apostles to inhabit, ensuring they're as similar as possible to the original version? Why am I stuck in such a mere child?" Little lEND pouted, her expression gloomy as she muttered under her breath. The plot character Little lEND embodied wasn't actually a child. On the contrary, the female army medic was a genuine high-achieving medical graduate from Munich Medical University, tragically killed by infection while operating on a wounded soldier, far more accomplished than Little lEND's meager nursing background. However, this doctor had dedicated herself entirely to medical research before her death, lacking personal life experience or social skills. Though possessing gentle looks and the homely girl next door charm favored by Eastern aesthetics, her petite stature remained firmly within the girl category. This didn't appeal to European male preferences, naturally failing to spark romantic interests among male comrades. Shattered Starry Sky selected inhabitable characters primarily based on the apostle's disposition, not appearance. This doctor actually aligned well with Little lEND's personality. "I know," Lily pouted, sounding anxious. "But we gave them false information on Qin Lun's order. Won't that be? Worried the Nazis might punish us later?" Little lEND sounded puzzled. "But we got the task notification too. Even if it was fake, it became real, right? And Qin Lun said once we complete this mission, we can nearly return to Shattered Starry Sky. We won't have to stick around worrying about the Nazi orders." "No, I'm not worried about the plot characters," Lily smiled bitterly. "Einstein is key to this false intel. Without such a central figure, even knowing the true cargo of this military train wouldn't draw the heavily damaged Gentleman Alliance. However, even if Skorzeny and his group show up without meeting Einstein, they probably won't blame us or lend phone. This tip itself had substantial uncertainty. Besides, this train carries other important freight too. Then what else worries you?" Little lEND blinked her large eyes, curious. "Nothing." Lily sighed, feeling helpless at her simple-minded friend's naivete. Naturally, the one who worried her was another serial killer, Clown Grant. This false information operation was hidden from the Joker. Such was the sorrow of a small player. Destiny wasn't hers to control. Worse still, she answered to two equally terrifying serial killer bosses. Actually, these two beauties, one true, one blended, didn't even know this deception didn't originate from Qin Lun at all, but from Joey. After the major battle, Grant hid the fact that Joey hadn't reverted to Qin Lun, subtly undermining trust between Qin Lun and Little lEND's group. "Little lEND, why do you trust Qin Lun so completely? Though I'm no saint either, Compared to these bosses, Lily frowned. Aren't you scared at all? Scared? Why be scared of Qin Lun? He's not like Joey Foster. Little lEND shook her head fiercely, as if dispelling a nuisance. You saw for yourself. At the District 91 base, he saved me once. Oh, Chameleon Chekhov. Lily tilted her head back in memory. She recalled the scene immediately, opening her mouth to speak. I know what you'll say, Little lEND continued as if bolstering her own conviction. It was Joey who saved me. But, if Qin Lun hadn't asked him, why would the dissector ever save me voluntarily? It was Joey who got Hu Fei killed, not Qin Lun. And Qin Lun gave me good advice several times. Believe me, Little lEND, whether it's Joey or Qin Lun inside the dissector's body, neither is trustworthy. Lily pleaded earnestly. I won't listen. I won't listen. Little lEND clapped her hands over her ears, shaking her head as she dashed from the carriage. You'll understand eventually, Lily whispered to herself, watching Little lEND disappear. Serial killers aren't normal people. Those bosses are simply unreliably. Their dictionary lacks the word comrade. Actually, after finishing that Savior of Physics side quest, we should have returned immediately. This is only our first Otherworld mission. When the Gentleman Alliance assaulted the underground shelter, dawn was just breaking. By the time they retreated to the German intelligence agent's secret hideout, less than an hour had passed. The sky had barely brightened. But that intense artillery barrage and close-quarters fight turned Casablanca, garrisoned by American and British troops, into a boiling oil pot. Not only was the entire city under martial law, but even Justice League superhumans joined patrols and shifts. Skorzeny initially planned to move out at dusk, but intelligence agents outside their perimeter soon sent urgent warnings. They had to depart within half an hour. German spies could handle extensive military sweeps, but were defenseless against Justice League superhumans. These individuals possessed keen senses, various unusual abilities, and many excelled in psychic manipulation. Even the best German operatives couldn't withstand their questioning. Skorzeny understood this perfectly and didn't pressure his support team. After consulting with Stark, they decided to wait until a Hydra Corps medic treated their injuries briefly before attempting a breakout. Special protein serum, a potent drug extracted from human tissue and combined with essential trace elements. Assessed by Shattered Starry Sky, the item ranks Tier 3, Level 1 in rarity. First use permanently enhances law body attributes, focusing primarily on constitution and mana value recovery speed. Hint: this serum rapidly restores large amounts of health points over a short duration, significantly boosting vital signs, but incapable of healing functional injuries. Due to resistance buildup, a 3-day cooldown applies after each injection. Just as the Hydra Corps medic inserted the needle into Joey's arm, the death notice flashed with an unexpected and welcome message. Joey had sustained the most severe injuries since the big battle, only outstripped by Baron von Werdenbeller, who transformed into the vampire bat. During the serial killer's deadly duel with Kathleen, though Qin Lun's scheme had severely weakened Professor Green, the final clash spelled mutual destruction. While Joey channeled nearly every ounce of his mana value, using nearly 10 crystal mirror magic arrays to shatter the sound barrier with his speed, this reckless move inflicted massive strain upon him. During that final strike, Joey, moving at supersonic speeds, lost form slightly. His dagger of sin missed Kathleen's heart, piercing her right lung instead, causing severe blood loss. Conversely, Kathleen inflicted a far worse wound. Calmly forming her hand into a blade poised for stabbing motion, she sacrificed 2 fingers to spear through Joey's abdomen. The serial killer's left kidney even slipped out from his back wound. Objectively speaking, Dissector's fatal strike proved less effective than his opponent's. Had he not possessed extensive recovery items in his storage space, the survivor would have been Grimm Academy's esteemed professor, Kathleen Lewis. Naturally, Joey didn't care about winning. For a serial killer, survival defined victory. However, Kathleen left a mark, which prompted the dissector to take her head. He even crafted his perceived artwork during their retreat, obsessed with his idea of honoring it. In the dissector's philosophy, Kathleen's fate wasn't meant as insult or provocation against the Justice League. Instead, this grim tribute served as a release for his twisted worldview. This is a specially developed drug from Hydra research facilities. Production is extremely limited. Unless for critical, life-threatening injuries to key members, it's rarely administered, boomed a hoarse, deep voice behind Joey. Lieutenant Gerthard, you are remarkably robust. Few remain conscious, let alone active, after such a penetrating injury. It's nothing. Just honed endurance from long years as a sniper. Joey's face flickered strangely. Muscles seemed adjusted deliberately like a mask settling back into place, finally revealing Qin Lun's trademark detached smile. An honor to fight alongside such a noble and resilient Imperial officer. The owner of the raspy voice sat beside Joey. Blood-red eyes stared from behind his silver mask, settling on the first-class iron cross pinned to the sniper's chest. Red Skull salutes you. The entire city of Casablanca was under strict martial law to search for the Gentleman Alliance, but in the end, they did not achieve much. When the Allied forces reached the hideout of the German intelligence officers, the Gentleman Alliance and the Hydra Corps had already left. Even the local German intelligence officers had completely withdrawn. It was not that the Allied forces were too incompetent, but rather due to the unique restrictions in Casablanca. Morocco itself was a colony, and the local residents were mostly Arabs who practiced Islam. The city's residents held little goodwill toward either side of the World War II. In their eyes, both the Allied forces and the Germans were enemies. In addition, due to earlier artillery attacks, the local residents became even more uncooperative with the Allied forces. Several violent confrontations between the military and civilians even occurred in the city, making the citywide search in Casablanca full of loopholes. Guided and disguised by intelligence officers, Skorzeny and others made a smooth and quick retreat to the city outskirts. Here, the German intelligence officers would continue to hide until nightfall. Then, they would take the research materials of the super soldier program and Baron von Werdenbeller, who had turned into a vampire bat, and return to Berlin on a U-boat specially dispatched to pick them up. Meanwhile, Skorzeny and Baron Stark would lead the Gentleman Alliance and the Hydra Special Forces to intercept that crucial Allied forces' military train. Morocco had a long, narrow territory with over 1,700 kilometers of coastline and complex terrain. The central and northern regions were dominated by the steep Atlas Mountains, while the east and south were covered by the high plateau and the pre-Sahara plateau. Only the northwest coastal area had a narrow, low-lying, and warm plain. Morocco's population and key resources were concentrated along the western coast, with Casablanca being the largest city in the country. At that time, Morocco was still a Spanish colony, and Rabat was its de facto political center. Morocco had a railway that ran closely along the western coast, starting from El Jadida in the south and connecting to the port of Ceuta on the eastern end of the Strait of Gibraltar. At the time, Ceuta was under the control of the Allied forces. Important figures and cargo on the military train would be transported across the strait to Portugal and then forwarded to England. Ceuta had a diverse population, including Muslims, Jews, and Hindus. Although geographically part of Africa and once ruled by Muslims, since King John I of Portugal captured Ceuta in the early 15th century, efforts had been made to eliminate Muslim influence and spread Christianity. Even after Portugal ceded Ceuta to Spain in the 17th century, this religious policy did not change. Therefore, culturally, Ceuta was completely different from the Muslim city of Casablanca and could be considered part of Andalusia. In fact, even the local residents of Ceuta never saw themselves as Moroccans, but as part of Spain. The local residents of Ceuta disliked the oppressive Spanish dictatorship and viewed the Allied forces as liberators. The relationship between the military and civilians was relatively good. If the military train were allowed to reach Ceuta, the Gentleman Alliance would not be able to act as freely as they did in Casablanca. If they stayed in the city for half a day, they would likely be caught by the Allied forces. As for the sea, the narrow Strait of Gibraltar and the Bay of Biscay were different from the vast Atlantic Ocean. English fleets stationed in the ports of southwestern France were everywhere, leaving no chance for German submarines to launch a surprise attack. To attack the military train, they had to do it along the way. Skorzeny and Baron Stark chose a location in central Morocco, near the small city of Kenitra, not far from Rabat. The western coast of Morocco had a narrow and warm plain, which was why cities like Casablanca and Rabat were relatively prosperous. Kenitra was a small fishing port with more complex terrain than ordinary coastal cities. It was backed by mountainous folds and located upstream of the Cebu River. The precarious canyon railway bridge that Scorzeny had previously asked Madame Monica to simulate was just outside Kenitra. Of course, for the Gentleman Alliance to attack the military train, the most critical factor was not the terrain, but whether they could catch up to it first. It would be incorrect to say that the Allied forces' search in Casablanca yielded no results at all. At the very least, it delayed the Gentleman Alliance's progress, putting the Germans several hours behind the military train. In Morocco, where there were no cars or airplanes, it was not easy for the Gentleman Alliance to catch up with a train that had departed hours earlier. Fortunately, the Hydra Corps solved this problem for them. Horses? Lieutenant Colonel, are you planning to use these horses to catch up with the train? Captain Bach looked at Scorzeny with a strange expression. During World War II, trains were generally not very fast. The maximum design speed of an ordinary steam train usually did not exceed 100 kilometers per hour, and it typically operated at speeds of 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. Even the best racehorse could hardly exceed 80 kilometers per hour. In other words, even if a horse could run faster than the train, the difference would be limited. Moreover, at such speeds, a horse could only run for a few kilometers. Captain Bach, don't underestimate these horses. They have taken special biochemical drugs from the Hydra Corps and can run at 100 kilometers per hour for a full 6 hours. Baron Stark walked over from a distance, tapping his cane, accompanied by Red Skull. Our intelligence officers have found out that the Allied forces' military train is an armored train, which is even slower than an ordinary steam train. We will catch up with them before nightfall. Scorzeny patted the neck of the horse beside him and cracked a rare joke. It's just that our backsides will suffer a bit. Then I have no further questions. Let's set off early, Bach said excitedly. We intercepted the Allied forces' super soldier program. If we can also eliminate Albert Einstein, the chief scientist of the Allied forces' unconventional warfare forces, then even if we failed to assassinate the 3 leaders, the Heracles mission will still be a complete success. Even if Germany cannot defeat the whole world, we will surely end this war with dignity. Scorzeny and the others exchanged glances and saw a glimmer of inspiring hope in each other's eyes. By the 6th year of the war, these German elites had long realized that the empire was exhausted. The Third Reich did not lose on the battlefield. It was slowly worn down by the Allied forces, who gathered human and material resources from all over the world. Germany could no longer win on the conventional battlefield. To turn the tide and end the war, they could only rely on unconventional warfare forces. At that moment, Scorzeny and the others suddenly realized that the turning point of the war was in their hands. The Gentleman Alliance had seized the golden key to the door of victory. In the name of the Gentleman Alliance, in the name of Hydra, in the name of Germany, with the honor of soldiers, we will surely win. The canyon in the early morning was heavy with dew, and the coolness unique to early spring filled the mountain stream. Chirp, chirp, a bright green insect leaped out and landed right in front of a large head. Seemingly frightened by the huge creature's light gray pupils, the green insect quickly jumped away. With a rustle of leaves, it disappeared deep into the grass. Gerhard, how is it? Any movement below? A head with green grass suddenly emerged from the ground next to Joey. It was Captain Bach, wearing camouflage. No, the military train hasn't arrived here yet. Joey tilted his head to glance at the railway bridge below and replied calmly. Joey and Bach were hiding on the right cliff of the canyon railway bridge, overlooking the bridge from above. Scorzeny had chosen this location for the ambush out of necessity. On the plains, the guards on the train could spot attackers from afar. The Allied forces' armored train had powerful firepower, making it difficult for the Gentleman Alliance to get close. Only in such treacherous terrain would they have a chance to board the train and carry out a series of sabotage and attacks. Perhaps our intelligence is wrong, and they've already passed the railway bridge. Bach frowned slightly, feeling restless. That's impossible. The heavy rain and mudslides not only hindered us, but also affected the railway even more. They couldn't have gotten ahead. Joey shrugged indifferently. He wasn't pretending to be calm. According to the news from Little Lien, The Allied forces' military train had indeed not arrived here yet. After setting off yesterday, the Gentleman Alliance encountered a sudden heavy rainstorm. They faced several mudslides along the way, making it impossible to reach the original ambush site before nightfall. Skorzeny initially thought they would never catch up with the military train. However, after asking the locals, they discovered that the early spring rainstorm covered a vast area. Not only did it slow down their pursuit, but it also had an even greater impact on the railway. The Allied forces' military train was stranded in Rabat due to mudslides and did not reach Kenitra that night. Seeing that hope was not lost, the Gentleman Alliance pushed their horses to the limit, resulting in the death of all the horses and exhausting everyone. But they finally reached the ambush site, the Canyon Railway Bridge, in the early morning. Due to limited time and insufficient explosives, Skorzeny rejected Bach's plan to blow up the bridge. Instead, they stationed personnel at both ends of the railway bridge, quietly waiting for the enemy military train to arrive. The shallow stream at the bottom of the canyon was an intermittent river. In the spring, when water was plentiful, it merged into the Cebu River. In the summer, it would dry up, revealing a rocky streambed with scattered stones. Because the upstream and downstream sections of this intermittent stream had a significant elevation difference and a large waterfall, the river course was unstable and had multiple branches. From Joey's hiding spot on the canyon cliff, he could clearly see 9 different branch channels, resembling a hydra coiled at the bottom of the canyon. Woo! Just as Bach and Joey were whispering, the faint sound of a train whistle echoed from the distance in the canyon. "They're here." Joey and Bach stopped their discussion, and a gleam of sharp light flashed in their eyes. "Can you hit it?" "Oh, sorry, Gerhard. I shouldn't doubt your marksmanship." Bach stood up from the cliff, nervously watching the rapidly approaching train below. "Damn, I never thought I'd have to parachute onto something as thin as a wire one day." The left end of this railway bridge connected to sparse mountain woods. The forest area faced a steep cliff towards the canyon direction. Below the railway bridge was a rushing, intermittent river, with the water surface tens of meters lower than the bridge. The right end of the railway bridge was also a cliff, though different from the left side's woods. The cliff on this side was at a higher elevation than the left. Therefore, the right side of the railway bridge actually connected to a railway tunnel piercing through the mountain. Of course, the tunnel wasn't very long, only about 100 meters or so. The right cliff near the tunnel entrance was reinforced with blue stone blocks, making the entire tunnel mouth look like a neatly cut piece of snowflake cake. The small concave mountain ledge where Bach and Joey hid was on the right end of the railway bridge, positioned about 10 meters higher than the blue stone reinforced tunnel entrance. Though the drop from here to the train cars was less than 20 meters, converted, that was still the height of a 6- or 7-story building. Looking down from this height at the train car roof less than 3 meters wide, even if not as exaggerated as the wire Bach mentioned, it was similar to the balance beam in women's gymnastics. Armored trains were different from regular trains. Though slower than ordinary passenger trains due to heavy external armor and artillery cars, their defenses were exceptional. Taking the armored military train the Gentleman Alliance was raiding as an example, it only had 7 cars total with steam locomotives at both ends, allowing reverse movement when needed. Among the 7 cars, one carried a twin 380mm railway gun, and another was equipped with 2 24mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns that could rotate 360 degrees. These 2 gun mounts were semi-enclosed, operated by 2 persons each, with armored shields at front and back, capable of resisting attacks from scattered fighter planes and guerrillas. Skorzeny had Bach and Gerhard take the lead for a reason. One was a Special Forces paratrooper, the other the best sniper in the Gentleman Alliance. Gerhard was responsible for neutralizing one of the gun mounts immediately, while Queen of Sandstorm, Madame Monica, handled the remaining one. As for Captain Bach's mission, it was even more demanding. As a Special Forces paratrooper, he needed to jump from the 6-story high cliff and accurately land on the first or second car of the military train. Then, taking advantage of the train entering the tunnel, he had to seize control of the locomotive in the darkness and slow the train down slightly, making it easier for Skorzeny and the Hydra Corps waiting at the tunnel's other end to board. What's so difficult about that? You're a Special Forces paratrooper, plus you have Madame Monica's assistance. Joey tilted his head, pressing his right eye against the sniper rifle's scope. While teasing his companion, he muttered without much confidence, "Actually, you should be more worried about my shooting." That day Joey told Grant that he could do everything Qin Lun could, but that was actually a lie. He could indeed change his demeanor to act like Qin Lun because they knew each other too well. But he couldn't use Qin Lun's unique ability, the combat model. Joey wasn't just the dissector. He was also Qin Lun's cleaner. All the emotions Qin Lun couldn't handle were passed to Joey. In the orphan's grudge world, Qin Lun had experienced rage, sorrow, love, but in the end, he handed all of it to Joey. Qin Lun spontaneously split himself. Whenever he encountered emotions he couldn't process, he would have Joey hide and suppress these emotions. Using Joey's brutality and bloodlust, he slowly digested and expelled these emotions, ultimately achieving cleansing. Joey didn't automatically appear every time Qin Lun faced danger. He hadn't shown up even once during the Death Hunt world. The reason was Joey hadn't completely digested and expelled the chaotic emotions from the orphan's grudge. Because of this, Joey could never achieve Qin Lun's zombie-like cold numbness. In other words, absolute calmness. And the combat model was a product of self-hypnosis under this absolute calm. Therefore, Qin Lun could use the combat model, but Joey Foster, who had stronger combat abilities, couldn't. Without the combat model, Joey's marksmanship naturally couldn't compare to Master Sniper Gerthard. Fortunately, Qin Lun's original modified Kar 98K sniper rifle had been destroyed in the fight with Kathleen. The sniper rifle he now used was a special firearm from the Hydra Corps. When Joey first saw this sniper rifle used by the Hydra Corps, he couldn't help but curl his lips because this thing couldn't really be called a sniper rifle. It was actually a powerful anti-material rifle, commonly known as the PSB-39 anti-tank rifle. The Hydra Corps' predecessor was the Brandenburg unit. These people were mostly agents and spies, with very few master snipers. Since shooting accuracy wasn't high, they had to pursue power instead, making sure assassination targets got more than they bargained for. The PSB-39 anti-tank rifle had the same 7.92 mm caliber as the Kar 98K sniper rifle, but its tungsten core armor-piercing rounds had extremely large propellant charges, making them 95 mm long, almost like a ballpoint pen, with armor penetration of 20 mm within 100 meters. This rifle had also been specially modified by German research departments. It had a 4x optical scope mounted at the rear and a rifled silencer attached to the muzzle, improving accuracy and reducing noise. Though Joey couldn't use Qin Lun's combat model, his law-body's firearms expertise skills remained. While he couldn't shoot through the gun mount's narrow firing port to kill the machine gunners inside, the gun position's less than 10 mm armored shield was like thin paper before this anti-tank rifle. Bang! The military train's whistle as it entered the tunnel largely covered the anti-tank rifle's noise. The first gun mount on the third machine gun car's roof now had a small bullet hole in its front armored shield. The fragmented hole was dented inward, emitting a wisp of white gun smoke. Parts of the breach showed a dark red color. The tungsten core bullet had almost ignited the steel fragments around the hole while penetrating the armor. The two Allied machine gunners inside the gun mount remained motionless in their positions, their heads slumped unnaturally on the guns. The shooter facing the tunnel had a tragically beautiful blood flower blooming on his chest, while his comrade behind him showed blood stains seeping through his back. Joey's shot had killed two birds with one stone, taking out both gunners simultaneously. The tungsten core bullet had extremely strong penetration. Though the wound channel in the human body wasn't large, the high-velocity bullet instantly cooked the gunner's internal organs, killing them almost before they could feel any pain. Great shot. A sweet compliment from Madame Monica faintly carried on the wind. After being saved by Joey, the Queen of Sandstorm seemed to open her closed heart again, showing unusual closeness to this super sniper who always wore a cold expression with light gray pupils. Compared to the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, Gerthard's luck this time actually earned him many jealous stares. If not for the Heracles plan being at a critical stage, and Baron von Werdenbeller, who admired Madame Monica the most, being unconscious, he probably would have received a duel challenge already. Hey, I think I heard a gunshot. In another nearby gun mount, An allied gunner said doubtfully. Probably just the wind. Or, you can ask them. His comrade replied somewhat uncertainly. All right. The gunner hesitantly took the communicator from his partner. Neither noticed the air inside the gun cabin seemed much murkier, as if mixed with quite a bit of wind and sand. Hello, whoa. The gunner had just uttered a greeting into the communicator when he felt his neck tighten, as if large hands were choking his throat. The gunner released the communicator, his hands clawing uselessly at his neck. Apart from some scattered sand, his final struggle achieved nothing. His comrade opposite didn't fare much better either. The last sight in the gunner's eyes was his partner's purple swollen face, bloodshot eyes bulging from their sockets, and dust and sand wrapped like a whip around his neck. All right, my turn now? God bless me. Bach made a bitter face and drew a cross on his chest, secretly swearing. When I get back to the unit, I'm definitely adding balance beam parachuting to those bastards' training manual. Under the mocking gaze of the sniper beside him, Captain Bach resignedly jumped off the cliff, spreading his arms to stabilize his body, swooping like a large bird toward the speeding locomotive. Unfortunately, without the combat model's extremely precise calculations, though Captain Bach roughly calculated the landing spot, the canyon wind still blew him slightly off course from the locomotive's intended landing spot. No Iron Cross medal for me, Bach thought with a flash of disappointment as he looked at the car roof just a meter away. His failure hadn't actually ended the mission yet. After all, the train's most critical gun positions had been eliminated. But with the train's speed not reduced, Skorzeny and the others would have much more difficulty boarding. Of course, this performance during the mission naturally wouldn't earn him the Iron Cross medal. Just as Captain Bach was feeling sorry for himself, an unexpected push came from behind him. The Queen of Sandstorm truly lived up to being the most powerful, superpowered being in the Gentleman Alliance. While neutralizing one gun position, she still had capacity to observe the entire battlefield and help Bach at the most critical moment. Captain Bach's eyes flashed with intensity. The push Madame Monica gave him wasn't actually enough to send him directly onto the car. But for him, it was sufficient. The paratrooper captain reached out with simian arms, his 5 fingers gripping the car roof's steel railings like steel pincers. Using his core strength, he twisted his body and flipped onto the roof. His position was at the front end of the second car. Looking at the locomotive just ahead, the paratrooper captain ran quickly along the roof, leaping toward the locomotive just as the military train entered the tunnel. He grabbed the right side window with both hands, twisted his body, and dove into the locomotive. Good morning, gentlemen. Bach smiled brightly at the 2 bewildered train crew members, revealing a mouthful of gleaming steel teeth. Something's wrong. At the same time, in the 4th car, a tall man who had been sprawled on the sofa sleeping with a cowboy hat over his face, reeking of alcohol, suddenly stood up. His face was grave as he looked forward, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate through the car partitions directly to the locomotive. Dr. Jones, another nightmare? Good-natured chuckles echoed through the carriage. Since Professor Kathleen's death, Indiana Jones had been deeply depressed, dulling his sorrows with drink. Today, he'd even declined invitations to play cards from his fellow superhumans, usually the archaeologist's favorite pastime. I feel the train is under attack. Dr. Jones' eyes shone with fierce alertness, completely banishing his earlier drunken stupor. Are you certain? A superhuman asked, frowning slightly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have doubted Jones' judgment. The archaeologist's instincts were famously sharp. If not for that, he would have perished long ago during those bizarre archaeological expeditions. But these past 2 days were different. Jones had harbored deep guilt over Kathleen's death. Drunk, he often muttered incoherently in his sleep. From last night to now, he had raised multiple false alarms. The doctor is right this time. The military train just gained about 170 pounds. Oh, wait. No, another 180 pounds just now. An elderly man in a tuxedo, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were uncanny, his pupils shaped like tiny clock faces with a single hand ticking softly. Germans. The Gentleman Alliance. The superhumans gambling instantly dropped their cards, faces paling as they stood up. 170 to 180 pounds was roughly 77 to 81 kilograms, exactly a grown man's weight. This old man's identity was special. he wasn't one to joke around. This clearly meant 2 adult men had boarded the train. Only German superhumans, or their group, could sneak onto a speeding Allied armored military train unnoticed. They still haven't returned to Berlin. Roars of fury erupted throughout the carriage. Stay calm, everyone. The old man with clock-like pupils raised his hand slowly. The superhumans instantly quietened. In the next moment, a wave of rage and battle readiness swelled through the carriage like a tidal wave. The disastrous failure from 2 nights ago flooded back into their minds. Even though many weren't soldiers, these superhumans were, in some ways, far prouder than any soldier. They could accept failure, but failing due to stupidity? Unforgivable. The Allies had specifically chosen Casablanca for the Three-Nation Summit. It served not only to integrate the Allies' unconventional warfare forces, but also to lure the German superhumans into a trap and crush them swiftly, speeding up the war's end. To this end, Allied intelligence even deliberately leaked part of the leader's whereabouts, setting an inescapable trap for the Gentleman Alliance. The advantage of timing, geography, and people all favored the Allies in Casablanca. Even the locals' uncooperative attitude had been considered. If the Germans couldn't even infiltrate Casablanca, they wouldn't come. Moreover, Allied intelligence later learned that a traitor had emerged within the Gentleman Alliance and secretly contacted them. Everything went smoothly at first. With inside help, they surrounded and destroyed most of the Oranienburg Special Forces soldiers and, without shedding a drop of blood, captured the strongest Gentleman Alliance superhuman, the Queen of Sandstorm. But what nobody expected, the shattered remnants, the Gentleman Alliance with 5 left and fewer than 30 Oranienburg soldiers, launched a counterattack, turning the Allies' victory feast into a nightmare. First came an unimaginable naval bombardment, driving the leaders and scientists to scurry underground. Then an even more embarrassing event unfolded. The Justice League, numbering almost 30 superhumans, failed to stop the mere 5 Gentleman Alliance members. The super soldier laboratory was stripped bare. Worse, a superhuman perished in battle, Professor Green. It was easy enough for 2 superhumans to settle a fight. But to kill, that required immense effort. Any experienced superhuman mastered multiple survival techniques. Their sheer vitality made them incredibly hard to kill entirely. At worst, they escaped wounded. True, Little Lotus and Lily's intelligence played a role. Captain Bach's fiery explosions turned the underground tunnels into a killing ground favoring the Gentleman Alliance. Still, the sheer numerical and power gap between the forces couldn't be ignored. If the U.S. 101st Airborne Division had been made monkeys off by 30 Oranienburg soldiers, suffering nearly 1,000 casualties, at least they had killed all their enemies. In stark contrast, the Gentleman Alliance entered the tunnels with 5 and escaped with 6, rescuing the betrayed Queen of Sandstorm. This wasn't failure. This was humiliation. That's why these elite superhumans of the Justice League willingly helped the Allied forces hunt the Gentleman Alliance across Casablanca. Normally, they wouldn't stoop to foot soldier chores. Sadly, Casablanca was chosen for its chaotic nature to lure the Germans. Now, its leaky security grid allowed those cunning piranhas to slip away. The U.S. 101st Airborne withdrawing from Casablanca was mockingly dubbed the stupid 101 Division. And the Justice League? They became known as the Waste Alliance. Casablanca was a brutal blow to the Fairy Tale Girls team and Indiana Jones. But for the others in the Justice League, it was no lesser a setback. Post-Casablanca, the Justice League superhumans were free to leave. Yet they split willingly. Captain America led one group, escorting the leaders to London. The other, led by the clock-eyed old man, boarded this military train to escort scientists to Ceuta. This was the manifestation of their burning resentment. They yearned to clash with the Gentleman Alliance again, solely to erase the stain of their last shameful defeat. Dean David, please command our combat strategy. A formidable man with a thick beard bowed respectfully to the old man. The Gentleman Alliance defeated us last time because of their discipline and tactics. This time, the Justice League won't be a disorganized mob. He was right. Though unaware of Little Lotus and Lily's role, he knew the Gentleman Alliance, with only 5 members, had operated with terrifying precision. Exploring separately, retreating together, each power utilized to its maximum. Scorzany's team had even breached the Allied leader's bunker door. Yet at Joey's signal, they retreated instantly. Their resolve left a deep impression. Little Lotus and Lily's intel only connected the pieces. The real key to Joey and Grant's escape remained the coordinated skill of Scorzany, Bach, Werdenbeller, and Monica. Without the Queen of Sandstorm's power, Bach's demolitions, Werdenbeller's sacrifice, or Scorzany's leadership, Joey and Grant couldn't have escaped alive. Just as Joey said, their victory belonged to the entire Gentleman Alliance. If the enemy used explosives just now, we'd already be dead in the ravine. I suspect the Gentleman Alliance barely got here in time to plant charges on the bridge. Dean David spoke deliberately. Dr. Jones felt the attack as the train neared a tunnel. Only 2 boarded. Likely they aimed to seize the locomotive, slow the train, helping comrades ambushing us further ahead. If so, another superhuman cut in. Enemy numbers should be heavier up front. We must deploy our main force forward. Yes, gather all scientists here. I'll alert the Fairy Tale Girls team. They work together seamlessly. They'll protect the civilians, the dean declared firmly. Dr. Jones, lead the team to the front cars. Agile fighters scale the roof. Remember, space inside is tight. Enemy attack vectors are unpredictable. Fight in disciplined teams of 3. Dean David, what about you? This old man prefers fighting alone. Dean David smiled faintly. The hand on his clock face pupil gave a sharp jump. Leave the enemies in the rear section to me. Humph, Joey grunted, his arms flailing wildly as he barely steadied himself atop the train carriage. After killing the Allied machine gunner on the bridge above, he'd followed Bach off the cliff. But the dissector lacked Bach's parachuting skill and couldn't activate his combat model. He hadn't landed smoothly on the roof. Instead, he had missed the speeding train completely, hurtling through the air meters behind the last armored car's engine. Thankfully, the freed Queen of Sandstorm, Madame Monica, sent a whip of sand, yanking him back onto the train. Are you all right? One of the swirling sand devils shimmered as Monica's beautiful face briefly appeared within it. Fine. The serial killer replied sharply to the lady's concern, his expression frosty. Seemingly sparing his pride, Monica chuckled softly and swiftly drifted away towards the front. She needed to help Scorzany and the hydrocore board. Joey's face hardened as he jumped down to the coupling between cars. He kicked open the rear door of the train's final carriage. As he stepped inside, everyone within rose to their feet, staring at him with stunned confusion. Inside the car were 2 fully armed Allied soldiers and several men and women dressed casually, likely scientists. What truly shocked Joey? Fate seemed to play tricks on him again. Among them were 2 painfully familiar faces. Lieutenant Gerhard. The 2 recognized him simultaneously, their voices filled with 2 utterly different emotions. Rat-a-tat. The sudden burst of gunfire sent the scientists inside the carriage into panic. They all shrank behind their seats. Haha. Joey stomped his foot, charged forward another 2 steps, and leaped into the air. A light breeze swirled around him, making his body waver like a leaf in the wind. Dodging most of the submachine gun bullets, he landed right above the 2 Allied soldiers. Joey thrust his hands downward, grabbing each soldier by the scruff of their necks. Crack! As 2 blood blossoms bloomed on his chest, the soldiers' heads snapped backwards at an unnatural angle. Their bodies jerked and crumpled to the floor. Rat-a-tat! The seized weapons stubbornly chattered on, riddling the surroundings and hitting a few unlucky scientists. Wails of pain filled the carriage. Dr. Keller, Dr. Leo. What an unpleasant reunion. To be honest, everyone misses you, especially Madame Monica. Joey turned and stared at the 2 doctors, his lips twisting into a savage grin. He dug out the deformed bullets from his pectoral muscles with 2 fingers. The carriage was too cramped. Even using the drift technique, he hadn't dodged all the bullets. Fortunately, the wind energy swirling around him from the drift technique had weakened the bullet's force, and his gradually enhancing law body prevented them from piercing deep enough to damage his organs. Lieutenant Gerhard, please don't hurt Dr. Keller. I was the one who betrayed the Empire. She had nothing to do with it. The thin man named Leo spread his arms, blocking his wife. He gazed nervously at Joey. No, Leo. Dr. Keller's expression changed as she grabbed her husband's shoulder. Keller. Leo glared back at his wife, signaling her to be quiet. Such an enviable couple. A magic circle that resembled a runic mirror abruptly appeared half a meter beside Joey. With a crisp, shattering sound, the serial killer suddenly materialized behind the pair, his hand resting lightly on Dr. Keller's delicate shoulder. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny isn't just a Special Forces commander. He's also a lieutenant colonel in the SS Intelligence Department. I don't believe a senseless, giant brute could hide a treasonous plan from him. Joey moved his head close to Keller's ear and softly blew towards the beautiful doctor's ear canal. That night in Hamburg, you deliberately triggered your husband's gigantism to spiral out of control, didn't you? To sneak out and contact Allied intelligence? Right, Dr. Keller? No, not her, it was me, Leo said agitatedly. Shut up, doctor. I hate being interrupted. Joey gave Leo Robert a cold look, a flash of crimson deep within his eyes. To preserve Madame Monica's dignity, we never pursued exactly who subdued her with a syringe. But to prevent her having any reaction time, the attacker must have been standing unervingly close. Would the Queen of Sandstorm allow a married man to stand that close to her body, Dr. Leo? Haha, Lieutenant Gerthard, please don't blame my husband. He's just too worried about me. Dr. Keller, firmly under Joey's control, sighed softly. I'm the traitor. Since Leo became like that, the thought of betraying the Empire has festered in my mind. Unfortunately, the Aryan Arc Corps strictly controlled researcher movements. Lieutenant Colonel Skorzeny only found us then because I hadn't been able to enact my escape plan until he contacted us. Watching his wife confess, Leo's chest heaved violently. He didn't offer futile arguments this time. Instead, he silently pulled a syringe from his coat, tilted his head back, and aimed it at his carotid artery. Leo, when did you prepare that? Dr. Keller's beautiful eyes widened in shock at the syringe in her husband's hand. Let her go, Lieutenant Gerthard. Swear you'll let her go, and I swear I'll return to Berlin with you to face court-martial. Leo spoke to Joey with unnerving calmness in his gaze. Otherwise, I will ruin your current mission. A giant without his senses poses no threat to us. Joey stated flatly. No, Lieutenant Gerthard, you don't understand. Leo cast a gentle look at Dr. Keller. Though my wife resents the Empire for what happened to me, that isn't the main reason she betrayed our homeland. 2 years ago, the Aryan Arc Research Institute received this super soldier program, files delivered by one of the Empire's Special Forces units. Of course, it was incomplete, less than 20% intact. The Hydra Corps. Joey curled his lip, instantly recalling what Red Skull had once told him. Yes. Leo gave him a surprised look before continuing. When Keller and I analyzed the information, we were stunned to discover a particular chemical developed in the super soldier program might have a reversing effect on the giant formula. Meaning, the Allies developed an antidote to the giant formula? Joey's eyebrow shot up, grasping Leo's implication immediately. More than just an antidote. Keller managed a bitter laugh from Joey's grip. Once I got Leo to the Allied research lab in Casablanca, we discovered the chemical not only reversed his gigantism, but, used in conjunction with the serum, allowed him to keep a clear mind even while transformed. Out of a sense of duty to our homeland, we never provided the Allies with this improved giant formula. Leo stated gravely, Lieutenant Gerthard, release my wife. When I return to Berlin for trial, I will surrender this formula to our nation. Apostle 70053, you have triggered the Hidden Branch quest, Cleansing the Traitor. This quest cannot be shared and belongs solely to the Executing Apostle. Cleansing the Traitor, Captain-level hidden quest. The Gentleman Alliance's Leo Robert has revealed the treason committed by Dr. Keller. This is no reason for leniency. Eliminating the traitor Keller Robert has a 35% chance to raise the Apostle's personal mission evaluation. Quest-based reward, 5,000 Shattered Crystal, 3 contribution points, low-level random skill scroll. Warning, completing this quest increases the difficulty of the current main story branch quest. Apostle, choose wisely. Studying the message within his death notice, Joey believed Leo. The military train was in motion. Besides the Gentleman Alliance specifically planted here, it was unlikely any other force would interfere en route. The only possible variable capable of increasing the difficulty of the main story's hidden branches was a fully conscious giant Leo. If Leo could use infrasound and his monstrous strength while clear-headed in such a cramped carriage, even the Queen of Sandstorm would struggle to contain him. Besides, superhumans from the Justice League would arrive soon. The giant wouldn't be fighting alone this time. I can't trust a traitor, Dr. Leo. Joey narrowed his eyes, a fiendish smile curling his lips. Unless you give me a pledge of loyalty. Pledge of loyalty? Leo seemed momentarily confused. Yes, a pledge of loyalty. Joey shifted his gaze to the terrified allied scientists cowering in the carriage's corners. On the battlefield, pledges are simple, Dr. Leo. Transform into your giant form. With your strength, resolving these people shouldn't take 5 seconds. No, Leo, you can't. MPH. Dr. Keller's face paled as she cried out to her husband. Her voice abruptly cut off as she felt her throat constrict. Time's ticking, Dr. Leo. Joey tightened his grip on Keller's neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground with one hand. The beautiful doctor kicked her legs wildly, clawing uselessly at his powerful arm. Her face was turning dusky, her eyes starting to roll back into her head. Your wife lasts 10 seconds in my grip, tops. If those people aren't dead in 10 seconds, she dies. Choose, Dr. Leo. Lieutenant Gerthard. I'm a scientist, not a soldier. Leo looked desperately at the panicked allied scientists surrounding him, swallowing hard. True, you're not a soldier. But you are German, Joey stated coldly. 7 seconds left. Arf. A flash of sorrow crossed Leo's eyes as he plunged the syringe deep into his neck. A primal, beast-like roar ripped itself from his throat. Damn it, it's coming from the last carriage. Hearing the unearthly, bestial howl echo faintly, the old man with clock-like pupils and the team of fairy tale maidens behind him all paled. They were already rushing in that direction. Since Dr. Jones sent the warning, the Justice League had reacted fast. The old man had quickly delegated tasks and moved to alert the fairy tale girls team next door, but the enemy had already struck. Clang. Simultaneously with the roar, the armored train jolted violently. The old man and the maidens stumbled, forced to grab nearby seats to avoid falling. Enemies pulled the brakes. Little Red Riding Hood Liv frowned. Pity they didn't know the train has special controls. Manual brakes can't stop it completely. Mira, with her black hair, scoffed. But it does slow the train down. Plenty for those Gentleman Alliance cockroaches to clamber aboard. Irene flipped her long white ponytail with a cold sneer. Hey, don't just stand there talking. We need to find that murderer of Professor Kathleen. Lucy, a cute blonde girl with a heart-shaped face and hair like fire, punched the air, shaking a small fist at her teammates. Lucy's right, girls. Move it. The old man with clock pupils clasped his hands behind his back. Leaping lightly down the aisle towards the door, the pointers inside his pupils flickered. The sealed carriage door slid open soundlessly. Yes, Dean David. The fairy tale maidens exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Irene, why didn't you tell us Deputy Dean David was on this train? Once the dean moved farther ahead, the more spirited Liv immediately turned to ask her companion. I heard Deputy Dean David possesses a unique superpower called the Wheel of Fate. Perhaps he used it not long ago to foresee Professor Kathleen's fate. And ours, Irene sighed softly. Only he didn't get here in time to save her. Dr. Jones, what's happening? Seeing Indiana Jones lead a group of superhumans rushing into the carriage, the leading guard of the Allied forces inside extended an arm to block them. Important personnel rested in this carriage. Not even the Justice League could enter freely. It's all right, Captain Locke, let them in. An old scientist with a stern expression rose from the sofa, frowning as he asked. Jones, you look like you're in a great hurry. Can you tell me what's going on? Dr. Robert, Captain Locke, enemies attacked this military train. I'm afraid we must gather everyone to a safe place, Jones said briefly. Is the situation very serious? Dr. Robert was slightly startled and asked nervously. We will ensure everyone's complete safety. Please rest assured. Jones removed his cowboy hat, speaking reassuringly. No, Jones, you don't understand. I'm not worried about my own safety. The old scientist still grabbed Jones's arm anxiously. Dr. Robert, you. Jones frowned slightly at the doctor's expression. In Jones's memory, this old scientist had never lost his composure, not even the night Casablanca was attacked. Is there something I don't know about? Dr. Robert, more accurately Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the head of another unconventional warfare project for the Allied forces, the Manhattan Project, hesitated after hearing this. He glanced cautiously at Captain Locke beside him. Indiana Jones is a patriot. I trust his integrity, Locke said quietly to Dr. Oppenheimer, tilting his head towards Jones. Come with me, Jones. Just you alone. No, Doctor. Though we don't know the identity of the attackers yet, we believe it's likely the Gentleman Alliance from Germany. I alone cannot protect you and all the scientists aboard. If you can't trust us, the Germans will win this. Jones glanced back at his fellow superhumans and waved a hand to stop Captain Locke. All right. Far better than letting that thing fall into German hands. Dr. Oppenheimer smiled bitterly and shook his head. Please, come with me, gentlemen. When this is over, I hope you can forget what you see here. It might be the only hope to quickly end the war. The entrance of Jones and the others caused an argument between the old scientist and the other scientists in the carriage. However, after an angry shout from Dr. Oppenheimer, they finally stopped arguing and grudgingly accepted the presence of Jones's group. I apologize, gentlemen. Our work is extremely important and may have a significant impact on the world. They weren't ready for outsiders to come into contact with this. Pandora's box. Dr. Oppenheimer turned around, his expression grim as he addressed the superhumans behind him. Following the old scientist's signal, Captain Locke took a large silver canister from the carriage's safe. It looked like a giant thermos. What is this, Doctor? Jones and the superhumans behind him exchanged confused glances. They didn't recognize it. Jones, you know. Oppenheimer looked at his fellow scientists, hesitating. Myself and these others have been in charge of a separate military project. The Manhattan Project. Like the super soldier program that created Captain America. The captain mentioned it to me once. Jones nodded cautiously. Actually, this project succeeded at the beginning of the year. It only lacks the final delivery system. Oppenheimer bit his lip nervously, a very uncharacteristic display for a man of his age. But Einstein stopped us. It must be said, as a pacifist, Dr. Einstein understood the dangers of this project sooner than the rest of us. An elderly scientist who had spoken earlier, standing behind Oppenheimer, interjected. Yes, Albert was right about this one thing. If the fruits of the Manhattan Project were handed over to the military and the politicians, they would undoubtedly use it immediately on the European battlefront, hoping to hasten the war's end. Oppenheimer sighed. Isn't that our shared hope? Indiana Jones asked, puzzled. Of course, it's our common wish. But it depends on what we are willing to pay for that result. Oppenheimer said heavily, as if finally finding an outlet for a long-suppressed feeling. The entire Manhattan Project is about building a bomb. Its power is unlike anything before. You cannot possibly imagine how much power. Despite the imminent threat from the Gentleman Alliance, the superhumans of the Justice League sensed, almost subconsciously from the doctor's words, something far more dangerous. They were drawn in, listening intently. You experienced the main gunfire of the Gneisenau in Casablanca. A 283mm battleship high-explosive shell contains about 300 kilograms of explosives. The bomb made by the Manhattan Project. Its explosive force is equivalent to 40,000 shots from the Gneisenau's main guns. Oppenheimer stated flatly, watching the group. Hiss! A collective intake of cold breath filled the air. The members of the Justice League weren't ordinary people. Most possessed strong minds and intelligence. Yet, they were deeply shaken by the doctor's words. Suddenly, they understood why Captain Locke preferred friction with the Justice League over allowing superhumans, other than the American Jones, into the carriage. The Justice League's superhumans weren't only American. They came from everywhere, England, Canada, France, and so on. There was no guarantee one of them, driven by patriotism, wouldn't seize this opportunity for their own nation. Dr. Oppenheimer, if it's just about the bomb's immense power, I can't see why Dr. Einstein would try to stop you. If we don't end this war soon, soldiers on the battlefields will likely endure more than 40,000 battleship shell hits. Jones's eyes flickered as he questioned, puzzled. I told you, ending the war is everyone's common wish. But it depends on what price we need to pay. Oppenheimer sounded agitated. Our research was an absolute success in military technology, but it opened Pandora's box. These bombs have a flaw we haven't solved yet. Oppenheimer paused, frowning silently. The elderly scientist who had spoken behind him picked up again. When this bomb explodes, it releases light and heat comparable to the sun. Even steel will vaporize instantly. While its energy equals 40,000 battleship shells, the actual destructive area isn't 40 times larger. However, the most terrifying thing is the radioactivity afterwards. The land becomes severely contaminated, perhaps barren for decades. People living on that land, even if not killed outright by the blast, will sicken and die over time. Their descendants may be born deformed. The casualties could reach hundreds of thousands, impossible even to count. Silence fell once more in the carriage. The Justice League, unlike the Gentleman Alliance, was composed of superhumans who joined to help the Allies end the war for noble reasons. If the Allies used such an inhumane weapon, how could the Justice League claim to be just? Dr. Einstein was right. This thing shouldn't exist. There was a murmur among the superhumans, concern spreading. Dr. Oppenheimer, I don't understand. If Dr. Einstein opposed using such a bomb, why does this thing exist? Indiana Jones pointed at the silver, giant thermos, frowning. That isn't the bomb itself, merely its raw material. It contains 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium-235, the lifelong work of all the scientists in the Research Institute. The elderly scientist behind Dr. Oppenheimer explained. It can not only be used to make bombs, but also as nuclear fuel, providing us with a highly efficient, clean energy source, like electricity. Ironical, isn't it? The element capable of the worst pollution can be transformed into the cleanest energy. Dr. Oppenheimer smiled bitterly. In truth, not all scientists agreed with Dr. Einstein. I was among those who wished to end this war at any cost. Dr. Oppenheimer's view used to be the minority opinion and wasn't widely accepted. Though he leads the institute, the other scientists only agreed to use this uranium-235 for peaceful ends. Another elderly scientist said awkwardly, "Used to be the minority?" Jones noticed the word choice keenly. That implies that now Dr. Einstein is in the minority. There was no look of victory on Dr. Oppenheimer's face, only anger. The sight of tens of thousands of displaced Muslim civilians in Casablanca, the streets strewn with innocent corpses, let all the scientists present witness the Nazis' brutality firsthand. We suddenly realized that if we didn't end the war quickly, countless more civilians would perish under the Nazis' boots. Compared to hundreds of millions of civilians across Europe, sacrificing hundreds of thousands seemed negligible. The face of the elderly scientist behind Dr. Oppenheimer twitched slightly. The Nazis turned life into a number. If that's a crime, we scientists are prepared to bear that burden too. We have all decided that once the war ends, the rest of our lives will be devoted to humanitarian relief work for those hundreds of thousands of nuclear victims. Quiet descended yet again on the carriage. In these few short minutes, Jones and the Justice League members felt like they had undergone a profound life lesson. They had never realized that while the Justice League fought life-or-death battles, these scientists were also fighting inner demons. It was clear these scientists had already become victors before them. Whatever the Manhattan Project became, these men knew what they were doing and had prepared themselves to accept the final outcome. Einstein still holds his view, but he stopped hindering us. He merely boarded a plane back to America. Oppenheimer waved a tired hand. "Gentlemen, now you understand. I need to remind you, no matter what happens, your first priority is ensuring this cannot fall into Nazi hands. Doctor, rest assured, we will protect you all, and this giant bottle." Jones and the superhumans behind him all shone with determination in their eyes. Squeak. Just as Liv reached the partition door of the last carriage, her feet slipped, as if she had stepped on a soft layer of cream cake. "Liv, be careful." Dean David reacted swiftly and grabbed her arm. They were currently in the connecting area between two carriages. If she fell here, she could easily tumble off the train and be crushed to pieces under the tracks. What happened inside? Liv covered her mouth and gasped softly. Even through the wooden door, a strong smell of blood wafted from the carriage ahead. Through the gap in the partition door, a pool of blood was slowly expanding, dripping down toward the tracks beneath the train like a faucet that hadn't been turned off properly. Liv, Irene, Mira, Lucy, returned to the middle carriage. Your presence is not needed here. Dean David placed his hand on the carriage door and spoke slowly. Dean, be careful. The fairy tale maidens exchanged glances, but did not insist on staying. They had originally come to retrieve the scientists from this carriage, not to fight alongside the old man. Given the current situation, it was clear that those scientists were likely beyond help, and their assistance was unnecessary. Moreover, the old man's fighting style was rather unique and difficult for others to coordinate with. Staying behind might only hinder him. Just as the four fairy tale maidens turned to leave, Dean David's face tightened. He pulled his hand back from the carriage door as if shocked by electricity and shouted loudly, "Scatter!" Boom! The carriage door in front of them exploded as if packed with high explosives, shattering into countless sharp fragments of iron and wood that rushed toward the five like a storm. Among the debris were even scattered pieces of human limbs and flesh. Humph! In Dean David's clock-like pupils, the single needle spun wildly, quickly becoming a blur. His entire pupil transformed into a deep, abyss-like black hole. With the old man's black hole pupil as the center, space rippled outward like water disturbed by a stone. The iron and wood fragments that touched the spatial ripples slowed down unnaturally, moving as slowly as snails in the eyes of the onlookers, resembling a slow-motion replay in a movie. The fairy tale girls' team had reacted the moment the old man issued his warning. The red machine cannon behind Liv instantly unfolded like wings, transforming into a death scythe. The tip of the scythe bypassed the main door of the rear carriage, hooked onto the last carriage window from the side, and propelled her away from the connecting area. The girl's body traced a graceful arc in the air. Using the death scythe as a pivot and centrifugal force, she swung like a carousel and dove into the rear carriage through a side window. The black-haired Myra's weapon was a blade whip. With a flick, it hooked onto a window on the other side of the rear carriage, and she leaped into the carriage in the same manner. The two fairy tale maidens who had entered the carriage first did not immediately seek cover. Instead, they swung their weapons again, and the death scythe and blade whip extended out of the carriage windows like venomous snakes. The other two fairy tale maidens, who had simultaneously jumped away from the connecting area, moved deftly. Irene twisted her waist lightly in midair, tapped the flat of the death scythe with her toes, and used the momentum to dive through the window. Lucy grabbed the blade whip with one hand, allowing Mira to pull her directly into the carriage. Lucy's weapon was a steam-powered steel gauntlet, so the blade whip would not harm her palm. Once all four fairy tale maidens were safe, Dean David stretched out his hands and gently waved them. The slowly advancing iron and wood fragments in the air were brushed aside as if by a soft breeze, revealing a gap just large enough for the old man to pass through. At the same time, the black hole in Dean David's eyes reverted to a clock shape, but now, eerily, there was an additional needle, making two in total. Bang, bang, bang. The rippling space in the air vanished, and the exploded iron and wood fragments resumed their violent trajectory. Like rain beating against plant and leaves, they turned the carriage behind Dean David into a sieve. However, with the door blocking the way, they could no longer harm the fairy tale girls' team inside the carriage. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded from in front of the old man. Time ability, or some kind of domain. What an impressive old man. Through the connecting area, three figures emerged from the last carriage, its door now blown to pieces. At the front stood a giant of a man, so tall that even the 2.7-meter-high carriage couldn't allow him to stand fully upright. He had to stoop, but from his features, one could still vaguely recognize Dr. Leo. Behind the giant, a fierce young man in a German military uniform stood shoulder to shoulder with a beautiful young woman. The young man licked his lips, his crimson eyes glaring with undisguised ferocity as he greedily stared at the old man. "Who are you?" Dean David frowned slightly. He recognized the giant and the young woman. They were the Roberts couple who had defected to the Allied forces. But the other young man gave him an indescribably strange feeling. Dean, he is the Nazi officer who killed Professor Kathleen. Through the sieve-like carriage door, Liv's angry shout came from behind David. Joey had confronted Little Red Riding Hood face to face, and based on Indiana Jones's description of the enemy, the fairy tale maiden easily identified the murderer of Professor Kathleen. "You killed Kathleen." Dean David's aged body trembled slightly, and he asked in a pained tone, "Kathleen, are you referring to that piece I made in Casablanca?" My apologies, it took me a moment to recall. I don't really remember the names my works had before. Joey tapped his temple with a finger and grinned cruelly. In my collection, it's called The Beheaded Venus. Dean, let us join the fight too. We want to avenge Professor Kathleen. The damaged carriage door behind David was pushed open, and the fairy tale maidens stood at the entrance, their eyes red. No, Liv, you should go back. Dr. Jones needs you more there. Dean David took a deep breath, turned to face Joey, and said slowly, "He who lives by the sword dies by the sword. So, are you prepared to be killed by others?" "Ha ha. If you can manage it, I am not afraid of death." Joey's pupils contracted, and he burst into wild laughter. "Dr. Leo, Dr. Keller, what about you? Do you still stand on the side of justice?" David ignored Joey and turned to the giant and the young woman. "Dean David, it's too late." The giant Leo glanced into the carriage, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "I have done unforgivable things." David scanned the carriage, sighed inwardly at the sight of the mangled corpses. Most of the scientists had twisted limbs, as if torn apart by brute force. The German officer in front of him, according to intelligence, was a sniper and clearly didn't possess such strength. They had all been killed by the giant. These scientists held high positions within the Allied forces. Whether Leo Robert was coerced by the Germans or not, his actions were unforgivable. As Leo said, they had no choice. "Dr. Leo, even if you cannot fight for the Justice League, please stand aside. My enemy is only this German Nazi before me. Personally, I do not wish to confront you." David spoke expressionlessly. "Leo," Dr. Keller behind the giant tugged at her husband's sleeve and shook her head at him. The Roberts couple had already struck a deal with Joey. Leo would transform into a giant, kill the scientists in this carriage, cutting off any chance of joining the Allied forces. In return, Joey promised they could return to Berlin to face a court-martial, and he released Dr. Keller, granting her freedom. The giant looked at his wife behind him, his face showing hesitation. He understood Dr. Keller's meaning, to refrain from aiding Joey in the fight against the old man. Helping Joey could lead to leniency in their court-martial, while not helping him could offer spiritual redemption. If the Gentleman Alliance failed in this mission, they might not even need to return to Germany. They could find a neutral country and live out their lives under assumed names. Seeing Leo's hesitation, a sly glint flashed in Joey's eyes. He could no longer use Dr. Keller to blackmail or coerce the giant Leo. Their transaction was complete. If he broke his promise now, it would only push Leo Robert toward the Justice League. Besides, fighting a powerful opponent was different from killing a group of defenseless scientists. If Leo held a grudge and betrayed him at a critical moment, it would be better to have him stand aside. "Dr. Leo, kill this old man. I swear upon the Iron Cross medal on my chest that I will use the merit from this to erase your act of betrayal. You won't have to face a court-martial." Joey raised his hand, pressing it against the Iron Cross medal, and spoke indifferently. The Roberts couple shuddered. The giant Leo turned and fixed his large, bell-like eyes on Joey, saying in a deep voice, "You guarantee?" "I guarantee it." Joey's face darkened, and he replied solemnly. Dr. Keller sighed softly, took a step back, and released Leo's arm. She knew very well that the German sniper's words had solidified her husband's wavering resolve. There was no turning back now. Leo Robert was different from her. His patriotism was much stronger. Ever since she had betrayed the Gentleman Alliance behind his back, Leo had been depressed and filled with resentment toward her. Although he had just been forced by Joey to kill so many Allied scientists, it was also an outlet for his pent-up frustration. From the Justice League's feedback on the battle in Casablanca, Dr. Keller knew that this German sniper had accumulated significant merit in combat. Although merit and crime were not interchangeable, as long as Joey was determined to protect the Roberts couple, Skorzeny would not pursue their betrayal in his report. Moreover, they now possessed the perfected giant serum, which was crucial to the Empire. With someone to vouch for them, a court-martial might not be unavoidable. "Good, I believe you." A fierce light erupted in the giant Leo's eyes. His previously listless body seemed infused with new energy. Letting out a long roar, he straightened up, spread his arms, tore a piece of the carriage ceiling like it was ragged cloth, and hurled it at Dean David. Gazing at the giant whose aura had peaked before him, the old man sighed softly, his face remaining impassive. He simply lifted one hand and held it out as a shield. Dr. Leo, it is not the immense stature that grants absolute power. Allow me to reveal the true essence of force. Before Dean David's outstretched palm, ethereal ripples shimmered once more. Space seemed to fold like silk, layers upon layers cascading toward the massive, wheel-sized sheet of iron rooftop paneling Leo had hurled. Under the waves of spatial distortion, the projectile visibly slowed. Despite the giant's monstrous strength propelling it, the iron sheet traversed only a few meters before halting in midair. Yet, it didn't remain still. Instead, it began drifting toward Joey's group. Those strange spatial ripples imbued it with a terrifying acceleration. Within half a second, it reached an incredible, impossible initial velocity and whooshed unnaturally toward the trio like a demonic wind. "Rhea!" Leo roared, advancing instead of retreating. He lowered his head, hunched his shoulders, and charged headlong toward the shrieking projectile like a heavy tank. The scientist, once poised and elegant, seemed to have shed his restraint with the giant's serum. The inherent tenacity of his Germanic ancestors now surged forth in full force. Badiolem. An ear-shattering impact reverberated through the carriage. Leo crashed like a copper hammer into the center of the iron sheet. The plate bowed inward, wrapping around his shoulders like leather before finally clattering to the floor. To the astonishment of Joey and Dr. Keller behind him, the clash ended in a draw. Leo had blocked the counterattacking sheet, but he staggered backward several steps, barely keeping his footing. Joey narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty gleam flickering within. This exchange offered fresh insight for the serial killer. Both the unassuming old man and Dr. Leo held unexpected depths of power. Information regarding the giant's strength existed within Qin Lun's database. Yet David, the frail-looking elder, had accelerated that thin sheet of metal, within seconds, to a momentum capable of countering the giant. What lethality could he unleash with a dagger or a bullet? No wonder the old man faced both the giant and Joey with confidence, even dismissively sending the fairy tale girls team away. His absolute confidence wasn't misplaced. Yet, what stunned Joey most wasn't David's power. It was Leo the giant's combat prowess. A giant with a lucid mind was exponentially more dangerous. Dr. Leo Robert hadn't recklessly charged the iron sheet out of brute courage. The biochemistry doctorate must have calculated the optimal combat strategy in a split second. Warriors like Joey, with hyperacute senses, could instinctively judge whether their bodies could withstand an enemy's attack. Dr. Leo lacked such honed instinct. Instead, his physics and mathematical genius came to bear. He instantly computed the distance between himself and the iron sheet and the maximum momentum achievable over that distance, accelerating under the old man's power. Leo realized with clarity that he couldn't withstand the sheet if allowed to reach maximum momentum, especially not with his wife behind him. So he charged forward. His impact shortened the sheet's acceleration path, allowing him to intercept it before it achieved its peak velocity. This deduction flashed through Joey's mind in an instant. An unshakable conviction followed. Dr. Leo, as a giant, naturally possessed exceptional combat awareness. In this aspect, he mirrored someone else, Qin Lun, who utilized hypnosis and combat models in battle. "I hate scientists," Joey muttered expressionlessly. Clearly, though not an apostle, Dr. Leo's mind was no less formidable than a death notice, a supremely precise combat auxiliary. "Lieutenant Gerhardt, let's jump." Dr. Keller suddenly grabbed Joey's arm, her voice tense. "I recognized Dean David's ability. It's a biological vector field. The carriage is too confined. Staying here is like staring down a gun barrel." Biological vector field? Joey frowned lightly. Qin Lun's self-taught university curriculum from Handan Prison meant he understood precisely what a vector field was. Earth Federation science categorized universal vector fields into three types: electric fields, gravitational fields, and magnetic fields. Dean David's display did strikingly resemble a repulsive force field. The iron sheet, flung towards him, had decelerated, stopped, then reversed direction, accelerating back, precisely like a piece of iron repelled by opposing magnetic poles. Recalling the earlier explosion of the carriage door, David's biological vector field clearly extended beyond metals. Even wood and glass weren't spared. We encountered this biological vector field in the Aryan Arc core. These superhumans can control practically any material they encounter, excluding living beings. By manipulating their internal force fields, they exert gravity or repulsion at will. Within the range of their field control, they are no different from gods. The beautiful doctor stared anxiously at Joey, awaiting his decision. She knew Lieutenant Gerhard's choice dictated her husband's actions. Given the chance to clear his name, Leo would likely fight to the death rather than retreat back into dishonor. Lieutenant Gerhard, jump. We can't defeat Dean David here. Besides, the Empire already has its prize. Dr. Leo's deep, resonant voice suddenly filled the air. He turned slightly and gave Joey a meaningful glance. The intelligent clarity in the giant's eye surprised the serial killer momentarily. Joey furrowed his brow. He understood Leo's intent immediately. Dr. Robert was subtly indicating that this fight was unnecessary. With the perfect giant serum formula on Leo and Keller, the primary objective was escorting them safely back to Berlin. Engaging the Justice League head-on here was pointless risk. We weren't the only ones who came. The Hydra Corps was also mobilized, Joey remarked, his tone seemingly off-topic. Yet, upon hearing this, Leo's eyes immediately lit up. After the Justice League's dispersal in Casablanca, their forces aboard this military train were limited. Beyond the 5 from Grimm Academy, only about 10 other superpowered beings remained, a total of 15 combatants. They clearly knew the numbers deployed by the Gentleman Alliance, likely 5 active agents. Combined with the elite troops of the Hydra Corps, their overall strength wouldn't be weaker than the Justice League's. Crucially, the Justice League was again burdened with defense. Protecting a large group of scientists drastically hampered their combat effectiveness. The Gentleman Alliance only needed minor sabotage, derailing the train, for instance, to guarantee those scientists died miserably. Under these circumstances, if Joey and Leo abandoned the carriage, Dean David would probably relent, prioritizing the defense. With such a terrifying figure anchoring the scientists, the Gentleman Alliance's odds of success plummeted drastically. Then we buy a little more time. Dr. Leo managed a wry smile. But Lieutenant Gerhard, your abilities might be difficult to employ here. KHKH, who says they're useless? Joey grinned savagely at the old man steadily pacing further into the car. He drew the FN 500 from his coat, its exterior carefully disguised as a standard Luger pistol. Bullets are rather ineffective against me, Dean David observed, a faint smile touching his lips as he saw the pistol. The elder lifted both hands. All manner of scattered debris throughout the car floated into the air. Fragments of cocktail glasses, wooden legs from chairs and tables, plastic buttons torn from clothing, shards of ceramic plates left over from the scientists' interrupted meal. Expressions tightened among the people in the carriage. For the first time, they grasped the true scope of Dean David's power. Floating before them were materials diverse and often inert, chemically stable substances impossible to manipulate by ordinary means. David could control them all. His mastery over his biological force field was profound. No need for surprise, Dean David mused with a touch of nostalgia. When you reach my age, having fought a lifetime against countless superhumans and creatures of darkness, your own superpower would become instinctive too. Any object becomes your weapon. Dr. Leo retreated one subtle step. Spreading his massive arms protectively behind his wife, Keller Robert, he opened his mouth, silently mouthing a word. A flicker of resigned resolution crossed Keller's lovely face. She abruptly squatted on the floor, scowling as she pulled an injector syringe from her person and fiercely jabbed it into her neck. Joey hadn't immediately grasped the silent exchange between Robert and his wife. But the moment he saw Leo unnaturally widen his mouth into a gaping cavity, realization struck. He yelped in surprise, flipping backward violently. Simultaneously, Dean David unleashed his assault. With a spreading motion of his hands, the debris suspended throughout the carriage surged into frantic motion. Instantly, the varied fragments coalesced into 8 fiercely rotating miniature tornadoes. Control over such concentrated power taxed even David. The clock-patterned iris within his pupil suddenly revealed a third pointer needle, a rarely employed ultimate technique, Baofeng Shaojin, the 8 direction slaughter formation. The 8 cyclones shrieked as they scourged the carriage walls. The pine wood paneling decorating the interior splintered into countless cracks. Even the external iron plates buckled and groaned under the onslaught of the shard-filled eddies, ripping into jagged wounds. Torn-off pieces instantly fed the ferocity of David's tornadoes. As the dean brought his palms together, the 8 cyclones converged upon the 3 central figures. Yet, the experienced Grim Academy Vice Dean remained vigilant. His many battles had taught him to expect his enemy's ultimate, desperate final resistance against this killing formation. Ensuring his protection remained formidable, David maintained 3 cyclones swirling before him, larger, denser, forming an unbroken defensive wall parallel to the vortex closing in on Joey's group. True to experience, the counterattack ignited right on cue. Roar! Leo leaned backward, chest expanding mightily, unleashing a bone-shaking bellow in the vortex's path. The deafening roar abruptly cut short, lasting less than half a second. Replacing it was the manifestation of intense spatial ripples, violently radiating outward, a wave diametrically opposed to those generated by Dean David's biological force field. The spatial tremors swept towards the 8 attacking tornadoes like a hurricane gusting into countercurrent winds. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.